The House will come to order. Good morning, everyone. This morning, the pledge will be said by Representative Barbara McLaughlin from House District 59 in Durango, Colorado.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives
Anyone who wants to be.
Representatives Arndt, Baisley, Benavidez, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Buck, Representative Buck,
She's here. I see her. Back corner.
Buckner,
Present.
Bunteo, Caraveo, Carver, Catlin, Champion, Coleman, Cutter, Duran, Escar, Exum, Froelich, Garnett, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Herod, Holtorf, Hooten, Humphrey, Jackson,
Here.
Hawkes Lewis, Kennedy,
Here.
Kip, Kraft-Tharp, Landgraf, Larson, Liston, Montine, McCluskey, McKean, McLaughlin, Melton. Not here, right?
Excused.
Excused. Michelson, Janae. Mullica. Neville. Pelton. Ransom. Rich. Roberts. Sane. Sandridge. Singer. Representative Singer.
Excused.
Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Chitone. Valdez A. Valdez B. Van Winkle. Weissman. Williams. Wilson. Woodrup. Young. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker is here. A quorum is present. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, it's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
Thank you. I move that the Journal of Thursday, June 4th, 2020 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Is there any objection? Actually, that's not the right thing to ask. All those in favor of Representative Mullica's motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to announce that my sister gave birth to a baby boy, and by the miracle of technology, I was able to attend the circumcision ceremony this morning, and his name is David Mattel. So mazel tov to my sister, and I love being an aunt to all my little nieces and nephews.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Today is Gun Violence Awareness Day.
Members, can I ask you to be a little quieter in the chamber? Representative Sullivan.
And every day I wear these wristbands here that I've gotten from families and victims of mass shootings across the United States. My arm isn't long enough to hold all of the ones that I have, but here in the middle is an orange one that designates gun violence awareness and other victims. It's also the 411th Friday since my son Alex was murdered, along with 11 others in the Aurora Theater massacre on July 20th, 2012. I bring this up today because I have been subjected to wedding pictures and birthday greetings this past week, and I wanted to remind you that Alex never got to celebrate his first anniversary because he was murdered 2 days before that day. A birthday cake was waiting for him in his refrigerator when he got home from the movies that night. The cake was thrown away. He never walked into that home again. To say I am disappointed that I will not be having a conversation about the epidemic of gun violence is a gross understatement. A global pandemic has silenced that conversation, but its impact is still felt daily in our country and this community. In March and April this year, 21 kids under the age of 17 were unintentionally killed by guns in this country, including a 3-year-old killed by her 7-year-old brother when a loaded, unattended shotgun was left out. That is a 43% increase from that same time period last year. Now, I'm not going to threaten you with what I'm going to do, as I've seen from down there this last couple of weeks, but what I will assure you is that I will continue to talk about this crisis in our country, be it from here or wherever this journey takes me, and I go to bed every evening praying that someone is listening. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Further announcements or introductions? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're here to make a very important announcement, and actually we also need Representative Baisley, wherever he is. Come on down, Representative Baisley.
It's all good.
So if you'll notice, Representative Coleman and I are brothers today, along with Representative Baisley whenever he gets here. And we have another member of the club. Today is Bolo and Bow Tie Friday. It's a very old tradition in the Colorado House of Representatives. Or if you're Representative Wilson, you throw your boots on your tie. But this tradition is older than everyone except probably Representative Wilson. So wear your bow tie.
Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And Representative Melton is not here. This would have been the last bow tie or bolo. So I think he might be on the screen. He's hidden. But we just wanted to say we appreciate you, and we're going to hold this tradition up moving forward. And since I won't be here and Representative Melton won't be here moving forward, we got to pass the torch to some people. So make sure you rock your bolos and your bow ties on Fridays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I heard rumor that Representative Melton could not find a bow tie to match his pajama bottoms. But look at that. Great to see you, Representative.
Are there any more announcements or introductions? Seeing none. Oh, terribly sorry. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. The Education Committee gets to meet again. We get to meet on a Saturday this time. So try to pretend we're having fun. I'm not sure if we're having floor or not that day. Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, are we having floor on Saturday?
Thank you for the question, Representative McLaughlin. I will let Majority Leader Garnett answer anything he can say about the calendar when he's ready.
Okay, we will do that. And anyway, we are either meeting at 10:30 or at adjournment on Saturday, and there's a calendar in your schedule there. So come prepared. Thank you.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McLaughlin, for the question. Members, just an update on the schedule. We have some bills on third reading today. If we get through those, then we'll conclude our work for the day, and we'll just have the committees meet over the weekend. But we got to get through that third reading calendar. Thanks.
Seeing no further announcements or introductions, the next order of business is third reading of bills. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1290. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1290 till the end of the third reading calendar.
If there is no objection, the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 102.
Senate Bill 102 by Senators Janal and Cook, also Representatives Caraveo and Titone, concerning required disclosures to patients regarding formal actions based on sexual misconduct.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 102 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker Pro Tem.
Members, we had tried to reach an agreement on the language in the bill, but weren't able to. So the version in front of you is the same version that you saw, no changes. I just wanted to highlight, again, the concerns just quickly. So to give you another example, right now in the bill, and a representative came down and talked about being a pediatrician, the standard of care for them is they cover up the cameras. I didn't know that, and that makes complete sense. That's good policy. Under the current bill, if you have a pediatrician that does not cover the cameras, and God forbid someone goes in and hacks that camera and takes the footage, this bill, that pediatrician most likely would be found to be practicing under the standard of care because the standard of care would require them to cover the camera, assuming that's the case. So they're going to get disciplined for that. It relates to sexual misconduct and their harm to patients. Is that really the type of physician that we want to say should have their practice terminated? So I ask for no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to have this bill read at length.
Representative Soper, did you still want to speak?
But
You're recognized.
okay.
I'm sorry, I misheard what Representative Baisley was saying because I was discussing something with the Chief Clerk. I apologize. There has been a request to read the bill at length. Representative Baisley has indicated he's comfortable with Representative Soper speaking first, or if you'd prefer to wait, we can begin with the request from Representative Baisley.
Oh, go ahead and talk.
Okay. Representative Soper, and I'm sorry, Representative Baisley, we'll get to your request in just a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in support of Senate Bill 102. And I just want to remind members that it passed unanimously at every step of the way so far in the legislative process. It was unanimous in Senate Judiciary, unanimous in the Senate, unanimous in Health and Insurance. It cleared second reading here, and here we are on third reading. I also want to remind members that the providers, the Colorado Medical Society, it's the doctors, are in full support of this bill. CICASA, they're the ones that represent the victims of sexual assault, sexual violence, and rape, are also in full support of this bill. Members, there was no opposition until like a day ago. This was a negotiated approach to where we got to, and the theory behind this bill is when someone falls between the cracks, you still want to have a mechanism for disclosure, and that's what's included here in this bill. It's something that the doctors want. They're asking for it as far as to regulate their own profession. So we should allow the professionals to be able to come to us and say what they've negotiated and to support that. So I would encourage every member to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of Senate Bill 102. I want to echo the sentiments of my good colleague, Representative Soper. You all have heard me mention on numerous occasions, while I don't have much background in the medical field, my father-in-law is a doctor, my good son-in-law is a doctor who is an otolaryngologist. I'll get that right someday. That's a real tongue twister. My brother-in-law is a doctor, and my son-in-law, his sisters and brothers are doctors. I've spoken to a couple of these good people, and like Representative Soper said, is that this is a finely crafted bill between the medical professions and the other interested parties. And let's not disrupt the good work that the medical professionals have worked out. I respect Representative Dr. Caravello's good work on this. So I encourage all of my colleagues on this side of the aisle to vote yes, and everybody on this side of the aisle, if you'll listen to me, also to vote yes. Thank you very much.
I'm going to recognize Representative Baisley briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. For the moment, I withdraw my request for reading this bill at length for the sake of the good discussion that's happening right now.
Thank you, Representative Baisley, and I do apologize for the confusion when you initially made the request. Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I wasn't sure. There's so many of you. Anyway, it's true. I rise in support of this bill. I've spent 8 years working in and around this very topic. It's something that we cannot water down. It needs to stand the way it is, and I ask everybody on our side, as well as everybody on your side, to please vote yes for this bill. It's important. It's especially important because we're talking about children, so please vote yes. And thank you for bringing the bill, Representative Caravello and Representative Titone, wherever you may be today.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, I know how hard the stakeholders have worked on this, and it's an extraordinarily important subject, and we have seen the abuses. I think the concern is, and you just need to vote your conscience, because this bill does a lot of good. You know, and maybe it's just that the lawyers are anal retentive, which is possible, in wanting certain terms defined, especially when those criteria are used as a basis to mandate that these providers send out letters about a finding that's been made for sexual misconduct, which is not defined. So, you know, I commend Rep. Tipper for raising this issue. It's an important issue. I'm a little bit surprised that the stakeholders don't see the benefit of defining the term. I'm surprised by that, to be honest. And I don't know if it's the timeline that we're confronted with in this session. And I perfectly understand you don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. And this bill is doing a lot of good. So, members, I continue to believe a definition would be helpful. And just wanted to make that point on thirds. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues. I'm curious and would like to ask Representative Tipper to come and explain, since I don't understand. There was amendments offered, there was some discussion and some compromise that was supposed to happen. It didn't happen. as we work in the legislation to find the middle ground and then maybe don't find it, if Representative Tipper could come and explain to me, I would greatly appreciate that. I respect her opinion, and apparently she signaled me over to the bench. So does that mean I go to the bench over there and speak with her at this time, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, what was your question? You're asking if you can go speak with Rep. Tipper?
Well, I was asking her to come to the well and speak so everyone could understand and get more insight, but she's waving me over there, so I just need a little guidance from leadership.
It is every member's prerogative as to whether or not they choose to speak in the well. It is also your prerogative to have offline conversations. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And so just to kind of clarify a minor point there, I tried over the last 2 days to see if there was an amendment that would make all parties happy. The providers do not want an amendment. They do not want a set definition of sexual misconduct because they believe that this definition or the language that is currently in the bill that they worked on for over a year gives the medical and other boards leeway in disciplining their members. And so there is not an amendment because the medical providers have decided that they do not want that. Most vehemently, the Colorado Medical Society and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, who I would think would be at the greatest risk of coming under this bill should it pass.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Members, I'm going to ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 102, and I want to say several things about why. Mr. Pro Tem, if we could... Oh, wait.
Folks, I know there's a lot of excitement in the chamber this morning, but we are on third reading of bills, so please keep your attention focused on the person speaking in the well. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, our colleague from Lakewood has made some points that I understand to be points about due process. And our colleague is not wrong. I think due process and review of these sorts of complaints does matter. But as I assess this situation, the flip side of that coin is something that is absolutely instrumental in seeking any medical care from any kind of professional, and that is informed consent by the patient. And that, I think, is what we're talking about here. In connection with that, to practice as a doctor or a nurse or any of the other professions that are adverted to in the Skolnick law here is a privilege. It is not an absolute right. That's why we have educational requirements. That's why we have training requirements. That's why we have licensing requirements, because these are positions of power and trust. And, you know, these are professionals who are dealing with individuals in some very sensitive moments. I think we can all understand that. You know, we all, when we come in here, and every 2 years, as long as we come back, we take an oath on the Constitution. I am one of the members here who has taken another oath as an attorney and an officer of the court. And I know that members here who have in the past served in the military have taken another oath. You know, Dr. Caraveo has taken a medical oath. To our colleague from Adams County, I apologize, I actually don't know what oath one swears when you become a nurse, but I imagine there might be something similar. All of us here in this profession, so to speak, you know, have an obligation, I think, to sort of monitor our own conduct and live up to high standards. I know that attorneys do, and I think what I'm hearing about this legislation is that doctors and other medical professionals strongly believe that they do as well. If the sole member of our institution here who is a doctor, if the sole member of our institution who is a current practicing nurse had concerns with the way that we've set this bill up, frankly, that would carry a tremendous amount of weight with me, and it would be hard for me to get to yes. The fact that not only do they not have said concerns, but they are actively urging support tells me something, and I think that personally we should listen to that. You know, we've had some references to the Skolnick law that we're talking about here. It's the part of statute that we're discussing. I never knew Michael Skolnick, but I actually know Patty Skolnick. I know the story of why this law is on the books. Michael Skolnick was a 20-something young man, and he blacked out on the front lawn from some kind of seizure. He was taken to the hospital. He had what turned out to be an unnecessary brain operation that rendered him vegetative for years, and he finally expired, having been on life support for a long time. His mother has made it a quest to bring transparency to the medical system in Colorado. It's her life's work now. Our law dates to 2007. It began with doctors. It expanded to other professions. We now are where we are. That's why we have the healthcare practicing professional database that we have. And it's a great resource. And you have to know that it's out there, and you have to know how to go find it. That is on you, the patient or the family member of the patient. I think it's a great resource. I think every state ought to have something like it. All we're talking about here is taking some of the same information that is already publicly available, and in very, very limited cases where somebody has done something that I think is pretty egregious, honestly, creating an affirmative duty for a limited time on the part of a certain licensed professional to render that information forward to the patient so that the patient may make an informed decision. I do not understand this bill to be talking about making public of any information that is not already out there to be had. Frankly, until we get to a bill like this, I suspect a lot of us didn't know there was such a thing as the Skolnick Medical Database. I happen to be somewhat uniquely connected to the origin story of that law and that resource. I think this is pretty narrowly tailored as it comes to us. You know, I appreciate the concerns that other members have raised, but again, I am down here asking for a yes vote. I think what we know about this kind of thing, most medical professionals do not do these things, and thank God they don't. Some do. I think what we know about these fact patterns is that when people do these things, they do them over and over and over again. So we're talking about a modification to the law here that is going to bear on a pretty small number of professionals, and I think may spare a lot of potential victims a lot of pain that would take years to go away. So appreciate this as a sensitive subject. I do ask for a yes vote.
Representative Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader. I just want to correct the record of something I said yesterday about this bill. Pharmacists are in this bill. I didn't know it at the time. We also take a professional oath. Our board will catch these folks anyway. The problem with this bill, and I will be voting no, is that there are gay men that 30 years ago had no place to go, and they would meet up in various places and be targeted for prejudicial arrest and persecution and would be charged with sexual crimes. And because this bill doesn't give us any kind of look-back window, it's not specific enough, I'm worried that friends of mine who are basically just trying to meet other gay men could be caught up by this bill. Now, I think it can be fixed, but it's not fixed right now. And I am worried that this could have unintended consequences, and that's why I'm voting no.
Representative Benavidez.
Thank you, members. And I also would urge a no vote on this bill. I think it is truly an important bill that patients should know who is treating them. Just the same way as an attorney, people should know the attorney's background when they go to an attorney for advice. And at least with attorneys, they are disciplined, but they make the decision, the people that are doing the discipline, to say, and that's the Attorney Regulation Council, that whether it should be public or not. Anybody can go online, look up an attorney, and see whether they have been disciplined publicly before they decide to engage that attorney. It's my understanding that with medical professionals, discipline is also published, but people don't go and see that. They don't go and look for that. And I had proposed an amendment or a change to the bill that there be something posted in every medical facility to say, if you want to know if anyone here has been disciplined at all, check this website. Even put a computer there so they could check. But This bill is not narrow. It is retroactive. It requires someone who works there to say if they've ever faced discipline. And if they have, then they have to stop and explain all the aspects of it. They have to tell each patient. They have to get an affirmative agreement from them to be treated. This goes way beyond what other professions face. And I don't think it resolves the problem. In my mind, if I was running a clinic, I would not hire a person that was ever disciplined, because just the time it would take to do this. So we were causing people to be punished more than once for the same thing. And if you believe people can never be rehabilitated, that's fine. But I don't believe that. I think people do get rehabilitated. And without a definition of sexual misconduct, that can be a term that will be, it's not defined anywhere. So it is a problem. I would hope that the sponsors would take some of this back and reconsider this bill. At least some of the changes, because I am also surprised that some of the stakeholders are unwilling to look at these things, because the intent is lauded, and I agree with that patients should know, but not this way. So thank you, members, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Esteemed colleagues, today I stand here in 100% agreement with Representative Benavides. And I know you say that doesn't happen very often, Rep. Holtorf, but today I will tell you, she has said something very profound, and I think I want to echo her message. Double jeopardy is not okay in our legal system. Double jeopardy is not okay. And this bill, because of the considerations that she has pointed out, does not take that into account. Now, I know you asked for an explanation. Allow me to offer one or two. I'll do two for the sake of time. The first one is the young homosexual man in college, who I know personally, that maybe thought somebody was like him, but found out he was not. Now, I need the LGBT community to listen strongly, because yes, I have friends that are LGBT and have had my whole life. Okay, so the other person presses a charge of sexual assault. Now, think about that a little bit. It might have been a miscommunication or misunderstanding. And if you want to chuckle, go ahead. We've been doing that for decades about this issue. It's not funny. Okay? But that's a miscommunication. And now that may have, and may to this day, continue to 110% affect this person's life if they are in the medical community. Because that now is going to bubble up after 30, 35 years and could be applied under this law to change what they've chosen to do to help people in the medical field in good faith over many years. And live and let live, I say. But you don't live and let live when you do this, in this way. Now, I think there's a better way. I completely and 110% appreciate the spirit and intent of this bill, and it is noble. But I will tell you, double jeopardy is not okay. I'll use another example. These are all examples that I know of myself and have lived in my lifetime. A young man in high school has a high school sweetheart, and there's a miscommunication, and they think, or he thinks, that they need to go and talk about it. Sitting in a vehicle, he leaves town and goes out to the country to talk about it. Well, the female says, I don't want to talk about it. But she hasn't been given that choice. And now this is long before the time of cell phones and iPhones and all this other stuff. So when they get back to town after the discussion, then law enforcement is called. The parents are involved. And this young man is prosecuted and charged. That was one event in one person's life when they were 17 or 18 years old. But now, because of the charge, if they were found guilty, they have a felony charge. Now what you're going to do is give them double indemnity, double jeopardy. You're going to continue, because of the way this is handled, to bring that back. And I'm afraid many people that are in healthcare right now will probably say, I can't do this. I can't do this. The mistakes of the past now are going to be so in the forefront of my life and my profession that I must change my careers. And that double indemnity, that double jeopardy, I don't think is, with respect to the way this bill is presented, is the right way to handle that. Now, I stand in solidarity. I stand in solidarity with you, Representative Benavides, because there's a better way to do this, and I think Representative Tipper has brought something out that's very important that we all need to consider. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this bill. I think it's important that we kind of look at, we heard from one of the colleagues on the left that there was, how attorneys act, and that if there is some sort of an issue, you can kind of look at, if there was investigations or sorts, and certainly that you can do the same thing with a physician. However, I think that there's a distinct difference, and that distinct difference is that as a father, I oftentimes need to take my child, not often, but at times need to take my child to see a physician. I think it is highly appropriate to sit back and have that disclosure made available to me upon walking into that office, or before I get to that office, however that disclosure is conveyed, not necessarily put it on me to go ahead and do that research by myself through some system that I know or I don't know exists. And I think it's important that that disclosure is made, certainly in times of an emergency. Because when it's at a time of an emergency and you're trying to get immediate medical assistance to your child, you don't have the time to go ahead and do the research and to figure out, is this doctor, am I comfortable with this doctor seeing or treating my child? And so I don't see that as double jeopardy. I say that that is a protection for the consumer should there be some sort of issue in that physician's past that would raise concerns in my mind as a parent. So this doesn't happen very often, but I'm in agreement with Representative Weissman. I saw physicians that are in this chamber come up and they don't have an issue. And so if they don't have an issue, I think that's a cue to us. And I appreciate Representative Weissman's words. It was an observation I was making similarly. Of course, he says it far more eloquently than I could, I believe. But again, I rise in support of this. I think it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we have protections in place so that certainly in times of emergency, in times of those types of things where we don't have the time to do the research, that information is automatically given to us. And so I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I would appreciate the bill being read at length.
Thank you, Representative Baisley. At the request of Representative Baisley, Senate Bill 102 will be read at length. Mr. Gregorio, Mr. Stoka.
A bill for an act concerning required disclosures to patients regarding 101 formal actions based on sexual misconduct. Point 102 Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lake.colorado.government. The bill requires certain healthcare providers to disclose to patients if the provider has been convicted of a sex offense or has been subject to final disciplinary action resulting in probation or a limitation on practice when the discipline is based in whole or in part on the provider's sexual misconduct. The bill specifies the form, manner, and content of the disclosures and requires the provider to obtain the patient's signed House Amended Second Reading June 1, 2020, Senate Third Reading Unamended February 11, 2020, Senate Amended Second Reading February 10, 2020, Senate Sponsorship Ginnell and Cook, Bridges, Gardner, Gonzalez. Agreement to treatment and acknowledgement of receipt of the disclosure before rendering services to the patient. Failure to comply with the requirements of the bill constitutes unprofessional conduct or grounds for discipline under the Practice Act that regulates the provider's profession. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado 1 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, Add 123115 as 2 follows 3123115. Required disclosure to patients, conviction of or for discipline based on sexual misconduct, signed agreement to 5 treatment, exceptions, violation grounds for discipline, rules -6 definitions. 1. As used in the Section 7a, patient means a person who is seeking or receiving aid healthcare services from a provider. The term includes the non-parent, legal guardian, or custodian of a patient who is a minor 10 under 18 years of age or a patient who lacks the legal 11 capacity to consent. 12. B. Provider means a licensee, certificate holder, or 13 registrant who is subject to the requirements of Section 14-123102.15. 2. On or after March 1, 2021, a provider shall disclose to 16 patients any 17a final conviction of or acceptance of a guilty plea by 18a court for a sex offense, as defined in Section 16-11.7-102, 3, or 19b. Final agency action by a regulator that results in 20 probationary status or other limitation on the provider's 21 ability to practice the provider's healthcare profession when 22 the final agency action is based in whole or in part on any of the 23 102-2. Following 1. I. A conviction of or acceptance of a guilty plea by A2 court for a sex offense, as defined in Section 16-11.7-102, 3, or A3 finding that the provider committed a sex offense as defined in foresaid section, or 5. 2. A finding that the provider engaged in unprofessional sex conduct or other conduct that is grounds for discipline under 7 the part or article of this Title 12 that regulates the provider's aid healthcare profession, where the failure or conduct is related 9 to, includes, or involves sexual misconduct that results in harm 10 to a patient or presents a significant risk of public harm to 11 patients. 12. 3a. Except as provided in subsection 4 of this section 13a, provider shall provide the disclosure specified in subsection 2:14 of this section to the patient in writing, in the form and manner 15 specified by the regulator by rule, before providing professional 16 services to the patient. 17. B. For a disclosure of final agency action, the provider 18 shall include the following information, at a minimum, in the 19 written disclosure. 20. I. The type, scope, and duration of the agency, duration and terms of the probation, and 1. D. The regulator imposed any limitations on the 2 providers' practice and, if so, a description of the specific 3 limitations and the duration of the limitations. 4. 2. The nature of the offense or conduct, including the 5 grounds for probation or practice limitations specified in the 6 final agency action. 7. 3. The date the final agency action was issued. 8. 4. The date the probation status or practice limitation 9 ends. And 10. V. The contact information for the regulator that 11 imposed the agency action on the provider for the patient. To 12 obtain additional information, including information on how to 13 file a complaint. 14. C. For a disclosure of a final conviction of or acceptance 15 of a guilty plea by a court for a sex offense, as defined in Section 16-11.7-102. 3. The provider shall include the following 17 information, at a minimum, in the written disclosure. 18. I. The date that the final judgment of conviction or 19. Acceptance of a guilty plea was entered. 20. 2. The nature of the offense or conduct that led to the 21 final conviction or guilty plea. 22. 3. The type, scope, and duration of the sentence or other 23 penalty imposed as a result of the final conviction or guilty. 24 plea, including whether 25a. The provider entered a guilty plea or was convicted. 26 pursuant to a criminal adjudication, and 27 102-4. B. Ends, and 3. 4. The jurisdiction that imposed the final conviction or 4 issued an order approving the guilty plea. 5. D. Before treating a patient after a final conviction 6 guilty plea, or final agency action described in subsection 2 of 7 this section has been imposed or accepted by a court, as 8 applicable, the provider shall obtain the patient's agreement to non-treatment and acknowledgement of receipt of the disclosure in 10A form prescribed by the regulator by rule and signed by the 11 provider and the patient. The patient's acknowledgement of 12 receipt of the disclosure does not waive any future claims 13 against the provider. 14. E. If a provider is placed on probation as part of a final 15 conviction or acceptance of a guilty plea by a court for a Sex 16 offense, as defined in Section 16-11.7-102, 3, or on probationary 17 status or other limitation on the provider's ability to practice 18 pursuant to a final agency action described in subsection 2 of 19 this section, the requirement to disclose the conviction, guilty 20 plea, or agency action ends when the provider has satisfied the 21 requirements of the probation or other limitation and is no 22 longer on probation or otherwise subject to a limitation on the 23 ability to practice the provider's profession. 24. 4a. A provider need not make the disclosure required 25 by the section before providing professional services to a 26 patient if any of the following applies. 27 102-5. I. The patient is unconscious or otherwise unable to 1. Comprehend the disclosure and sign an acknowledgement of 2. Receipt of the disclosure pursuant to subsection 3 D of this 3 section and a guardian of the patient is unavailable to 4. Comprehend the disclosure and sign an acknowledgement. 5. 2. The visit occurs in an emergency room or freestanding 6 emergency department or the visit is unscheduled, including 7 consultations in inpatient facilities, or 8. 3. The provider who will be treating the patient during 9. The visit is not known to the patient until immediately prior to 10. The start of the visit. 11. B. A provider who does not have a direct treatment 12 relationship or have direct contact with the patient is not 13 required to make the disclosure required by this section. Point 14. 5a. Failure to comply with the requirements of this 15 section 16 I constitutes unprofessional conduct or grounds for 17 discipline, as applicable, under the article or part of this title 1218 that regulates the provider's healthcare profession, and 19. 2. Does not create a private right of action. Point 20. B. Nothing in this section prevents the discovery of 21 records, reports, or other information, or the admissibility of 22 evidence, related to a provider's failure to comply with the 23 requirements of this section in any civil, criminal, or 24 administrative proceeding. Point 25 Section 2. Act subject to petition, effective date -26 applicability. 1. This act takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following 27/102/6. 2020, except that, if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 13(3) of Article V of the state constitution against this act or an item, Section 4 or part of this act within such period, then the act, item, section, or part 5 will not take effect unless approved by the people at the general election 6 to be held in November 2020 and, in such case, will take effect on the 7th date of the official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. Point 8. 2. This act applies to convictions and final agency actions entered, issued, or taken on or after the effective date of this act. Point 10 102-7.
The bill has been read at length. Is there further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I just wanted to get up here and discuss that I understand the merits of both sides here, but after talking to various stakeholders about this process, I do in fact want to just state that I support the bill and I'll be voting yes for it, and I would encourage others to do the same. And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I believe there are some members up in the gallery that wish to be recognized as well, just so you know.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to set the record on past problems that people have and being brought up. That's just not true. This is a prospective bill, and it limits the disclosure only to the probationary period. So anything that happened in the 1980s, any disciplinary actions, they don't apply to this. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So reading, and I know this is a fairly complicated bill, but so I'm reading some things in here, and maybe the sponsor can answer some of the questions, but on page 5, line 6, let me just read that section. Before treating a patient after a final conviction, guilty plea, or final agency action described in subsection 2 of this section has been imposed or accepted by a court as applicable, the provider shall obtain the patient's agreement to treatment and acknowledgement of receipt of the disclosure in a form prescribed by the regulator by rule and signed by the provider and the patient. The patient's acknowledgement of the receipt of the disclosure does not waive any future claims against the provider. So I guess the question is, the provider can give disclosures, but they still don't have a waiver against future claims. If the sponsor can answer why that is written in the bill as it is, I'd really appreciate it.
Representative Carveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Representative Sane, for the question. So what this does is they have to provide disclosure during the time that they are under disciplinary action. So as long as the board has said there is a restriction on your license, you must provide this form that informs your patient as to what was found against you and why you are being disciplined. That does not protect that doctor if they perform some sort of error, or obviously if they commit a form of abuse from any legal ramifications after this. It simply says, I disclosed to my patient that I was under disciplinary action.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I need to speak in support of this bill as well. And I need to thank Representative Caraveo and Representative Titone for bringing the bill. I found a very interesting input comment that I wanted to share with you all. It was printed in the Pagosa Daily Post, and it said, it's titled, Senate Bill 20-102 could ensure women's safety when receiving medical care. And the parts that I want to share with you are as follows. Accurate records of sexual abuse complaints against healthcare providers are not always easily accessible to consumers. Most studies show anywhere between 33% and 80% of physicians who sexually abuse have more than one victim, with results from it. And this is from a study in 2017, and it found that 57% of physician-related cases of sexual misconduct involved 5 or more victims. So folks, this is not a victimless crime that we're talking about here. While the research indicates that only a small percentage of medical providers engage in sexual misconduct with their patients, it is concerning to see the frequency of sexually abusive behaviors within this offender group. Senate Bill 20-102 will prevent bad actors like Dr. Larry Nassar of the USA Gymnastics national team from operating undetected in Colorado by requiring proactive patient notification. The writer of this article had actually suggested that people contact their legislators, and so I hope that you heard from a lot of your constituents on this bill. While thankfully we don't often hear of these reports, we can't be naive to believe sexual assaults and abuses don't happen in this context within our small community. Sex offenders thrive in any opportunity they have, especially if that occasion puts them in a position of trust. Medical providers especially have a unique opportunity. In what other instances are our bodies the most vulnerable to inappropriate touch? Sexual violence, including sexual abuse committed by a medical provider, is not about sex, but about entitlement and power. Those in power who sexually abuse individuals like newsroom executives, Hollywood actors, religious leaders, physicians, and others exploit the illusion of trust that comes with their power to intimidate and coerce their victims to engage in unwanted sexual activity. Their actions, although sexual in nature, are essentially about exerting power over another person. Senate Bill 20-102 will lift the veil of secrecy that shields serial sexually abusive medical providers by requiring the contact information of the licensing board be included in the patient notification written disclosure. This legislation increases transparency and protects patient safety by requiring licensed medical professionals with credible findings of sexual misconduct to make a proactive written notification to any new or current patient during their probation, in addition to self-reporting to Healthcare Professions Profile Program. It also requires patient notification to include the type, scope, and duration of the disciplinary action or judgment imposed. It requires the provider to obtain a patient's signed agreement to treatment and acknowledgement of receipt of disclosure prior to providing services, and it establishes a failure to comply with patient notification as grounds for further discipline. It takes an incredible amount of grit and resiliency for a victim of sexual abuse to come forward. Research indicates that there are many motivating factors that victims take into consideration in deciding when and how to report sexual abuse, including the understanding that their disclosure, however painful and no matter the cost or personal consequences, might prevent the sexual assault of another victim. This bill shifts the burden from patients to sexually abusive healthcare providers and places the responsibility on sexually abusive providers to alert patients of their behavior and the terms of discipline. I strongly urge every member of our community to contact the legislators and ask for their support of Senate Bill 20-102. This is a bipartisan bill to protect patient safety. This bill prevents bad actors within the medical profession from operating undetected in Colorado by requiring proactive patient notification to give healthcare consumers all the information they need to make safe choices about how they and their families receive quality health care. And so with that, I think, folks, you can see why I'm in support of this bill and why I think that it's very important that we pass it today. So I urge a yes vote on this bill. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is why we talk on bills, folks. I think Representative Ransom just convinced me to vote for this bill. So thank you, Representative Ransom.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 102. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine. And members, please proceed to vote. Members participating remotely. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Jackson?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Melton?
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Members voting from the gallery. Representative Titone, how do you vote? Representative Titone votes yes. Representative McLaughlin? Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Sullivan? Representative Sullivan votes yes. Representative Froelich, who is sitting down. Was that a yes? Representative Froelich votes yes. Representative Gray? Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Hooton? Representative Hooton votes yes. Is there anyone I missed in the gallery? Is there anyone I missed voting remotely? Yeah, I'm finding my button here. Did you get Rep. Gray's and Hooton's yes votes here? You may close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 8 no votes, 0 excused, and 0 absent, Senate Bill 102 passes. Majority Leader Garnett. Co-sponsors. Oh, co-sponsors. Sponsors from the gallery. Representative Gray. Any co-sponsors remotely? Wave your hands at me here. Representative Hooton, co-sponsors. You may close. Actually, I don't say you close the machine again, do I? We'll just move on? Okay. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1207.
If there is no objection, we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1207.
House Bill 1207 by Representatives Melton and Wilson, also Senators Foote and Cook, concerning the continuation of the regulation of private investigators.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1207 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1207 be read at length.
There has been a request to read House Bill 1207 at length.
Note: this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lake.colorado.gov/. Sunset Process, House Transportation and Local Government Committee. The bill continues the regulation of private investigators for 5 years, until September 1, 2025. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 1 House amended second reading June 4, 2020. House sponsorship Melton. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 2434-104, repeal 1:19, A8, and add 26A9, as follows: 2434-104. General Assembly review of regulatory agencies 3 and functions for repeal, continuation, or reestablishment, legislative for declaration, repeal. 19A. The following agencies, functions, or both 5 are scheduled for repeal on September 1, 2020:6. 8. The licensing of private investigators by the Director of the 7th Division of Professions and Occupations in accordance with Article 160 of 8 Title 12. 9. 26A. The following agencies, functions, or both, are scheduled 10 for repeal on September 1, 2025:11. 9. The licensing of private investigators by the Director 12 of the Division of Professions and Occupations in accordance 13 with Article 160 of Title 12.14 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 12-160-11115 as follows: 1612-160-111. Repeal of article, review of functions. This Article 17-160 is repealed, effective September 1st, 2020, September 1st, 2025. Before 18, the repeal, the powers, duties, and functions of the Director regarding the 19 licensure of private investigators under this Article 160 are scheduled for 20 review in accordance with Section 2434-104.21 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-160-102, amend 22, 3F, as follows: 2312-160-102. Legislative Declaration. 3. The General Assembly 24 further finds that 25F, to avoid cost-prohibitive license fees, it is the intent of the 26th General Assembly intends for the division to spread the repayment of the 27,1207-2 deficit generated by the voluntary program over the life of the new one mandatory program, which is scheduled to repeal on September 1st, 20,202, September 1, 2025.3 Section 4. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds for, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 5 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 6,1207, September 1, 2025.3 Section 4. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds for, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 5 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 6,1207 to 3.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of House Bill 1207, and I want to thank the sponsors, Representative Melton, waving to you over there, and Representative Wilson for bringing this bill. You know, I've always been fascinated ever since years ago, I think it's been 20, 25 years ago, when I watched the show Magnum P.I. Tom Selleck, I think you guys know who he is. He's now the police commissioner. It's amazing how a private investigator who was in Hawaii, you know, he learned the trade of fighting crime, and now he's the police commissioner. So, you know, I think it's a great career track for private investigators, that they can, you know, learn to fight crime and put themselves in harm's way, and then someday they end up as the police commissioner. I mean, really, I admire Tom Selleck and all private investigators for the good work that they do, because like I say, I just wonder, you know, how do you get into that business? So, excuse me. I would like to meet Tom Selleck someday.
You're drifting a bit far from the bill. Please stick to the bill.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm speaking about private investigators.
No, Representative Liston, you're making jokes about Magnum P.I. Please stick to the bill.
Okay. Well, we all know who Magnum P.I. was. He was a private investigator.
Representative Liston.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm speaking about the bill about private investigators. So, my question maybe to one of the sponsors: are private investigators post-certified? I'd like to know that.
So further discussion, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
You can call me whatever you'd like, Representative Sandridge.
Mr. Speaker, sorry about that. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. In committee, this is one of those bills that it's not a bad bill. I voted against it. The only reason I voted against it, I think it was a little heavy-weighted on some of the rules. Definitely need some rules with private investigation, because they're dealing with the community and want to make sure that they're safe as well as the community is safe. However, we're going to have different opinions on regulating any industry, and I just felt it was a little bit heavy. That's why I voted against it. But in general, private investigators do need some form of guardrails. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Representative Liston, to answer your question, as I understand it, it is not a requirement that they be post-certified, because it's police officer training, so it's not required that investigators have to be police officers, but police officers can be private investigators.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Speaker Pro Tem.
I guess I would just rise again in opposition to the bill. I appreciate the work that the bill sponsors have done, and no disrespect intended, but with DORA not recommending the continuation of this program, I really can't support it. This profession has been conducting itself very well, very honorably, and this is unnecessary regulation. And whereas I understand that sometimes professions want this for some sense of increased stature as a profession, I would much rather see them organize it themselves in terms of a guild or a private organization, rather than bringing the state in constantly for validation in that sense. And I think that, the argument that, trying to draw parallels to the police isn't really a valid argument, because they really don't have police powers. You have the same sort of ability to do a citizen's arrest that any one of us would have. So I just don't think it's necessary, and I think that's about what I have to say for right now. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And Representative Humphrey, I just want to emphasize the fact that we have heard you say that you have unqualified faith in DORA. I just wanted to make that point.
We're here. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I voted against this bill in committee because, quite frankly, it's so rare for DORA to apply in their analysis the criteria and determine that there is not a basis for continued licensure. So we had fairly extensive testimony from DORA, and of course we had their report recommending that licensure not be extended based upon the data that they had. And so again, we don't see that very often from DORA when they're doing their sunset review. And so I did want to make mention of why I was a no in committee.
Representative Landgraf. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Chairman Kennedy. And to follow up on what Representative Carver just stated, very few times do you see staff come back and say, we recommend that you do away with this program. And we have a case where that's occurred and we're not listening. We're continuing it on anyway. So I want to talk a little bit about how this happened. I guess the statute to regulate these private investigators began in 2011. In 2013, DORA started studying the need for the program and came back and said, you know what, our recommendation is that you do away with it. It isn't accomplishing what you are supposed to accomplish. This program was supposed to fund its own way. Well, if you look at the fiscal note, they're using cash funds of $50,000 to support the program, but it's costing $75,000 to run it. So how do we get government efficiency in this place when we have staff to come back and say, here's a way that we can become more efficient, get rid of this program so we can do things, better things, that are necessary for our constituents, instead of pandering to just a group of folks out there that want to elevate their status by having some kind of endorsement or licensure. So, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to please vote no. Let's start striving for government efficiency. If we've ever had to do it before, now is the time. Our backs are to the wall. Financially, our backs are to the wall. Vote no. Thank you very much.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to try this with the mask on. I have a question for Representative Wilson, who's not listening, but he will. So I believe that this is an excellent opportunity for our military, especially our MPs and our CID who are getting out of the service. And my question is, okay, I'll ask somebody else who knows the bill. So my question is, and my challenge is to make sure that that is the case, and that as you all look at licensure next year and the transition of military to civilian jobs, that you include the MPs and the CID in a smooth transition to private investigators.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think I need to come up here and support my colleague, Representative Wilson, and speak in support of this bill. And I have waffled back and forth because when I heard it in finance, I was a yes, but they were going to work out this expenditure and revenue issue. And then I thought that Representative Melton eloquently explained that yesterday. So I'm happy to be a supporter of this. Also, the Professional Private Investigators Association of Colorado supports it. The Associates in Forensic Investigations support it. So I might be going a little bit against the grain here, but I'm going to ask you to consider voting yes for this bill. Thank you.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I'm a little torn on this because we hear organizations coming and saying we are in support of this, but they're organizations that are kind of supporting the need for some stamp of approval from the government. To Representative Bachenfeld's point, we've been told truly that we don't need this, that it's self-regulated. So I'm a little torn because what I would say is that some of these individuals have the imprimatur of having to figure out what they are investigating. Is this crossing the line between something that might be a legal activity or a non-legal activity, not to make an arrest, but simply to report back to their employer? I think that to me is one of those moments where then I start to land on the side of Representative Liston, who thinks that everybody in Colorado should be post-certified. And maybe these folks ought to be post-certified as well, because then they would have a much broader range of understanding about where that line is and what activities are legal activities and what are not. What does the necessary imprimatur of what they do mean to an investigation, to an insurance case, whatever it might be. But then we got to come back and we got to say, does the state of Colorado actually need to put their stamp of approval on this? And if they do, then what is the merit? What's the merit to the state of Colorado saying that you are a licensed private investigator? It sounds to me like they are doing this on their own. And so I offer this to the bill sponsor. What is necessary about the state of Colorado saying you are a licensed private investigator? Why do we need to continue this? That probably will generate a few more questions, but I think it's a starting point to say, if we're looking at both halves of this apple, what is it that I need to look at this sunset to say this is where we need to go with it?
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I apologize, colleagues. We thought that I could only speak twice, but as a bill sponsor, I can speak more than twice. I just can't speak over 10 minutes. So, going back to Representative Bachenfeld's question about why in the world would we do this, well, the The license fees that you're talking about are actually paid by the PIs, and they have gone on record saying whatever you set the fees, we're good with. And delicensing of private investigators would allow private investigators from out of state to come in with no licensure, do the cases, take the money out of the state of Colorado, and it actually be detrimental to small businesses of private investigators in Colorado, which is not a good thing. To answer Representative McKean's question, PIs provide an invaluable service to civil court and criminal justice systems. They are utilized within the state of Colorado quite often. They provide litigation support. They testify on the veracity of matters, help move cases through the court system, so they actually help our court system to move forward in a more efficient manner, and we all know that the way that our court systems are jammed, getting efficiency there definitely helps the state of Colorado.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for bringing this bill. And thank you to all my colleagues that have been talking about their pros and cons. I know I was torn too. Initially, I was thinking, well, we probably don't need this bill if Dora has suggested that we not continue the licensure of PIs. But then I heard from some constituents who are actually private investigators. And I know what I was hearing was, please continue this licensure. There are bad actors that try to get into the profession, and having this simple screening process is a way to make sure that they get background checks and they get this just some type of initial screening done and a piece of paper where they're registered with the state so that they can go back and find them, because they are looking into and actually digging into personal information of ours. It's personal and possibly private information. Sometimes they're getting into public records only, but what she said is, the one that I spoke with at length, was that it was very important as a private investigator that this licensure continue. So I know what she was sending me was some information that even though there aren't a lot of complaints and there are very few incidences where people have to be censured or disciplinary actions taken. Apparently, since 2015, there were 77 complaint files opened, but only 8 disciplinary actions taken. And of these, 6 were conditional license issued to individuals because of behavior prior to being licensed, not after, but that they were still caught by the time that they were going through this licensure process. So even as someone that generally doesn't want Dora to be licensing everybody and really doesn't want to expand the scope, I think at this point, when I'm hearing from actual private investigators that feel like they want to make sure that we have a little bit of state oversight and state control, I'm going to support my constituents on this, but I do want to let everybody know that Dora did indeed recommend that the licensing not continue, and that no private investigator licenses have been revoked under the current law. So with that, thank you, colleagues, for the good discussion, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Chairman Pro Tem. Members, you heard me speak a while ago about how I got interested in the career and the profession of private investigators, and I want to commend my colleagues for bringing out a lot of good points about why they're for or against the regulation and the licensure of private investigators. And once again, when I was a younger, I wasn't a boy back in the 80s, I was a young man when Magnum PI came out, and I kind of wish I was able to go down that career track of maybe being a private investigator, and little did I realize that I would be in a position today to influence the profession of private investigators. And like I say, I can owe a lot of that to Tom Selleck and his program Magnum PI. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move for a third reading amendment, L003, and ask that it be displayed.
Representative Liston, prior to the House considering a third reading amendment, please do not display the amendment until he's been given permission. Thank you, Mr. Stoka. Representative Liston, please describe your amendment and tell us why it is not substantial.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, if I can have your attention, like I say, with my fascination with private investigators, really this is a very simple amendment. All it does under this amendment is I would like to have the short title of the bill be called the Tom Selleck Magnum PI Private Investigator Act. So I would ask for that amendment to be displayed. That's L003, in honor of private investigators, and probably the person who is most responsible for making private investigators so well known is Tom Selleck with his program Magnum PI. So I renew my motion for this third reading amendment to be called the Tom Selleck Magnum PI Private Investigator Act.
The question, Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And members, we're going to be on a motion for permission, and I would urge a no vote on permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Representative Humphrey, the question under discussion is permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Thank
Representative
you.
Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would actually urge a no vote. I think that this would be unfair to characterize the entire profession. As much as I do like Magnum PI, Adrian Monk, I think, would be greatly offended. And so I do urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf on the question of permission, not the amendment itself, permission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I speak on the request for permission. In this case, I don't know what kind of tomfoolery we have going on here, but this is not proper, Mr. Chairman. This is silliness. It doesn't get to the heart of the issue. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to express that no, this should not be an offered amendment on third reading or any reading, because tomfoolery should not be taking place in the people's house and in this chamber. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your attention, and no tomfoolery at the well.
The question before the House is permission to offer a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine. Members voting remotely, how do you vote? Representative Buckner. Are we still having hearing problems for the remote participants? Can you hear me now? Members in the gallery, how do you vote? Representative Titone. Rep Titone votes no. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich votes no. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan votes no. Representative Hooton. Representative Hooton votes no. Did I miss anyone in the gallery? Members participating remotely, we're asking them to get thumbs. I see Representative Buckner votes no. Representative Jackson votes no. And Representative Melton, as soon as we get some indication from him on thumbs up or thumbs down on this motion. Representative Melton votes no.
If you can hear me, I'm a no.
We hear you now. Thank you,
If you can hear
Representative
me,
Melton.
I'm a no.
Representative Humphrey, please vote.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Humphrey has voted. Please close the machine. With 15 aye votes, 49 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the motion for permission to offer a third reading amendment fails. We are back to the bill. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1207? Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Wilson said something interesting that piqued my interest. Why do you hire a private investigator? Because you want something to be investigated. But when that investigation is something that requires a unique skill and somebody who is a subject matter expert in that investigation, you may reach across party or state lines to find that person to bring them in. Representative Wilson said this keeps investigators out from other states. I'm sure they can come in and they could register and get qualified and come in specifically, but we're blocking out subject matter experts when there's a need out there with our constituents that can come in and can conduct an investigation for us, and they're the most likely people to do the best job because of them being subject matter experts. Representative Wilson, tell me, or can you explain to me why that's a good thing? I still urge a no vote.
Just to clarify one thing, because I had a procedural misunderstanding before, it's not in fact the bill sponsor who's allowed to speak twice, it's the mover of the question, who in this case is Majority Leader Garnett. So I apologize, but Representative Wilson is not authorized to come to the microphone again on this debate. Is there further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I am still kind of weighing all the good and the bad with this. The one thing I want to point out here is that Dora did, recommend that it not continue. So that's certainly something I don't take lightly. But I really do respect, my colleagues, Representative Wilson as well as Representative Melton. In fact, that's part of the reason why I almost didn't vote for the amendment there, because I think it should be called the Melton PI bill. And if those of you who know him will get that reference, especially serving with him as long as some may have. But in any event, the bill itself, I think, creates several questions, right? Is there a need? Is there a need to continue, licensing for this? And, we can spend all day here talking about whether or not, this or other industries, or most industries, require licensure. But when it comes to private investigation, I think the bill sponsors do bring up very fair points. I thought during second reading, Representative Melton did bring up a fascinating point about, licensing will help root out would-be stalkers, for instance, stalkers that might intimidate or frighten perhaps an ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend in order to get away from potential criminal charges or harassment. They'll just say, well, I'm a private investigator. I thought that was a pretty good point for licensure. But there was a article here that I did want to share with you because I thought it brought up some other points that were germane to the bill itself. And the title of it is "The Journey to Keep Colorado's Private Investigator License," right? And it says this, that Colorado's private investigator license law was passed in 2014 and took effect in 2015. It is subject to sunset review as are all other licensed programs issued by the state. A sunset provision repeals all or part of a law after a specific date unless the legislature extends it. Colorado's PI law recently underwent a sunset study by Colorado's Department of Regulatory Agencies, DORA, and would be scheduled to repeal in September 2020. When Colorado reinstated PI licensing in 2015, there were only 5 states remaining with no state PI licensing requirements. After conducting a nearly year-long study of the PI licensing program, on October 15, 2019, DORA issued a recommendation to sunset the PI license law. In the report, DORA cites the public is not protected from clear, understandable harm through licensure. DORA also cited virtually non-existent disciplinary actions against licensed individuals. DORA came to this conclusion based on their data, which has been compiled since 2015, and by contacting and obtaining input from several agencies, officials, and associations, including the Professional Private Investigators Association of Colorado. What does this mean for Colorado's PI licensing law moving forward? PPIAC remains committed to keeping PI licensing program in place. For this to happen, a bill will need to be introduced, which it has, in this session. DORA, who recommended to sunset the program, will not work on behalf of the profession to recommend a licensing bill in the 2020 session. But, of course, the professional organization will. PPIAC has been at work for about a year to keep PI licensing. This work began by reaching out to DORA soon after their sunset study began, continued with obtaining a lobbyist with a specific goal of getting a licensing bill passed in 2020. It continues with several meetings taking place and scheduled with potential bill sponsors. In this case, our esteemed colleagues, Representative Wilson and Representative Melton, which it's an honor to serve with you guys. Since October 15th, many investigative professionals have expressed concerns of PI licensing being repealed. Consumers, the general public, and private investigators across the country have provided PPIAC with specific examples of consumer harm and nefarious behavior from both licensed as well as unlicensed private investigators operating in Colorado. The initial feedback and examples of harm are greatly appreciated and will be used. PPIAC still needs your help, though. If you're interested in assisting PPIAC to keep licensing in place, contact them as soon as possible. And members, there's still time, right? I'm still weighing the pros and cons of this because I do very well understand what DORA is saying. And Representative Wilson has given me a thumbs up. If that means anything to anyone, please take that into account. But I do feel like there are legitimate concerns. This was certainly raised in this article. It was raised by Representative Melton as well as Representative Wilson, that this will root out any sort of malicious behavior, criminal behavior, and help continue the very well proud history of private investigation in a responsible way. And I think that's something we shouldn't take lightly. We can obviously come up here and be jovial and make references to various pop culture shows, but at the end of the day, there are very real people that are doing a very real job. And I think the question before us is, are we going to help make sure that they're empowered to their job in a safe and responsible way? And I'm not quite sure, because I am a fan of removing licensing. But at the end of the day, there is a safety component here, and I would just ask all the members here to carefully weigh that. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'll certainly conclude my comments and ask people to vote their conscience, because I'm certainly not quite sure where I'm going to land on this one. So thank you, members, and I look forward to more discussion.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I want to just add a little bit more seriousness to this conversation, this bill, because this bill has to do with jobs. I know recently I talked about the safety precautions of adding guardrails to private investigations, and that is important. But we need to talk specifically about the jobs associated with private investigations. It's a job just like any other job. And I'm against this sunset just like a lot of other sunsets. On this sunset, it really clarifies regulations. Regulations on any industry during a significant economic crisis is something we really need to evaluate. We need to take the handcuffs off industries so they can hire. We need to make it easier for people who don't have jobs to get jobs. We need to make it easier for people who are considering being a PI, giving them this option. And I think this bill with these regulations may hinder some people. Some people may look at this bill and consider being a PI and say, I've had it hard enough. Now I got to jump through these hoops. I need to go through this red tape. When people are struggling for jobs, do we need to put hoops in front of them? Do we need to put red tape in front of them? And that's what my concerns associated with these sunsets, especially this sunset. There's a lot of people out there looking for new professions. They've lost their profession. They've lost their job. Their job's not coming back in many cases, and they're looking for something new. And we need to welcome them into this profession. We need not to put hurdles in front of them. We need to not put regulations in front of them. A lot of these people are actually broke too. When you lost your job, the money's gone. And they don't need to be paying these fees either. So when you're looking for a job, the last thing you need is a government stepping in front of you with red tape and with fees. So with that said, I'm going to stand in opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Esteemed colleagues, I have a real issue, and if you do know me, I'm going to speak up whenever I disagree on an issue. I have a real issue with some members of my own caucus. I am in favor of less regulation. I am in favor of those industries, be it the medical profession or law enforcement, having rules and regulations that regulate or control their professions to some degree. But I will tell you, I've had several of my colleagues come up here and say they're against this bill. And with respect to private investigators, in some cases, and we talk about abuse of power, and that's a current issue right now. In our present day environment, we're having national discussions and state discussions about this. So I think we have to be very careful. But in this case, there needs to be, I really believe, to those colleagues that are not in favor of this particular bill, I would ask you to reconsider. I'd ask you to reconsider, strongly ask you to reconsider, because there needs to be some check and balance. The sunset regulation is part of that. Now, I understand that my colleagues are over here and we're having a vigorous debate about this, and we don't agree. And that's okay. But I will tell you, to vote against this would not be correct. This is important. Private investigators are important. The DORA oversight responsibility, I don't think is onerous in this case. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask all of you, and I ask my colleagues, and I ask those colleagues that are in opposition, and I'm looking at you, but you're not looking at me. That's okay. I'm looking at you, but you're not looking at me. And that's okay. But reconsider your vote, because I see you, Hugh. Okay, just don't beat me up when I get back there. But seriously, reconsider this, because this is important. Okay? Thank you, sir. Thank you, colleagues, for your time.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I too rise in opposition of this bill. Quite frankly, it behooves me to imagine why we're actually regulating private investigators, and I'll tell you why. It's because there's a lot of people who choose to go out and do their own private investigating work, and they do not choose to be licensed through DORA in the state of Colorado. It encourages stalker-like behavior, and quite frankly, a lot of the work that private investigators do is stuff that is beyond the pale that law enforcement or our courts would even allow. It seems like activity that should not be permissible in law, period. But it's also slightly more complicated than that. It's because the average citizen doesn't even understand what rules are out there that are included in this sunset to continue on the regulated profession. It's a long list of what you can and can't do, from recording conversations to checking people's mail, which, by the way, is a felony under federal law. It's watching people from a distance. It's people who engage in opposition research at its worst. It's the type of behavior that license that we grant from the state of Colorado all of a sudden says that this behavior that normally we would classify as some sort of a stalker, or that we would classify. And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, could I just get a little bit of a clearing out of the well?
It looks like members are honoring your request. Please proceed, Representative Soper.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And as we continue on looking at the type of activity that private investigators do, they also encourage things like divorce. Because if someone goes to a private investigator and they have a sneaking suspicion about their significant other and the activity that they have, well, if that private investigator really does want to get paid, they're going to come back with the dirty evidence. And they're going to make their case so that their client is satisfied with whatever their suspicion is. But how many are actually going to come to the state and be regulated? That's the other question I continue to have. As we look at continuing the licenses, I would encourage actually going back, sending this back to committee, because I believe that we need more regulation if we are going to have them regulated, to at least say that private investigators must have the exact same regulation that we have with law enforcement. As a matter of fact, there's another bill I've heard rumors of out there, and it places a lot more burdens on law enforcement. So why wouldn't we have those same burdens on private investigators? I ask you all this same question. Instead, we're creating a rogue system where if someone wants their own private law enforcement, they just go out, they find some private investigator, they may or may not be licensed, and they'll engage in all the work that law enforcement would legally not be allowed to do. And that's not right. 90% of the footwork that investigations of private investigators that happens today are done on the internet. It's Facebook trolling, it's web surfing, it's pounding the pavements and chat rooms, it's trying to take on pseudonyms and alternative identities. Taking on alternative identities, especially if it's a person that actually exists, that's actually identity theft. And yet, we're actually encouraging this with what we have here in Colorado law for private investigators. I cannot stand here and say to you that this is something that I want to see sanctioned by the state of Colorado, because that mere piece of paper all of a sudden makes what would be illegal in every other circumstance, even for law enforcement, all of a sudden it's legal because you're a private investigator. Private investigators utilize the same tool that the public already can utilize, and they don't need to be licensed. I mean, you can engage in a LexisNexis search. You can engage in city and county records, look at property records. You can see where an individual lives, what property they own. You can Google their name and find out if they have a Facebook account or an Instagram account or a Twitter account. You can even engage them in Twitter using your pseudonym and try to extract very confidential or private information for whatever your client has that they're wanting to seek out. You can even find out business information from the Secretary of State's office. You can engage in credit rating bureaus to see if the individual or the business is solvent. All that can be found without the need of a license. And this is why I stand in opposition to this bill, is that why do you need a license? Because what is actually legitimate investigatory services as far as satisfying an individual's need for more information, it already exists in the transparency that we've created as a General Assembly. We don't need to have private investigators engage in the type of behavior that I was describing a few minutes ago. It's wrong. It would be illegal in any other circumstance. And it's just not right. So members, I would encourage you to vote no on this sunset bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Holtorf, speaking for the second time on this question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for keeping track of my dialogue. As I was discussing, ladies and gentlemen, with members of my caucus and members of other leadership from the other side of the aisle, always trying to work in a bipartisan spirit, there was a lot of discussion. But I will tell you, I'm not going to change my position. In this, I will not be swayed. I think it's that important. And as we dialogue and discuss, which is what we do in this chamber, and it is important, this was brought to my attention, and I was told, well, if I'm not going to change my position, I at least need to share this with the chamber, which I am willing to do to make us understand an additional element of this that has a present-day context. But after I read this, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think my position will be changed. So, this is an article. Maine State Police denied private investigator license because of social media posts about the state police lieutenant. The Maine court said this would violate the private investigator's First Amendment rights if the police concluded the statements were false, unless they were also found to have been knowingly or recklessly false. But should even a finding of knowing falsehood be enough? From the Maine Superior Court, Judge Michaela Murphy, in the Gray versus State case, 2019, was decided last summer, July 18th. Joshua Gray is licensed as a professional investigator in Tennessee, Vermont, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. On January 26, 2018, Gray applied for an investigator license in Maine. As part of its review of Gray's application, the Department of Public Safety conducted a background investigation which concluded an investigation into Gray's use of social media. This investigation revealed that Gray had published numerous statements concerning a fatal police shooting which occurred in Vassalboro in 2017. Now, I speak to DORA having the authority. I speak to passing the sunset regulations for oversight. Now, I know this article and the points here, and they're important points, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about it, may speak to overreach, state government overreach, or the wrong approach to handling licensure. But I'll continue. The dominant theme for these statements is that an officer who has been involved in the shooting, in this case Lieutenant Scott Ireland, as a dirty cop. Now I want to mention, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask for your attention because this is relevant to today. This is relevant to what's happening right now. And I'm not here to waste your time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to be the best representative I can be. As a dirty cop whose career had been plagued by lying, internal affairs trouble, and abuse of power issues, and who committed first-degree murder while he was likely drunk, as a result of its investigation, the department concluded that Gray had made statements which demonstrated that he lacked the requisite competence and fitness of character to act as a PI in the state of Maine. Consequently, the department denied Gray's application August 31st, 2018. So we talk about reform, we talk about all these things. But here's a state agency that's denying because of comments made about something that may or may not have been or may not have occurred. We know many things on social media just aren't true. They're bold-faced lies. I won't go into all the examples. But it's political rhetoric, or it's fake news, or they've massaged the truth to try to get to some end or means. And further research and study and fact-checking need to be done. But in this case, the state of Maine required that professional investigators obtain a professional investigator's license from the chief of the Maine State Police. In order to maintain an investigator's license, an applicant must demonstrate that they possess good moral character. Further, the chief may refuse to issue a license if the applicant has A, engaged in conduct that evidences of a lack of ability or fitness to discharge the duties owed by the licensee to a client or the general public, or B, engaged in conduct that evidences a lack of knowledge or an inability to apply principles or skills to carry out the practice for which the person is licensed. In this case, the chief of the Maine State Police determined that since early 2017, Gray had made postings on social media platforms that included statements that were materially false and spoke derogatorily against peace officers. The chief further demonstrated that by publishing such misleading statements, Gray had demonstrated conduct that brings into question his ability to competently investigate and then report investigative findings with accuracy, objectivity, and without bias. Now, I read that quickly because I feel that the speaker's probably timing my comments, but I do want to get this message out, and I do want to get it out in the allotted time that I'm allowed by rule. And we have a situation right now where we're wanting to do police reform. Well, let me say something, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to listen very closely, and I'm afraid that you're not. If state authorities aren't regulated at every level, that's an issue and a problem. Because the state can also make mistakes, or they can have a bias. And in this article, it points that out. But
excuse me, Representative Holtorf, just wanted to give you the 1-minute warning.
Thank you. I knew that was, I could feel it back here. So I want to wrap this up. I'm not going to be able to finish the article, but I do want to wrap this point up. And it is very important, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't misunderstand me. That some things need state oversight, and I'm talking responsible oversight. Other things do not. In this case, I feel that in the sunset, the private investigators do need oversight because they can have abuses of power, and they can do things that aren't right. So, once again, I will stand with my colleagues that are going to vote in favor of this. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your consideration and helping me help myself.
My pleasure. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I come up to talk about this bill and talk about private investigators. I have a story to share about it. In my old profession, I caught a gentleman that had shot a bald eagle. He shot the bald eagle on Peons Creek, way north of Rifle. I arrested the gentleman, jailed him, took him to jail. He bonded out. A bail bondsman bonded him out. As soon as he bonded him out, he disappeared. So I can tell you in my profession, I and my game wardens didn't have time to try to track where this gentleman was. Thankfully, the bail bondsman, who had the thousands and thousands of dollars, I think it was $11,000 bond, had great interest in finding this gentleman. It took months and months. He used the help of private investigators to find the gentleman that had jumped bail, because he wants his $11,000 back. I can tell you it took several months. They finally, a private investigator, and the good work that many of these private investigators do, found the gentleman right up near the Arkansas border. The private investigator found him by just showing a picture around the truck stops, waitresses in the cafes around the rest stops. Finally, and the waitress said, he showed the picture and she goes, "Can I talk to you after work?" So the private investigator hung around and she showed him where the gentleman lived. It was way back in the woods in an old trailer. And the point of my story is that these private investigators can provide a great benefit to bail bondsmen, to other law enforcement, that they wouldn't have time to invest on their own. So I wanted to share that story. I have several stories of private investigators assisting law enforcement and finding fugitives. Thank you.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, this is a serious bill. I know our caucus is divided on this. It's likely the other caucus is divided on this as well. Some people are voting no on this. Some people are voting yes. Personally, I'll be urging a no vote because it is more regulation. And for a lot of people, including many people thinking about hiring a private investigator, there is a huge appeal, right? I mean, that's probably why Representative Liston brought up a TV show. But the idea is they somehow operate outside the constraints of law. They don't. Your good PA is worth their salt. Definitely follow state law, just like any good citizen does. But some people have this idea that they're all snarled up and, in departmental policies, and the police are snarled up in constraints, but PIs can go any length to crack the cases where police have their hands tied. And there, again, is the appeal of a show. That's not true. There's many laws that they have to follow already. I don't think adding more regulation to that necessarily is going to be helpful, especially, again, the point was made that people do need jobs. So more regulation is not going to help, especially in our very tough environment. But again, everyday citizens may not know where all those limits are. It's glorified on TV. But every PI, again, worth their salt, has to know exactly where the legal lines are drawn. And so, there's gun laws, there's other things that they have to follow. They can't impersonate a cop. They can stake out areas, but they can't trespass and loiter. Eavesdropping's okay, wiretapping's not. So there's all kinds of things for them to consider. So again, the ones that are very successful already follow state law. They are very helpful in all kinds of cases. And I do honor that industry, but again, respectfully, I'm a no vote on the bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, I guess I should repeat the question under consideration is the passage of House Bill 1207. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Members participating remotely, how do you vote? Representative Buckner?
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Jackson?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Melton?
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Members in the gallery, how do you vote? Representative Titone? Representative Titone votes yes. Representative McLaughlin? Yes. Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative, is Froelich still up there? Got it. Representative Sullivan? Representative Sullivan votes yes. Is there anyone else in the gallery? Is there anyone else online? Other representatives, please vote. Representative Bockenfeld, Champion, Coleman, Humphrey, Larson, McKean, Roberts, Wilson. Representative Coleman, please vote. Representatives Humphrey and Roberts will be excused. Excuse me, Representative Roberts is here. Representative Humphrey is excused. Please close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 15 no votes, 2 excused, and 0 absent, House Bill 1207 passes. Should we proceed with the order? Mr. Gregorio, please read House co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1119.
House Bill 1119 by Representatives Exum and Landgraf, also Senator Heisey and Lee, concerning the authority of the state government to regulate perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1119 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Is there discussion? Do I see Representative Landgraf? Do I see Representative Champion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
And with you.
Thank you very much. I request for the reading of this bill at length, please, and do it with feeling.
There's been a request to read the bill at length.
A bill for an act concerning the authority of the state government to 101 regulate perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl 102 substances, and, in connection therewith, making an 103 appropriation. 10 firefighting, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado 1 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 2433.5-1234, add 2, 4, 5, and 6, as follows. 32433.5-1234. Training restrictions with certain firefighting for foams, penalty, exemptions, definitions, repeal. 4. As of August 5, 2019, any testing at a structure that is used for the storage, 6, or maintenance of aircraft is exempt from the firefighting foam. 7. Fire system testing restrictions in subsection 1 of this section 8 so long as 9. A. The structure is located in an airport that 10. IS a Federal Aviation Administration designated 11 public use airport, 12. 2. IS within the state of Colorado, and 13. 14. 3. Has constructed containment systems capable of 15 capturing all discharged firefighting foam for subsequent 16 disposal in accordance with applicable state and federal 17-1119 regulations, and 1. B. The firefighting foam testing occurs 2. As required by the standards of the National Fire 3 Protection Association, as stated in the Standard on Aircraft for Hangars NFPA 409, 2016 edition, revised 2011, as amended. 5. 2. As referenced in the applicable building codes. 6. 3. As required by insurance carriers. 7. 4. In accordance with manufacturer recommendations. 8. For the maintenance of firefighting foam systems, and 9. V. In accordance with the rules for the capture and 10. Disposal of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances. 11. Promulgated by the Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission. 12. Under Section 25-15-302, 3.2, to the extent that the Commission 13 has promulgated such rules. 14. 5. Any person or fire department who possesses a 15 certificate of registration issued in accordance with Section 1625-15-302, 3.2, IS exempt from the firefighting foam testing. 17. Restrictions in subsection 1 of this section. 18. 6. Subsections 4 and 5 of this section are repealed. 19. Effective January 1, 2023.2021. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-15-302, add 3.2, 22 as follows. 2325-15-302. Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission, creation. 24, membership, rules, fees, administration, definition. 3.2, A. The 25 Commission shall promulgate rules establishing a certificate of 26 registration for any facility, fire department, or lessee subject 27-1119 to federal rules and regulations that uses or stores 1-perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances in its 2 operations, establishing standards for the capture and disposal 3 of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, and setting 4 penalties for not obtaining such a certificate of registration, or 5 following such standards for the capture and disposal of 6 perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances. The 7 Commission shall take into account costs, technological aid feasibility, and the possibility of emergency situations for any 9 rules it promulgates. Point 10. B. Any facility, fire department, or lessee subject to 11 federal rules and regulations that uses or stores 12 perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances in its 13 operations must obtain the certificate of registration created 14 under subsection 3.2 a of this section either before June 1, 15, 2021, or 6 months after it first obtains perfluoroalkyl and 16 polyfluoroalkyl substances, whichever is later. Point 17. C. In order to obtain the certificate of registration 18 created under subsection 3.2 a of this section, a facility, fire 19 department, or lessee subject to federal rules and regulations 20 must prove that it follows the standards for the capture and 21 disposal of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances 22 created under subsection 3.2 a of this section. Point 23. D. No facility, fire department, or lessee subject to 24 federal rules and regulations that uses or stores 25 perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances in its 26 operations shall be subject to any penalties under this section 27-1100 for not obtaining a certificate of registration unless there has been a sufficient opportunity to apply for and receive a 2 certificate of registration. Point 3 e as used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires 5 I. Perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances 6 means Class B firefighting foam, as defined in section 25-5-13027 2. That contain a class of fluorinated organic chemicals 8 containing at least 1 fully fluorinated carbon atom. Point 9 2. Uses or stores means actual and intentional 10 ownership or control of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl 11 substances. Uses or stores does not mean the interception or 12 accumulation of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl 13 substances in water treatment facilities and domestic 14 wastewater facilities. Point 15 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 25-5-1309 as 16 follows 1725-5-1309. Restriction on the use of certain firefighting foam 18 at certain airports. Definitions. 1. Beginning January 1, 2023, the 19 use of Class B firefighting foam that contains intentionally 20 added perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances shall be 21 prohibited at structures used for the storage or maintenance of 22 aircraft where the structure is located in an airport at 23 a is a Federal Aviation Administration designated 24 public use airport, and 25 b is within the state of Colorado. Point 26 2. As used in this section, Class B firefighting foam and 27-1119-5. Perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances have the one same meaning as they are defined in section 25-5-1302.2 section 4. Appropriation. For the 2020-21 state fiscal year $343,836 is appropriated to the Department of Public Health and for Environment for use by the Hazardous Materials and Waste Management 5 Division. This appropriation is from the Hazardous Waste Service Fund 6 created in section 25-15-304, CRS, and is based on an assumption that 7 the division will require an additional 0.5 FTE. To implement this act, the 8th Division may use this appropriation for administration program costs. Point 9 Section 5. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 10 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 11 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Point 12 1119-6.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I know you've heard this, you're going to hear it again. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink, from the Rime of the Ancient Mariner by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. That is the situation we found ourselves in Fountain, Security, and Widefield in 2015. So we have this bill, which finally got to be a good bill after we drastically amended it. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But I'm not sure anybody really understands how important this is to Colorado. I think everybody thinks it's just a lightweight bill, and it's not, because I see bottles of water on your desks. We used to have water in the back, and we all know how important drinking water is to us. So in October of 2015, the Environmental Protection Agency issued a health advisory limiting the amount of perfluorinated compounds allowed in drinking water to 70 parts per trillion. 70 parts per trillion is like a drop in an Olympic swimming pool. So imagine how small that is. But that was their recommendation, and it was only a recommendation. So everyone knows it was determined that the product used for fire suppression by the Air Force contained large amounts of this compound that had been dumped into fountains' groundwater supply. This led to the contamination of groundwater in fountain, security, and wide field. And of course, the water districts immediately went into action to remediate the situation. Tests conducted by the El Paso County Department of Public Health and Environment show the levels of PFOAs remaining in the water are much lower. They're at trace levels than the advisory levels and are perfectly safe to drink. A legitimate remaining concern, and one that needs to be addressed, is the effect of this water on people who have been drinking it for years. A study conducted by researchers from the University of Colorado found, when compared with the rest of the U.S., people living near Peterson Air Force Base have high levels of toxic PFCs in their blood after decades of exposure. This study looked at both blood and water levels from residents in the fountain area, finding the chemicals in those residents to be about 10 times higher than the national average. What the study cannot say is if or how this will affect people's health. And that is really the crux of the remaining problem and a legitimate and frightening concern for those involved. And that's something we have not yet addressed, and it needs to be addressed. I want to talk a little bit about the process this bill went through. As you may know or remember, we, Representative Exum and I, ran a bill last year that we thought was going to fix the problem. Last year's bill prohibited the use of PFOA and PFOS after a certain period of time and did not allow it to be used in just testing. It did allow it to be used in catastrophic fires because we would rather use PFOA and PFOS, thank you, than have people burning to death in planes on tarmacs. We thought that was a really bad idea. So we get to this year, or this last interim, when we find out that our bill, because it could not be used in testing, would actually eliminate our airlines industries from functioning in Colorado because they couldn't get insurance. Now you're probably asking why that is. So I'm going to tell you. The insurance companies require a certain number of testings a year before they will qualify their insurance to cover that organization. Since they couldn't use the testing, they couldn't get the insurance, we had to find a workaround, which we've done, and it's in this bill. So the bill started off very nice, very simply, and then somebody gave the governor's office permission to draft amendments, and the bill blew up. Huge fiscal note. They wanted to put a fee on every gallon of petroleum that was brought into the state. It was exorbitant. It was just another assault on our petroleum industry. So we fought that, and we got a good bill, which you're going to vote for in a little bit, I hope. However, it's come to my attention that in our absence, and this is what makes me mad, in our absence, while we were at home and could not be here, the governor's office got permission to draft another bill that puts all of that, everything we took out, back into law. One of the things we took out of our bill was a board that would have been populated by, not by people who know water, but by general citizens And if they set the levels of PFOA and PFOS beneath where they are now, number one, our communities would not be able to, they would have to retool everything to get to a lower amount. And number two, in some cases, the science does not even exist to do that. So they were asking the impossible. And it's my concern that that bill is still going to come forward, and that's something we'll have to fight. Thank you. I ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Who'd like to speak next? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What's that? They haven't introduced it yet, the next bill. Does that make sense?
No?
The bill that I mentioned may be coming, hasn't come yet.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. My apologies. I was getting some clarification from Representative Landgraf. Members, so I sit on the Energy and Environment Committee, and we saw this through our committee. Of course, I voted in support of it. And I thought it important, Representative Landgraf is out of El Paso County, as am I. In fact, House District 21 and House District 19 abut towards the south. And that's where a lot of the problems regarding PFAS and PFOS originated in Colorado and had to do with the firefighting foams that are used specifically on runways and such, and mostly in the training environment. And so the effects that the community saw once they realized that they were dealing with this problem were grave. They had to make major adjustments to their lifestyles. There was concerns. People were trying to get tested. It was a big issue, specifically in El Paso and for Colorado as a whole. But I'll speak specifically about El Paso. So I was happy to vote yes on the bill. I agree with Representative Landgraf. I think that there is some confusion, or maybe not even confusion, just maybe a lack of awareness or knowledge, perhaps, in the PFOS, PFOA. And so I just have a little bit of something I wanted to share with you from the EPA. And it just kind of gives you a little bit of an overview so you have an understanding of what PFOS, PFOA is, products that it's in, a few studies and those sorts of things. But I think it's important that we all understand the importance, because I am in support of this bill, and I would encourage you to vote yes on it as well. So the EPA has established health advisories for PFOA and PFOS based on the agency's assessment of the latest peer-reviewed science to provide drinking water system operators and state, tribal, and local officials who have the primary responsibility for overseeing these systems with information on the health risks of these chemicals, so they can take the appropriate action to protect their residents. EPA is committed to supporting states and public water systems as they determine the appropriate steps to reduce exposure to PFOS and PFOA in drinking water. As science on health effects of these chemicals evolve, the EPA will continue to evaluate the new evidence. So here's some background. PFOA and PFOS are fluorinated organic chemicals that are part of a larger group of chemicals referred to as perfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS. PFOA, PFOS have been the most extensively produced and studied of these chemicals. They were used to make carpets, clothing, fabrics for furniture, paper packaging for food and other materials. Think of cookware, if you will, that are resistant to water, grease, or stains. They are also used for firefighting at airfields and in a number of industrial processes. Because these chemicals have been used in so many consumer products, most people have been exposed to them. But companies in the U.S. voluntarily agreed in 2006 to phase out U.S. production of these chemicals. Scientists have found PFOA and PFOS in the blood of nearly all the people they tested. But these studies show that the levels of PFOA and PFOS in blood have been decreasing. While consumer products and food are a large source of exposure to these chemicals for the most part, drinking water can be an additional source in a small percentage of communities where these chemicals have contaminated water supplies. Such contamination is typically localized and associated with a specific facility, for example, an industrial facility where these chemicals were produced or used to manufacture other products, or an airfield at which they were used for firefighting. EPA's 2016 Lifetime Health Advisories included some of this. So the EPA developed health advisories to provide information on contaminants that can cause human health effects and are known or anticipated to occur in our drinking water. EPA's health advisories are non-enforceable and non-regulatory and provide technical information to state agencies and other public health officials in health effects, analytical methodologies, and treatment technologies associated with drinking water contamination. In 2009, the EPA published provisional health advisories for PFOA and PFOS based on the evidence available at that time. The science has evolved since then, and the EPA is now replacing the 2009 provisional advisories with new lifetime health advisories. To provide Americans, including the most sensitive populations, with a margin of protection from lifetime exposure to PFOA and PFOS from drinking water, the EPA established the health advisory levels at 70 parts per trillion. 70 parts per trillion. When both PFOA and PFOS are found in drinking water, the combined concentrations of PFOA and PFOS should be compared with the 70 parts per trillion health advisory. This health advisory level offers a margin of protection for all Americans throughout their life from adverse health efforts resulting from exposure to PFOA and PFOS in drinking water. How the health advisories were developed. This is where it gets interesting, members. The EPA's health advisories are based on the best available peer-reviewed studies of the effects of PFOA and PFOS on laboratory animals, rats and mice, and were also informed by epidemiological studies of human populations that have been exposed to PFAS. These studies indicate that exposure to PFOA and PFOS over certain levels may result in adverse health effects, including developmental effects to fetuses during pregnancy or to breastfed infants, including cancer, liver effects, immune effects, thyroid effects, and other effects. Think cholesterol changes. The EPA's health advisory levels were calculated to offer a margin of protection against adverse health effects to the most sensitive populations, fetuses during pregnancy and breastfed infants. The health advisory levels are calculated based on the drinking water intake of lactating women who drink more water than other people and can pass these chemicals along to nursing infants through breast milk. Recommendations and actions for drinking water systems. Steps to assess contamination. If water sampling results confirm that drinking water contains a PFOA or PFOS at individual or combined concentrations greater than 70 parts per trillion, the EPA recommends that water systems quickly undertake additional sampling to assess the level, scope, and localized source of the contamination to inform the next steps. The steps to inform. If water sampling results confirm that drinking water contains PFOA and PFOS at individual or combined concentrations greater than 70 parts per trillion, water systems should promptly notify their state drinking water agency, safety agency, or with EPA and jurisdiction for which the EPA is the primary drinking water safety agency, and consult with the relative agency on the best approach to conduct additional sampling. Drinking water systems and public health officials should also promptly provide consumers with information about the levels of PFOS and PFOA in their drinking water. This notice should include specific information on the risks to fetuses during pregnancy and breastfed and formula-fed infants from exposure to drinking water with an individual or combined concentration of PFOA and PFAS above the EPA's health advisory level of 70 parts per trillion.
Just to let you know, Representative Geithner, you have just over 1 minute left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. In addition, it should identify options that consumers may consider to reduce risk, such as seeking an alternative drinking water source, or in the case of parents or formula-fed infants, using formula that does not require adding water. So members, I think it's important that we recognize the impacts that PFOA and PFOS can have on our most vulnerable. I think it's important that this bill is passed today on thirds, so we can send it to the Senate, because I think that they too need the opportunity to go ahead and address it as well. I think the people of Colorado are counting on us to offer these types of protections in this policy so that we can safeguard those that are most vulnerable. So members, I urge a yes vote, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Still an honor to serve with you, Mr. Chairman.
And also with you.
I guess I'm a little confused. I used to sit on the Centennial Airport Authority Board, the Arapahoe County Water and Wastewater Authority, and the South Metro Stormwater Authority. Generally, these are local issues that are dealt with at a local level under the Clean Water Act, the EPA, Colorado Department. And I guess my question to the sponsors of this bill, and the questions to my colleagues from Colorado Springs, is why is this a statewide issue where you feel you need to run a bill instead of dealing with it from a local issue, which historically has been done? We've had issues at Centennial Airport, just like you're talking about. I understand the issue is much, much greater in Colorado Springs and Arapahoe County. But we worked with the airport, the water authorities, and the stormwater authorities, and took the mandates from the EPA, federal government, and Colorado State, and we took steps to clean up the water, put systems in place to keep the water clean, and it was all handled at a local level. Why is it necessary to handle this at a state level, and why is this state law necessary? Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the impacts that we're seeing statewide that can actually respond to the previous speaker's comments about the PFAS and how it is being found not just in Colorado Springs and in the Fountain area and near Peterson Air Force Base. That is where the larger concentrate is being found. But I found some information on that says in the summer of 2018, Lucy Molina, a 45-year-old mother of two who lives in Commerce City near the Suncor oil refinery, said a city council member told her that her tap water was contaminated with toxic polyfluoroalkyl chemicals, also known as PFAS. At the time, she said she didn't know what the chemicals were. It was just one more reason not to drink the water in the heavy industrial north area of Denver. The city's water utility, South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, put out a news release in July of 2018 saying the water was safe to drink because the PFAS concentrations fell below the Environmental Protection Agency's health advisory limit of 70 parts per million. 70 parts per trillion. 1 part per trillion is about equal, and listen to this, folks, it's about equal to 1 grain of sugar in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. That is the EPA's health advisory limit. But in the wake of growing public concern over PFAS, a group of chemicals used in a range of products, including firefighting foam, non-stick cooking ware, and Gore-Tex waterproof outdoor gear, Colorado's health agency is questioning whether that concentration limit is in fact safe. If I ask the toxicologist and I ask experts in the field, they will never use terms like safe with respect to PFAS, said John Putnam, the Director for Environmental Programs at the Department of Public Health and Environment here in Colorado, because we don't really know since there are limits to all of these studies. New research has linked exposure to PFAS to health issues, including cancer and immune, reproductive, and hormonal dysfunction. But the EPA's advisory level, which is not enforceable, hasn't changed since 2016 and seems unlikely to be revised any time in the near future. The Trump administration's EPA has been rolling back some water protections, and Congress has failed to pass comprehensive PFAS regulations, in part because Congress has concerns about how much it will cost cities and water managers to comply. Compliance could include more frequent testing of water supplies costing thousands of dollars per week and upgrades to water treatment facilities that could cost millions of dollars. But that's left Colorado in the unprecedented position of scrambling to set a drinking water standard and then trying to enforce it. Putnam said this is a task the state doesn't have the money or staff to handle yet, and any effort it takes to cut corners to hold polluters accountable or mandate cleanup could be challenged in court by cities, water managers, and other groups concerned about their own financial liabilities. But some residents in Colorado are tired of waiting. Since 2016, the state has known that toxic, mostly non-biodegradable forever chemicals have been found in Colorado's drinking water supplies above the federal advisory limit. The chemicals have been found in groundwater within fire districts in Boulder County and near Front Range military bases, airports, and other industrial sites that use PFAS-laced foam to extinguish fires. The cities of Security, Widefield, and Fountain, which share a watershed with military bases and the Colorado Springs Airport, are ground zero for PFAS contamination in Colorado. A well at the Peterson Air Force Base tested 88,000 parts per trillion for a PFAS compound. El Paso County, home to the 3 cities and 4 military sites, the Air Force Academy, Fort Carson Army Base, Peterson Air Force Base, and Schriever Air Force Base, was selected by the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry as a site to take blood samples from residents and study the health effects of PFAS. The chemicals are less likely to be found in high levels in water supplies in other areas of the state, but given chemicals' omnipresence in modern life, they're likely found in everyone's blood. In nearly everyone's blood. And I do have a CDC link about that study. If anybody would care to hear about it, I'm more than happy to forward that link to you. A bipartisan bill is the one we're talking about now, HB 2011-19. And it would allow the state for the first time to set a hard limit on how much PFAS is allowed in drinking water supplies. Water managers also could be on the hook for testing their water supplies more frequently. Worried about the cost of compliance, water utilities will likely lobby to narrow the scope of the legislation to place limits on how often the state can require monitor and how low a drinking water standard it can set. The bill would also require fire departments and facilities that use PFAS to inform the state how much they have stockpiled, and if used, require that the PFAS be captured and disposed of properly. Separate from the bill authorizing the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to write drinking water standards, the Health Department's Water Quality Control Commission has been working on a new PFAS policy that would allow the state to regulate the chemicals through updated groundwater rules. The regulations could also set new conditions on water pollution permits. Denver is among the cities raising concerns about the proposed regulations, so it is a statewide issue. The city has fire departments that use PFAS chemicals and owns the Denver International Airport, which is required by Federal Aviation Administration to use PFAS in its firefighting foam for safety certifications, and it faces financial liability for the regulations adopted. In a written comment to the state's PFAS action plan, a representative for Denver said that the state could be legally liable if it moves too fast with the regulations, citing Colorado's Administrative Procedures Act. You may remember that back in September, we approved $500,000 so the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment could subsidize drinking water testing and pay a third party to analyze the samples. As of January, some of the testing has begun and notifications have been made. 132 have applied for funding to test their supplies. Scott said that PFAS contamination in his district could be coming from any number of industrial sources in the area. Suncor, a refinery located along Sand Creek, has acknowledged it has released PFAS into the water. And the facility, among many others, uses firefighting foam to put out petroleum-based fires. Finally, Commerce City resident Lucy Molina did ask that and say that people should be given more information about their water quality. So I wanted to just kind of make sure that you all knew that this was indeed a statewide issue. This isn't just limited to Colorado Springs. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, for letting me talk about this bill. And thank you to my colleagues for your questions and the good discussion.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Holtorf. It is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Speaker Minority Pro Tem.
Pro Tem still.
Pro Tem still. Speaker Pro Tem, fellow colleagues, I rise to talk about legislation that gets ahead of itself. In this particular bill, House Bill 201119, is a correction that had to be made because of last year's legislation to remove PFAS from its intended use. Now, I clearly understand the environmental impacts that have been discussed ad nauseum, and I don't diminish the importance. But here's the problem with what's happening today and what happened last year, and this is where I would argue we must be very cautious and careful as we charge forward here in the month of June 2020, because I see the same mistakes coming, and we will be once again folly to our own lack of understanding of many things that occur in many industries or sectors, both public and private. Now, I've had the privilege of being involved in the aviation industry, and I know the importance of fire retardants and fire suppression. If you are ever or have ever been around an aircraft fire, there's nothing more scary, in my mind, to the crew members or the passengers than an aircraft fire. Now, I have had the unfortunate experience of being in military aircraft and having been involved in precautionary situations that could have led to an aircraft fire. I even had at one time flying an H-1 fully modernized Cobra attack helicopter 16 kilometers from the demilitarized zone in the Republic of Korea, serving my country and protecting the Republic of Korea from communist aggression and oppression, and had a fuel spill on my aircraft, and Specialist Zedonic saved my life and the life of my crew member in that, using fire suppression techniques. Without that, in seconds or minutes, that aircraft would have been engulfed in flames, and a multi-million-dollar helicopter and crew members would have been dead, and I would not be here today. So, let me get back to a larger point with this legislation. When we attack these chemicals that have a specific purpose in industry and try to outlaw them or deregulate them without consideration and without proper stakeholder input, and more specifically without looking and having the forward-thinking ability to find the next step ahead. If we're going to do this, ladies and gentlemen, where do we go from here with the second and third and fourth order effects of this? Now, something about my military experience that I will share with you. When you're planning operations or you're conducting operations, one of the many fallacies and failures we do in the military is we focus on the here and now, but what about down the road? What's going to happen? What's going to happen down the road? Because we haven't thought far enough ahead. We've got the immediate targets, we have the immediate threat, but we haven't thought far enough ahead. And I will tell you, think about what happened in OIF, Operation Iraqi Freedom. Think of what happened. We didn't think all the way through. To the bill, thank you. So we haven't thought all the way through with this. Now, we did a 2-year extension, okay? But what comes next? We don't have an answer to that. We're hoping for a scientific or a chemical solution. We're hoping for that. But we don't have one yet. So we've extended the use of this. What the bill should be focusing on is how we do the cleanup. If we have to use the chemical, how do we do the cleanup so that people are not harmed? Now, I understand the spill was done and the contaminant is out there now, so that's post facto. But truly, in 2 years, if we don't have something that can do the fire suppression capability of this chemical, what are we going to do? I don't know. But we've got to think ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, as we promulgate rules and regulations, or we try to change this, or outlaw that, or rewrite this, are we truly thinking all the way ahead? Are we thinking far enough ahead in the future to know what those second, third, and fourth order effects are? Because that's where we have shortcomings. We need to have a larger scope of vision. We need to have more stakeholder involvement that looks beyond the here and now, that looks beyond 2020, 2021, 2022. And a 2-year deferment of kicking the can down the road, I don't think is sufficient. So, I will tell you I'm going to vote against this, and I would like this legislative body to consider having longer-term vision and longer-term solutions for the problems that we face in this state, and not having a knee-jerk reaction to something that happened in the here and now, and we're going to jump before we look for the place we're going to land in the years to come. So, I would tell you that this particular bill is not the right kind of legislation to solve this particular problem. Focus on environmental cleanup, the environmental impacts. Let those resources be available, and let's work towards better solutions. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
Well, I was up here a few minutes ago and I asked a question. Why is this not a localized issue? And I appreciate the explanation given by Representative Ransom that, this issue does spread to Denver and other areas, but historically, it's been handled at the local level. So I requested Representative Landgraf to give me an explanation, and she has one, but because of the rules, she can't speak again. So, Representative Exum, you are a co-sponsor of this bill. Can you tell me why this is not a Colorado Springs problem that shouldn't be handled at the Colorado Springs level, since historically we've done that? I sat on the Centennial Airport Board, Arapahoe County Water and Wastewater Authority, and also the Metro South Stormwater Authority. We've had these issues in the past and we handled them on a localized level. Can you please explain to me why we shouldn't have local control over cleaning this up without having to do a state statute?
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you. And what is your title again?
Speaker Pro Tem, sir.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I voted in favor of this bill in committee, and we all understand that, is it PFOB and PFOAM? Is that how? PFOB? And what's the other one? PFOS? PFORCE and PFOS? Okay, the two substances. We all know that they're deadly. And, I went home, after I voted yes on this, I went home, slept on it, read it again, slept on it again. There's just some, obviously, like I said, we don't want this in the drinking water. I don't know how this substance even started. It's shockingly deadly. And I know there were some thoughts about we can still use it during worst case scenarios. You said when people are burning up. Thank you. That we can drop it on them. I don't know if dropping pure poison on somebody when they're burning up's the answer. Again, I thought about this bill and I reread it, and intentions are perfectly great, but I get nervous on certain verbiage. It says, like in Section 3, clarifies that the Water Quality Control Commission may set standards to the substance in surface water and groundwater, and may require wastewater system to collect data. But when I hear clarify that the water quality control system may set standards, what does that mean? Is it parallel to federal standards? Could one localities or one area, or could this commission set standards that agree with our constituents that are not stringent enough? Or will the standards be too stringent that it may hurt certain businesses? So, that vagueness is concerning to me. I wish there's a little bit more guardrails for somebody who's not a professional in this to somewhat understand what standards mean. Also, section 4, we do have similar concerns. Let me go to section 4 here. And this is I don't want to, I love Representative Landgraf, and, this is a terrible substance. And Representative Exum is a professional and has years of experience in firefighting. So in section 4, it's the same issue, same moderate issue, Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission creation, membership, rules, fees, and administration. It says the commission shall promulgate rules establishing a certificate of registration. And what type of rules? Are the rules going to be too lax, too stringent, or just perfect? So when I just see promulgate rules, I just get a little nervous. It shall promulgate rules establishing a certificate of registration for any facility or fire department that possesses these two substances, establishes a standard for the capture and disposal. So they're going to promulgate rules, then establish a standard. And that's just really vague. It's just really vague. Establish a standard for the capture and disposal of these two substances, setting penalties for not obtaining such a certificate. Well, what kind of penalties? Is it going to be a written report saying you did bad, or is it going to be a felony? Or because this is kind of dangerous. Are the penalties going to be enough to deter? We know it's bad, but just kind of vague, but still a great bill. Any facility or fire department that possesses these two substances must obtain a certificate of registration under this subsection for 6 months. So, and then I think we kind of go back to, still there needs to be some type of law regulating these substances. They're deadly. And, I think this bill does add to maybe last year's bill. But it just these vague words of promulgating rules, set standards, I just don't know what that means. And, could they be not those standards and rules? Could they not? I know it says who's making them, but there's different opinions, and it'd be nice if we knew that they were strong enough to make sure our community's safe. So, but I think the purpose of the bill is great. I would like the question of the local control issue. If that's a great question. I always get nervous on any type of bill that, our bills are broad brush across the state. They hit every corner of the state. And is this bill great for every corner of the state? Or should there be more local control where they make their rules? I can see maybe a Boulder wanting stricter rules than El Paso County, or a county that has, an airport wanting stricter rules than a rural county that doesn't have any airports. So local control is something that I think it's a great question that Representative Bockenfeld said. And With that said, I'm still thinking about it. You know, I voted yes on it, but we'll have to see. Thank you.
Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
And it is an honor to serve with you, Representative.
You look good up there, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I knew nothing about this bill, so I asked Representative Landgraf about it, and she said, why don't you read something that Dr. Agate wrote about, and she asked me to go on ahead and share this information with you all, and I think it's a very appropriate thing to share. Dr. Agate was one of the researchers planning to retest the blood of 50 people back in June to see how quickly the chemicals leave their bodies, which is really important, and said people should limit the use of the myriad of household items containing these particular chemicals, such as many non-stick and water-resistant products. All of these people who have been working on this issue since, and it was first announced, fully realized that continued study is definitely needed. In last year's National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, $58.8 million was appropriated for the entirety of the United States of America. Of that, $25 million will go to our region to address the PFOS issues, which include research and analysis. The subject came up at a meeting that was held on December the 17th with representatives from the Senator Cory Gardner's office and Senator Michael Bennett's office. They are both fully aware of this issue and continue to work to get additional dollars for study, as well as reimbursement for the funds the communities have had to spend. They had to spend those monies on remediation. A large group of people, including the directors of the water districts, officials from 3 affected districts, Congressman Lamborn, city council members, the EPA, the Department of Public Health, both county and state, Commissioners Gonzalez and Representative Landgraf have been trying to get the word out on the current condition of the water. Through those meetings, town halls, articles in the newspapers, at city council meetings, or just speaking to people at the senior center and other places, they have all been working on this since it was brought to their attention. When the EPA made their announcement, Congressman Lamborn, Commissioner Gonzalez, and Representative Landgraf immediately got involved at the levels they represent. Meetings with water district departments, department heads, city council, the Air Force, even arranging a trip for representatives to fly in from Washington. That's Washington, D.C., not Washington State. We're here to meet with the United States Air Force officials at the Pentagon. They have toured New Filtration Center, New Filtration Center, looked at filters, and talked to members of the local departments of public health, state departments of public health, and the EPA. Other town hall meetings with these people in attendance were included and had representatives from Senator Gardner and Senator Bennett's, and Congressman Lamborn's office. In June, tests from one of the laboratories authorized by the Environmental Protection Agency to test for PFCs confirmed that PFCs have been removed to non-detectable levels in fountain GAC filtered groundwater supply. They are well below the Environmental Protection Agency's current health advisory limit of 70 parts per trillion. That's not million, that's not billion, but that's trillion. You can see that the latest test results, if you're interested in this, for all the Fountain Valley on the CDPHE website, and I'll give you that CDPHE website if you'd like. I don't see anyone wanting to see that. I can give that to you if you'd like. All are well below the advisory levels. Contrast these results with the bottled water you continue to buy and use with those plastic bottles. That water is not regulated. I repeat, the water in those plastic bottles is not regulated. Water bottled and sold in Colorado is not regulated at all, period. You could be trading our good, clean, safe water for full of who knows what, and you're paying for it. We will keep you informed of any new information that comes to light. One of the questions that arose at the latest water meeting was how to dispose of home filters. The filters cannot go to the county hazardous waste dump site because of the PFOAs are not deemed hazardous. Remember, the EPA issued an advisory, not a regulation. An advisory is a suggestion that something may be bad and not that we are looking for it. This is not a you must get rid of it now. So the filters are not deemed hazardous. You can dispose of them in a landfill. Landfills are lined, they're lined generally with bentonite. I don't know if you knew that, but that's a impenetrable mineral that is not penetrable by water at least. They are lined and have been tested for seepage. Also, Fountain will have a dedicated dumpster in their recycle site. They will dispose of all of them for you. So if you're worried about Fountain, they will take care of that. To sum things up in this long soliloquy, the water in the Fountain, Security, and Widefield is perfectly safe to drink. You can see the results from all the communities at the CDPHE website /PFCs/El Paso County. Yes, the water contains trace amounts of chemicals, as does all water. These amounts are far below the EPA's advisory level. This information has been reported repeatedly, and if you'd like, I'd be happy to repeat it again. I don't see anyone wanting me to repeat it again. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Representative Liston has asked for me to repeat that. So it's www.coloradoGov/Pacific/CDPHE/PFCs/El Paso County. These amounts are far below the EPA's advisory level. This information has been reported repeatedly. It is important that everyone who lives in these communities and gets Fountain Valley water realizes that their water supply is safe. It's very important for you to know. To continue to think it is not a disservice to everyone living here. It scares people unnecessarily. It drives the value of property down, and we do not want to do that. Affects development and costs people money by encouraging them to buy expensive bottled water with plastic.
Representative, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate that. I'm about to wrap this up. If you have any questions, please bring them to Representative Landgraf, call the City Council, or the county appropriate government authorities. You can get those answers. If we can't find an answer, we'll at least know where Senator Landgraf is, and she can find the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention to this. Representative Landgraf, forgive me, I apologize. They want me to repeat it all over again, but I assume that...
Oh, sir, you are almost out of time.
Thank you, sir. It's been an honor to serve with you. You do look very good up there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Liston to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Assistant Minority Leader, and fellow colleague. Members, I want to bring to you a little different aspect of why this bill would be necessary, kind of a historical idea, and I appreciate why Representative Landgraf and Representative Exum have brought this, about PFAS and so forth, to make sure that aircraft accidents are treated safely. You all kind of know that I'm a junior historian, World War II historian. My father was a World War II bomber pilot. He flew B-24s, God bless him, all over the South Pacific. And for those brave men that flew in B-24s and B-17s and all kinds of aircraft, it was very, very dangerous. I don't know if any of you have ever been in a World War II bomber. I have. I've been in a B-24. And basically, those aircraft were flying coffins. I can say if you've never been in a B-24, it's about as wide, maybe a hair wider than my arm span right here. And you got 10 or 11 men in where the skin of the aircraft was all aluminum, and the men were in their flight gear flying at 25,000 feet. And it was very dangerous. And Representative Woodrow, I'll tell you where I'm going with this, don't worry. It has to do with PFAS a lot, so just settle down, don't worry. Is that when they went out on these dangerous missions and their aircraft were shot full of holes, and they had to crash land sometimes. In fact, a lot of times they'd have to crash land. That's why our strategy of going through the South Pacific to secure landing air bases at Iwo Jima and Okinawa so we could bomb the Japanese, it was necessary because when those airplanes were coming back, they were shot up and they would crash land. And it was the PFAS that was there to put out the aircraft fires. The men were, a lot of the men in the aircraft were wounded, they were killed, and the pilots had to take and land these shot up aircraft on the airfields, and they had specialty tanker trucks that were filled with PFAS. Am I correct, Representative Landgraf? And Representative Carver, Air Force veteran, and they were there because as the airplanes came in, shot full of holes, a lot of times their landing gear would not be able to come down, and they would crash and they would immediately catch on fire. And as I think as my good colleague Representative Holtorf, he was talking about, if there's anything that you're scared about is to crash land and have aviation fuel. I think it's called J4. Am I correct, Representative Holtorf? Yeah, JP4. Yeah, aviation gasoline. It's highly, highly flammable. And, it's one thing to be shot from an aircraft. It's another thing to crash land and to be incinerated with aviation fuel. So you want to make sure that you have that, that specialty PFAS that can put out those aircraft fires. My father, God bless him, was involved in several aircraft accidents. Like I say, he flew all over the South Pacific. I still have his aviation maps that are made out of silk. You know why they were made out of silk? Because one, they didn't burn as easily, and number two, if you had to go down in the water, the silk maps would not disintegrate from the salt water. So my father, who was involved and he was the pilot, and I still have his picture of one of his crews today. It's in my den, and I can only imagine. In fact, I've seen first-hand color films of these aircraft accidents, and to see these bombers burn up, and when they hit, they just go up in flames instantaneously. So I can tell you from the perspective of veterans of be it World War II or Korea and Vietnam, which I'll get into another story, of how grateful they were and are today of having PFAS, because that saved many of their lives. So another story I'd like to recount to you is my brother-in-law, who was a fighter pilot in Vietnam. He did 200 missions over North Vietnam. I think some of you have heard me say this. He did 200 missions, did 2 different tours. His first tour, he flew F-105s. They were fighter bombers. They were called thuds, F-105s. They were called thuds, loaded with bombs. And they would fly over North Vietnam, knocking out bridges wherever they could. And every time he flew over, the anti-aircraft, AAA as they called it, anti-aircraft artillery was firing at he and his comrades. They were flying out of Thailand. And, Senator John McCain and many of the American POWs, that was the plane they were flying, were F-105s. And they were slow and heavily laden with bombs, and they'd get shot down. If they didn't get shot down over North Vietnam, but they were still shot up, they had to come back to Thailand or South Vietnam and land their aircraft, shot full of holes, AAA, and then they would land, and their planes would burst into flames sometimes. And that PFAS would save their lives. So my brother-in-law, on his second tour, he was flying F-4s then, the Phantom jets. He got shot down, but he was able to nurse his plane back. And he came down in the airfield. I'm not sure where it was, but he came down, and he hit hard, and that plane burst into flames. My brother-in-law would not be here today, probably, if it had not been the good men and women on those air rescue crews that was able to put out the flames of his aircraft, the F-4 that was shot down. And today, he is a member of a distinguished group, once again, Representative Holtorf, maybe Representative Champion might know of it, of what's called the Red River Valley Fighter Pilots Association. Those are the men that flew over North Vietnam. And today it's a distinguished group. They meet once a year around the United States. Not sure if they're going to be able to meet this year, but these are true heroes. The men of the Red River Valley Fighter Pilots Association. Didn't matter whether you flew 1 or 2 missions or you flew 200 like my brother-in-law. But today, many of those men would, and I don't mean to omit the women, but the women were not pilots over North Vietnam in those days. Today they would be. But they would not be here alive today, a number of them, if PFAS had not been around and those crews were not able to rescue them. It was one thing to do the mission, but it was another thing to come back alive. And they'd have, a lot of people don't realize it, is in World War II, if you did 25 missions, you were done. In Vietnam, you did 25, you did 50, and you did 100. There was no such thing as 25 missions unless you got shot down. So I'm here to lend my support to House Bill 1119, and also to dedicate this bill to the brave men and women who use PFAS to save
30 seconds,
countless-
Representative.
Thank you. To save countless lives of men who would not be here today. So God bless the United States Air Force, the United States Navy, and the United States Marines for their service in Vietnam and Korea, and especially World War II. Thank you, Representative Landgraf.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, we had some information provided on PFOA and PFOS earlier, and I just from the EPA, and I thought it would be helpful for the members to have the remainder of that information from a fact sheet on PFOA and PFOS drinking water health advisories. As far as steps to limit exposure, a number of options are available to drinking water systems to lower concentrations of PFOA and PFOS at the drinking water supply. In some cases, drinking water systems may be able to reduce concentrations of PFAS, including PFOA and PFOS, by closing contaminated wells or changing rates of blending of water sources. Alternatively, public water systems can treat source water with activated carbon or high-pressure membrane systems called reverse osmosis to remove PFOA and PFOS from drinking water. These treatment systems are used by some public water systems today, but should be carefully designed and maintained to ensure that they are effective for treating PFOA and PFOS. In some communities, entities have provided bottled water to consumers while steps to reduce or remove PFOS or PFOA from drinking water or to establish a new water supply are completed. Home drinking water treatment units are typically certified by independent third-party organizations against American National Standards Institute or ANSI standards to verify their contaminant removal claims. Some home filters remove impurities using activated carbon and reverse osmosis, which are the same technologies utilized by public water supply systems to remove PFOA and PFOS. However, there are currently no ANSI protocols for testing home treatment systems to verify that these devices effectively remove PFOA and PFOS, or how frequently the filter should be changed in order to maintain removal efficiency. NSF International is currently developing such protocols. Between 2000 and 2002, PFOS was voluntarily phased out of production in the U.S. by its primary manufacturer, 3M. EPA also issued regulations to limit future manufacturing, including importation of PFOS and its precursors, without first having EPA review the new use. A limited set of existing uses for PFOS, fire-resistant aviation hydraulic fluids, photography and film products, photomicrolithography process to produce semiconductors, metal finishing and plating baths, component of an etchant, was excluded from these regulations because these uses were ongoing and alternatives were not available. And again, this is from the EPA fact sheet dated May 2016 on PFOA and PFOS drinking water health advisories. In 2006, EPA asked 8 major companies to commit to working toward the elimination of their production and use of PFOA and the chemicals that degrade to PFOA from emissions and products by the end of 2015. All 8 companies have phased out PFOA and chemicals that degrade to PFOA from emissions and products by the end of 2015. Additionally, PFOA is included in EPA's proposed Toxic Substances Control Act Significant New Use Rule, or SNUR, issued in January 2015, which will ensure that EPA has an opportunity to review any efforts to reintroduce the chemical into the marketplace and take action as necessary to address potential concerns. There are a limited number of existing uses of PFOA-related chemicals that were excluded from the regulations because these uses are ongoing. EPA has not established national primary drinking water standards for PFOA and PFOS as of May 2016. EPA is evaluating PFOA and PFOS as drinking water contaminants in accordance with this process. More information on health advisories. These are listed as a list of contaminants for water systems required to monitor under the third unregulated contaminant monitor rule. Results of this monitoring effort are updated regularly and can be found at the publicly available National Contaminant Occurrence Database. In accordance with SDWA, EPA will consider the occurrence data along with peer-reviewed health effect assessments supporting the PFOA and PFOS health advisories to make a regulatory determination on whether to initiate the process. In addition, EPA plans to begin a separate effort to determine the range of PFOS for which an integrated risk information system assessment may be needed. And so with that, members, just wanted to share with you the remainder of the fact sheet from EPA on PFOA and PFOS drinking water health advisories dated May 2016.
Representative Sandridge. You, sir, have 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. What kind of shocks me a little bit about this bill is how did this substance, I know the substance is so good. I know that Representative Liston was talking so favorably about it. He's talking it so great that it seems like he wants to put it on his cupcakes. But I want to know how this substance, even though it's so good, how did it originally get to be and get in our water supply? And now we're having to deal with it right now. I question if this bill is actually stringent enough. I still think that there's definitions and there's rules that are vague. And if this thing's getting in our water supply and killing people, it seems like we need to look for better options. You can't tell me that pure poison is the only substance used that's out there on the planet Earth that can actually help when during this fire. There's got to be more green. There's got to be more green products out there that can be invented where we can, that's just as good as these two substances, and that can actually get on our water supply and actually be somewhat healthy. I look back at our discussions about that we're still going to have it around in worst case scenarios. And we're going to drop it on our people during worst case scenarios during a fire. That just doesn't seem like an adequate answer. We're going to have it around worst case scenarios.
You have 1 minute remaining, Representative.
Thank you. And so it seems like we would want to fund some research to find better options than dropping poison on our people during worst case scenario. That's a concern I have. That's a concern I have, and I don't know if this bill really addresses that concern. I would hate to have that substance drop on me. I know we live in Colorado Springs, and we had the Mountain Shadows fire as well as a Black Forest fire, and if this substance had to be used, and hopefully it wasn't used, but it could have been used, what am I drinking? What is my family drinking? And could there have been a substance used that was safer? We put a man on the moon.
Representative, you are out of time.
Thank you, sir.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Here's what I can add to this debate. Speaker Pro Tem, pardon me.
I'll allow it.
Here's what I can add to this debate. You just heard a question, is there something safer out there? And sadly, this is truly the world we live in, where we have a product that does something incredibly special. As many of you know, I've had every job under the sun, and one of those jobs was in corporate aviation in Dallas, Texas, and New Mexico and Kansas City. But one of the things that I did in that job was I taught some of the folks handling aircraft how to put out fires before the fire department could get there. And you may not understand this, but often the way we train that is to take a 50-gallon barrel of jet fuel and throw a match in it. And the match goes out. You might not really realize that jet fuel is basically kerosene, and kerosene has a relatively high flash point. And so you throw the match in it, and out it goes. And so we'd take a propane torch, and we would heat up the side of that barrel until we got to the evaporative level, the evaporation of the jet fuel. And then we'd light it on fire, and we'd have them come and learn how to put it out with a carbon dioxide fire extinguisher. Sometimes we would use dry chemical, and sometimes we would even bring over the big water hose and put it out that way. Here's the challenge that you have, is that often aviation fires are not a product of jet fuel. Most of you don't know that virtually every wheel on an aircraft is made of magnesium. And when magnesium burns, it's very lightweight, it's very strong. When magnesium burns, it actually generates its own oxygen. And so it is not able to be put out by normal mechanisms. So as you take a magnesium wheel, I can drop it in a barrel of water and it will burn. And so what people don't really understand is that aviation fires are very, very specific types of fire. They are very, very specific things. You can't throw whipped cream on it. You can't do anything. You have to reduce the temperature of that product till the point it cannot burn anymore. Because what does fire consist of? Fire is a three-legged stool. You have fuel, you have heat, and you have oxygen. You have fuel, you have an ignition source, and you have oxygen. That's all you have to have. And the problem with magnesium is it's its own oxygen. So as it burns, it creates its own oxygen, it keeps burning, and it burns incredibly hot. And so when you start to do the math on why we have a problem with PFAS, it is because literally that chemical composition is the only thing that remains in its characteristic foam, in its chemical composition in high heat, so that what you can actually do is remove the heat from the three-legged triangle of the aviation fire you're trying to put out. So a lot of us see aviation accidents and we see the big ball of fire and we see things go badly. Often when jet fuel burns, it burns quickly and it burns having been out in the sun and it's already at a flash point. You get a nice big ball of fire in the sky, but that's not the fire that we have to worry about. The fire we have to worry about is the one that is occurring with the aircraft itself. So it's when you see an airplane go off a runway and you see that fire department come up and foam that airplane, that is because often, if you can imagine an aircraft that's trying to take off and they find out they've got a problem, and you want them to do this, believe you me, you want them to abort that takeoff. When you're aborting a takeoff at around 140 to 160 miles an hour, what do you got to do? You got to slam on the brakes. What do you think happens when you slam on the brakes? Everything attached to that landing gear gets awfully hot, including the tires, which often will explode. They're filled with nitrogen, so that's actually not a problem for you because they just end up melting off and going away. But guess what's under that tire? It's a magnesium wheel. And when that thing gets really hot and it starts burning, you got to find a way to put it out. The only way that we know of that retains its chemical characteristics and its physical structure has been PFAS. So we enter into this world of contamination very innocently. We enter into that world because what we want to be able to do is save lives. What we want to be able to do is make sure that we do not have a structure or an aircraft burning that leads not only to the loss of life, but to the loss of that aircraft, to the loss of the surrounding environment. I mean, you guys have been down to Colorado Springs. You get a grass fire that takes off on one of those runways. Pretty soon it's out in your neck of the woods, Representative Pelton. So when we talk about what we're going to do about this problem was not entered into, as my honorable colleague mentioned, because we just couldn't find something better. We found the best product we could. We found the best product we possibly could have to do that job. It so happens that that product contaminated groundwater, contaminated other things, merely by the nature of how it breaks down or doesn't break down when we put it out on the ground. So the fact is, we've been presented with a problem. Now we're talking about what the solution looks like. The solution here is, how are we going to regulate it? How are we going to pay for cleanup? How are we going to, and thanks to Representative Landgraf, how are we going to truly go back and figure out how to help communities out through no fault of their own that got into this world of having contamination from PFAS? You know, we have an entire neighborhood over here on the east side of Denver. How many people, show of hands, landed at Stapleton Airport when it was an airport? It is now a neighborhood. And I can promise you that the tanks where we held PFAS, the tanks where we had the fuel farm, we had a massive cleanup to do out there because we were going to put people where we had chemicals. It's just a fact of life of how we get into these situations and what we do. But I will tell you this, that as we look at it, we've really created some manageable ways of dealing with this. We've helped our local communities out. We've literally been a partner to the military in making sure that what we can do is put something in place that we can all live with. We're a partner to our federal government in how we go about this. So I thank Representative Landgraf, I thank Representative Exum for bringing a bill that really literally is part of the solution of cleaning up this issue. Now, to my right honorable colleague, I don't know what else is out there that we can move to now that we know that PFAS is so toxic. I have no idea. But I can believe in the very nature of what this country does and how it innovates, that we're going to find something that works equally well, that does not contaminate groundwater, that does not require this kind of cleanup, and does not require this kind of afterthought 20 years later. Because none of us want to have this conversation 20 years from now. We want to make sure that what we do today with this is the final chapter in this story. And if I have done anything today other than teach you that most aircraft have magnesium wheels, that magnesium actually makes its own oxygen when it burns, which is, to be honest, one of the more remarkable things you'll ever see. Hopefully what it really does is when you're sitting on an airplane next time and you understand what's happening as you trot down that runway, you know how much forethought has gone into making sure you're safe, making sure that the environment's safe, making sure that everything we can do preserves that life, that day, on that trip. I urge support.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I have to say that was extremely impressive. I had no idea on the magnesium wheels and how important keeping PFAS around for putting those fires out, especially if, as he said, magnesium generates its own oxygen. What other option do you have than to take away the heat source? That's amazing. I really learned something here today. And I so value all my colleagues' inspiration on this bill. It's a very important bill. I wanted to tell you what the Metro Wastewater Reclamation District has said about this bill. And by the way, Metro Wastewater Reclamation District is a public entity that provides wholesale wastewater treatment services for 2 million people in the Denver metro region. For context, this is 36% of the state population, and we are the 10th largest utility in the country and the largest utility in the Rocky Mountain West. So they say major impacts to our facilities and operations would have widespread financial and environmental impacts to a significant portion of its citizens of Colorado, which is why they take very seriously their responsibility for financial, public health, and environmental stewardship. The goal of any PFAS legislation, they say, should be to determine the most effective steps needed to reduce human exposure and implement them within a broad context of protecting human health. This requires differentiating high concentration sites from background concentrations and taking action to mitigate concentrations at the high use sites. This also demands both a reassessment of products we produce and use daily and a realistic assessment of how to control PFAS chemicals already in the background environment. That's very important because there are some already existing. The most significant action we need to take today is to remove these chemicals of concern from the stream of consumer products and commerce and pursue cleanup and remediation at highly contaminated sites. Source reduction and pollution prevention can serve as the most effective means of addressing the persistent background presence of PFAS and effectively limit exposure to PFAS going forward. Legislators, regulators, and drinking water, wastewater, and solid waste agencies must work collaboratively to examine how to manage PFAS holistically with science-driven decision-making. So I'll just let you consider this is what this bill does, and that's why it's so important. Some of the things they've asked our committee to consider on energy and environment were wastewater treatment plants are not a source of PFAS. They are a receiver, meaning they convey and manage trace amounts of PFAS due primarily to everyday use by the ratepayers and citizens. The major contaminated sites in Colorado identified by CDPHE are not the result of wastewater treatment plants. They are the result of the use of the firefighting foam primarily for testing purposes. If all wastewater treatment plants discharged no PFAS, the major contamination in Colorado would still exist. CDPHE has not included any provisions that would focus on all sources of PFAS contamination, which is a major missing component of the bill. There is no known treatment that destroys PFAS. The available treatments transfer PFAS from one media, soil, water, and air, to another media. And for example, granulated activated carbon removes PFAS from water, resulting in waste that needs to be taken to landfills. And landfills produce leachate, a water byproduct that then needs to be treated again. PFAS goes from water to solids back to water, never being destroyed. And there are similar issues with incarceration. So as you can tell, some of the considerations they gave us in committee are definitely worth our consideration and our education, because we're going to be dealing with this for a very long time. This bill is a first step. If the public utilities are left with the responsibility to treat PFAS, there will be major financial implications to all ratepayers and constituents. The district provides the following information with an important caveat. The district does not know the viability or efficacy of treatment, particularly because they do not know the policy endpoint. Based on our current estimates to install a process to move PFAS from water, we would need to spend $700 million in the near term on capital expenditures and an additional $15 million a year in operating expenses. And pay attention to that, folks, because if we make water treatment so expensive, the average citizen is not going to be able to afford the bill. The district's annual charge rates would need to increase over 130% in the next 4 years to the common PFAS process would be paid by the ratepayers. The science is still evolving to understand the fate, exposure, and the toxicity of PFAS in various environmental media, and we need sound science to inform legislation. The analytical methods needed to study and accurately monitor these chemicals at such trace concentrations are still in development for media other than drinking water. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I don't think people can hear me. Let me say that again. The analytical methods needed to study and accurately monitor these chemicals at such trace concentrations are still in development for media other than drinking water. Without an approved analytical method, we cannot be sure that we will get a valid, reproducible sampling results that will hinder our ability to make science-based decisions. So this is a very important bill to consider all around, especially as legislators and those for you that are going to be going on next year. This is a very important topic. The other point I want to make that was made earlier is that with the EPA considerations, consider 1 grain of sugar. You can barely see a grain of sugar, and yet, 1 grain of sugar per 1 Olympic-sized swimming pool. That is the level of the EPA limit. Yet we have activists right now, one of whom was actually campaigning in our committee, which I will say the chair, Representative Jackson, actively said, look, you're not going to do that. But basically, if you take that to half a grain of sugar per Olympic-sized swimming pool, members, nobody can afford that. So we do need to honor EPA limit. I am going to vote yes on this bill. I think it strikes an excellent balance. I so appreciate Representative Landgraf for bringing this forward. I know her city of Fountain has done everything it can. They've done a remarkable job of making sure they have very safe drinking water. And Representative Exum, very safe drinking water. And that's important because you've got to give consumers the confidence that when they buy a home in Fountain or some of these other cities, that they're making a sound investment. They can be proud of being in their community. They can be proud to raise their kids there, make sure their children are safe. And so when you buy a house in Fountain, know that they've done the things that they are supposed to do. It is safe. And like I said, I'm just so happy we brought this bill forward. I know we've had this discussion for years. I remember this discussion from previous years. So again, colleagues, I would urge a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Your Representative, the question. Representative Buck.
Thank you, is it Speaker Pro Tem?
That's correct.
It's good to see you up there, sir. I do come down to the well in support of this bill. I think it's a great bill. Just the exposure assessment background. An exposure assessment is a way to look at whether people in the community might have been exposed to a certain type of substance in their environment. People who are tested to see whether they've been exposed. Using this information, public health professionals provide guidance to help people reduce or stop exposure. And an exposure assessment does not look at what types of health problems the exposure might cause. But in 2018, National Defense Authorization Acts, the NDAA authorized CDC, ATSDR to look at PFAS exposure in communities near current or former military bases that are known to have PFAS in their drinking water. This exposure assessment will build upon the CDC and the ATSDR-funded PFAS exposure assessment pilot work being done in the Pennsylvania and Department of Health in Bucks and Montgomery counties by the New York State Department of Health in West Hampton. So I'm just grateful that we're bringing this bill. I think it's an issue that needs to be taken seriously, and I want to just thank Representative Landgraf.
Representative Landgraf. Is your second time, and you have 3 minutes remaining.
Oh, I'll go fast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I had a couple of questions I wanted to answer. Representative Holtorf, this bill doesn't do this, but the previous bill gives a period of time, couple years, that this product can be used for catastrophic fires, because you're absolutely right, we don't want people being involved in these awful fires and we can't put it out. During that time, the FAA has promised a new product that will take care of it. I wanted to talk about, well, here's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about my brother-in-law, Jerry. Jerry was a night stalker. He spent his time on helicopters, and his helicopter came down, not on purpose. He was killed, and he was burned. And oh, you don't have to stand up. It's been a while. He was burned to death. Well, he was, I'm sure, dead. They put a uniform in his coffin, and that was it. So these products are extremely important. They're going to come up with a new one. In the meantime, this bill is important because if we don't pass it, the airline industry will not be able to function in Colorado. Imagine DIA with no planes. That would be a disaster. And that's really what this bill is all about. This bill is allowing people to use it in testing in certain instances, the airlines, in very controlled situations, and dispose of the product without it getting into the groundwater until a new product is produced. I ask for a yes vote. Thank you. And now you know everything you need to know about PFAS and PFOA, except how to pronounce it.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 1119. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Members participating remotely, how do you vote? Representative Buckner?
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Jackson?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Melton?
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Members in the gallery, how do you vote? Representative Titone? Representative Titone votes yes. Representative Froelich? Yes. Representative Froelich votes yes. Representative McLaughlin? Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Sullivan? Representative Sullivan votes yes. Is there anyone else in the gallery or participating remotely that I have not called on? There are a few members who have not voted. Representatives Arndt, Esgar, Hooton, Humphrey, Michelson, Janae, Roberts, Singer. Speaker Becker is here. Representatives Hooton and Michelson Janae are excused. Oh, excuse me, Representative Hooton is here. Representative Michelson Janae is excused. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 3 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, House Bill 1119 passes. Co-sponsors. Participating remotely, we have co-sponsorship from Representative Jackson, Representative Melton, in the gallery, Representative Titone, Representative McLaughlin, Representative Froelich, Representative Buckner. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1184.
House Bill 1184 by Representatives Buenteo and Pelton, also Senators Heisey and Donovan, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Seed Act and in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1184 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. I ask that the bill be read at length.
There has been a request to read the bill at length.
A bill for an act concerning the continuation of the Colorado Seed Act 101 and, in connection therewith, implementing 102 recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report 103 by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. 104 Bill Summary. Note, this be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado 1 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 2434-104, repeal 2, 18, A, 3, and add 32, as follows 32434-104. General Assembly review of regulatory agencies for and functions for repeal, continuation, or reestablishment, Legislative 5 declaration, repeal. 18, A, the following agencies, functions, or both 6 are scheduled to repeal on July 1, 2020:7, 3, the registration functions of the Commissioner of Agriculture 8 specified in Article 27 of Title 35, C.R.S. 9, 32, A, the following agencies, functions, or both, are 10 scheduled for repeal on September 1, 2031:11, I, the registration functions of the Commissioner of 12 Agriculture specified in Article 27 of Title 35.13, B, this subsection, 32, is repealed, effective September 1, 14, 2033.15. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 35-27-125 as 16 HB 20-1184-2. Follows 135-27-125. Repeal of article, termination of functions. This Article 27 is repealed, effective July 1st, 2020. Prior to such 3 September 1st, 2031. Before the repeal, the registration functions of the 4 Commissioner of Agriculture shall be reviewed as provided for in R5 scheduled for review in accordance with Section 2434-104. C.R.S.6 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 35-27-111, amend 7, 2, B, and 4, as follows 835-27-111. Registration of custom seed conditioners, farmer non-seed labelers, retail seed dealers, and seed labelers, form, fees -10 renewal, rules. 2, B, I. Each registration completed pursuant to this 11 section shall be is effective on the first day of the month following the 12th month it was submitted to the department and shall expire on the last day 13 of the month 12 months from the date it became effective for up to 1 year, subject to a renewal schedule established by the 15 Commissioner by Rule Point 16. 2. Notwithstanding subparagraph I of this paragraph, B. 17 registrations renewed between March 1st, 2000, and February 1st, 2001, shall 18 expire February 28, 2001. Effective March 1st, 2001. All registrations shall 19 be effective March 1st of each year and shall expire the last day of 20 February of each year. Point 21. 4. A. The Commissioner shall establish registration fees except 22 that registration fees for, by Rule Point 23, I. Custom seed conditioners and seed labelers shall not exceed $24,300, and 25. 2. Farmer seed labelers and retail seed dealers shall not exceed $2675. Point 27 HB 20-1184-3. B. The Commissioner shall establish fees for each additional one separate registration location according to the class of registrant, except 2 that the fee for 3. I. Custom seed conditioners and seed labelers shall not exceed $475 for each such additional separate location, and 5. 2. Farmer seed labelers and retail seed dealers shall not exceed $625 for each such additional separate location. Point 7 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 35-27-124 as 8 follows 935-27-124. Fees credited to Plant Health, Pest Control, and 10 Environmental Protection Cash Fund. All fees and civil fines collected 11 pursuant to this Article 27 shall be transmitted to the State 12 Treasurer, who shall credit the same to the Plant Health, Pest Control, and 13 Environmental Protection Cash Fund created in Section 35-1-106.3. The 14 fees and fines imposed by this article shall Article 27 supplement any 15 general fund appropriation appropriated for the purposes of this Article. Point 16 within 60 days after July 1st, 2009, the unexpended and unencumbered 17 balance of the seed cash fund, as that fund existed prior to July 1, 2009, 18 shall be transferred to the Plant Health, Pest Control, and Environmental 19 Protection Cash Fund. Article 27.20 Section 5. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 21 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 22 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Point 23 HB 20-1184-4.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This bill is very vital for rural Colorado for ensuring that the seeds that the farmers are buying are of the best quality, the highest quality, the impurities that are in it. My brother and I actually participated in this program. We used to grow certified seed wheat. It's very much needed to ensure that the final product that the consumers get are of the best quality there is. And I just urge an aye vote on this.
Apologies. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, fellow colleagues. I am very proud to get behind my fellow Rural Caucus member, Representative Pelton. He's from Cheyenne County, I'm from Washington County, and I will tell you, we raise a lot of wheat in those two counties. And it does have something to do with being close to Kansas, I promise you. It's good wheat country. But let me tell you the importance of quality in everything we do. And I would even mention quality in legislation, the quality of legislation we promulgate for this state. But let me talk about wheat seed and what this regulation does. Department of Ag has a very important role because one of the most important inputs a farmer will use, if not the most important thing that they will do when they do their trade, one of the most noble and honorable and most difficult trades, and sometimes often the least rewarding because of your toil and your labor in farming, and oftentimes the reward or lack thereof, is put seed in the ground. The quality of that seed is so important. When you go out and think about your crop rotation, I don't know how many of us even know what a good crop rotation is in the state, or how crop rotations are determined, or the importance of a crop rotation and the quality of the seed that you select, and the seed distributor or company that provides the seed that you're going to plant. That is probably the first and foremost, most important decision you make. Because you see, seed has various largely and hugely important components that is going to determine the success or failure of your farming operation before you ever start. And this bill right here protects and helps us make sure that farmers are putting the highest quality seed in the ground to give them the highest level of success. One of the factors that is hugely important when you talk about seed quality, and I'm sorry if I'm giving you a class on agronomy, I apologize, that's not my intent. But I think you need to know the importance of this sunset and the importance of the quality of seed. One of the most important factors is your germination rate. Now, many of you say, well, what would be a good germination rate when you consider germination? And what affects germination rate? Well, I will tell you, if you don't have a germination rate above 85 to 90%, you have a problem. The seed is purchased by the pound or by the bushel or by some other unit of measure, often called hundredweight. CWT is the acronym for hundredweight for those of us in the business. Typically not by the ton, which is another measure in agriculture for purchasing commodities. In this case, if we look by the bushel, if it's wheat by the bushel, most of you don't know there's 60 pounds in a bushel is the unit standard of measure. Each grain has their own standard based on their volume. And for that matter, most of you might not know the history of why a bushel is important and what the basis of measure of a bushel came from. But I'll give you this opportunity today to find out. Thousands of years ago in ancient Egypt, they would carry seed in a basket. And that basket they would carry on their head. So you ask, what would be the size of that basket? What would be the size of that basket that you could carry in that volume of seed that was tolerable in the stature of a human? Well, come to find out that bushel basket of wheat was 60 pounds. Now you think about 60 pounds and carrying that above your head. That's a considerable amount of weight if you have to carry it a long distance. But that is the unit of measure. But let's talk about germination rate, because I want to get back to the importance of seed quality. Let's say you have an 80% germination rate. So 20% of your seed is not even going to sprout. So that's a problem. And if your productivity is determined, and it is in farming, is determined by your overall yield on your acres, and you've already planted a seed that is degraded by 20%, do you see how at the end of your harvest, you're going to be short 20% of your crop? So that germination rate is hugely important, and that's what this bill protects. It's one of the many factors. They have standards and there's factors of germination that have to be measured, and they are reported on the quality of that seed. And Representative Pelton knows about this well, because when he raised seed, he had to meet these standards. Now you might say, well, what's another important thing? Well, I will tell you another important thing is that you do not have foreign seed in your wheat seed or foreign material. Because if you have other type of seed in there, if you have weed seeds, for example, if you have kochia, ragweed, bull thistle, purple mustard, yellow mustard, and many other type of seed that do not or take away or degrade from the quality of your wheat seed, then all these things are going to be a flora in your field. And let me furthermore point out, and I know Rod Pelton would appreciate this probably more than anybody here, but I do want to share this with you because it's important that we understand, serving on the Rural Affairs and Ag Committee, it's important that we understand these factors, particularly if we don't understand agriculture. that if you haven't adjusted, in this case, if you have those foreign seeds, it's going to also affect your yield. It's going to affect the outcome. And we have to maintain the highest quality to give those farmers the highest yield potential that they can have. Now, why are American farmers the most productive farmers in the world? Why do we have such high production? I know you're all asking yourselves that. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it. The reason is because Americans and American farmers are competitive. We like competing and we like producing. There is nothing more satisfying than producing a crop after a year and seeing the bounty of your harvest and your hard work. And that's the American spirit and American ingenuity at work. So it all starts with this right here. Our ability to succeed starts at the beginning. Representative Catlin taught me a lot of things in this first session. And one of the things he's taught me is to think about what you're going to say and make sure it's important when you say it. But I will tell you, I think this is that important. So I'm not going to go into the other factors because there's about 20 of them that are important. I just went over the most important ones. I'm going to be in strong support of this. I ask everybody to vote unanimously because if you think about the Colorado Proud program, we're all proud of Colorado and Colorado agriculture. Do you know with the Colorado Proud program, it all starts with this? It starts right here. This is the beginning. This is Genesis chapter 1 in the Bible, verse 1, right here. So I encourage everybody to continue to support agriculture. I continue everybody to support the American spirit of production and ingenuity and greatness. I also encourage everybody to support quality, and quality in everything we do, and quality in our Colorado seed, which, oh, by the way, gets sold not just in Colorado, but all over the western United States, and in some cases in other parts of the country, and in many cases also internationally. So this can affect the whole world. And it all starts right here.
1 minute warning, Representative Holtorf.
Yes, sir. 1 minute. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I just want to reemphasize that, and I do thank this body, I thank all my colleagues for your support to agriculture. I support all of you for your support for rural Colorado. I don't know if you understand the passion that I share for production agriculture. I love what we do in agriculture. And I love what the Colorado Department of Agriculture does, and this particular sunset will empower them where it all starts with the quality of our seed that we put in the ground at farmers. And thank you, bill sponsors, for this. And I believe it's time for me to excuse myself. Thank you.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Well, what my colleague just said is very important. What he said about the percentage of the seed that's good, that's really important to farmers. I almost liken farmers to sometimes professional gamblers. I mean, if you think about the things that they don't control, right? They don't control the weather. They don't control for a lot of different factors that they have to dial in every single year, including crop prices and acts of Congress. And on top of that, if you can give some certainty to the quality of the seed that they have, that helps secure our food supply and gives us food security. So what you may not know about the Colorado Seed Act, but I'll repeat, it is to prevent the distribution and use of poor quality seed through the regulation of labeling, labelers, and the sellers of seed for propagation. So on registration, all individuals or companies who sell, advertise to sell, transfer, or distribute seed in Colorado must be registered to do so. And that's via 35-27 1. Do you only sell seed that you grow? Then you are a farmer seed labeler. And that's according to 35-27-10310. Another question, do you sell seed other people grow and put in your company name on the label? Well, if you sell seed other people grow and put your company name on the label, then you are considered a seed labeler. And that is 35-27-10324. Another question. Do you sell seed that is grown and labeled by someone else? Then you are considered to be a retail seed dealer, according to 35-27-103-21. So all seed must be labeled under the Colorado Seed Act. All seed for propagation, transferred, bartered, or sold in Colorado must be accompanied by a label. The label can be attached to the container or be given to the purchaser at the time of sale. Seed labels must contain 1, the name of the kind of seed and variety, the lot number, the name and rate of occurrence per pound of each restricted noxious weed, because apparently there's always a little bit of noxious weed included, percentage by weight of all agricultural seed or other crop and weed seed, percentage of weight of insert ingredients, percent germination, percent hard or dormant seed, and calendar month and year of the test date, name and address of seed labeler, and the arbitration clause. And this is according to 8 CCR 1203-6, Part 3.3. There's a couple asterisks here. If one commingles seed from different sources or takes seed from one bag and puts it in a new bag, they are now a seed labeler. The commingled or rebagged seed needs a new label with new information representing the new lot on it. So those are things you may not have known about the Colorado Seed Act that now you do know, in case you are going to have a garden or a specialty crop or a hobby farm. For those of you who aren't professional farmers, that's something that we can all know. And the rate of occurrence of victory gardens right now is out the roof. And people are buying, actually, seeds are on back order right now all over the United States. I don't know if you knew that or if you've tried to buy seeds for your garden, especially online. It is very difficult to find those seeds right now. So keep that in mind when you're looking at seeds to make sure you are buying a good quality crop. And with that, urge a yes vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, the sunset review that DORA does, which really forms the basis for these bills, is very thorough. And the 2019 sunset review on the Colorado Seed Act was actually put forth by DORA October 15th, 2019. And I wanted to share with members some of the information from that review, which again is really the basis for this bill. The Colorado Seed Act, which is administered by the Colorado Commissioner of Agriculture, primarily represents a truth in labeling approach to regulation. The Act requires seed containers to bear a label as to contents, contaminants, germination rates, the origin of the seed, and the entity responsible for packaging that seed, among other things. The Act helps to ensure that consumers, both agricultural and other, are acquiring the type and quality of seed they intend to acquire. The Act also helps to protect Colorado's environment from the spread of weed seed. The Act requires the following to register with the Commissioner. Seed labelers are in the business of labeling seed for sale. Farmer seed labelers label seed produced for sale on property owned or rented by them. Customer seed conditioners are in the business of cleaning seed owned by others, and retail seed dealers are in the business of selling seed at retail in Colorado. Seed labelers, farm seed labelers, custom seed conditioners, and retail seed dealers must register with the Commission each year. Colorado Department of Agriculture staff conduct inspections to ensure compliance with the Act. In fiscal year 2017 to 2018, the Commissioner spent approximately $209,500 and dedicated 1.42 full-time equivalent employees to the administration and enforcement of the Act. In 2018, the Commissioner placed 10 lots of seed under cease and desist orders, or CDOs, over 52,000 pounds of seed offered by retail seed dealers under CDOs, and issued CDOs to 46 distinct locations. The recommendations made in the Sunset Report talk about extending it to 2031, and again indicates that the Colorado Seed Act primarily represents a truth in labeling approach to regulation to provide some assurance to consumers that they are purchasing the type and quality of seed that they intend to purchase. This is accomplished by the establishment of labeling requirements for seed and registration requirements for those who work with seed. As such, the Act represents the least restrictive form of government regulation, consistent with protecting the public. If a buyer of seed suffers damage because the seed does not produce, perform in conformance with the label or warranty, or due to negligence of the seller, the buyer must submit a claim for arbitration with the Commissioner before the buyer can proceed with any legal action in the courts. The Commissioner must then launch an investigation, and if the claims are meritorious, convene an arbitration council. This process demands that resources be diverted from other enforcement activities, thereby hindering the Commissioner's ability to effectively enforce and otherwise administer the Act. Finally, the arbitration process actually hinders public protection by requiring the consumer to participate in a non-binding process before proceeding to a court. Therefore, the arbitration process should be repealed. As part of this review, Colorado Policy Research and Regulatory staff performed a literature search, interviewed department staff and stakeholders, and reviewed department records and Colorado statutes and rules. They also consulted with the Colorado Corn Growers Association, the Colorado Department of Agriculture Plant Industry Division, the Colorado Dry Bean Administrative Committee, the Colorado Farm Bureau, Colorado Wheat, Colorado Seed Growers Association, the Colorado Seed Industry Association, the Colorado State University Seed Laboratory, the Farmers Business Network, the Marijuana Industry Group, and the North American Rock Garden Society. It's very interesting that the Sunset Review report gives some great background, again, which forms the basis for this bill. And it talks about the types of criteria that the review looks at in determining and making recommendations to the legislature on how they decide to advise the legislature on continuation of certain programs and statutes. On page 6 of the Sunset Review, they indicated that their sunset criteria located in section 24-34-104, sub 6, sub B, CRS. The first criteria asks whether regulation by the agency is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, whether the conditions that led to initial regulation have changed, and whether other conditions have arisen which would warrant more, less, or the same degree of regulation. In order to understand the need for regulation, it is first necessary to understand what the industry does, how it works, who it serves, and any necessary qualifications. The sixth sunset criteria requires COP/RRR to evaluate the economic impact of regulation. One way this may be accomplished is to review economic statistics for the industry. The agricultural industry contributes approximately $40 billion to Colorado's economy, employing more than 170,000 people on 36,000 farms and ranches. Colorado ranked 21st among the 50 states in 2017 in terms of total agricultural sales, with the state's agricultural valuation totaling approximately $7.5 billion. While livestock, poultry, and their products constitute the majority of that value, the value of crops totaled approximately $2.2 billion that same year. A key component to Colorado agriculture industry is high-quality seed that is relatively free of contaminants, has relatively high germination rates, and has relatively high purity rates. The better the seed, the greater the economic benefits. To help ensure that Colorado farmers and consumers in general obtain quality seed, the state has enacted the Colorado Seed Act. This act, in large part, represents a truth in labeling effort. Every container of seed sold or offered or exposed for sale in the state must have a legible, plainly written label or tag. In Colorado, the information that must be displayed on a label varies by the type of seed. There are different requirements for vegetable and flower seed for home gardeners, agricultural and turfgrass seed, and tree and shrub seed. Typical label elements include kind, variety, or name of the species, the cultivar, species, and common name of the plant. Lot number, a series of letters or numbers used for tracking purposes. Origin, where the seed was grown. Percentage of pure seed, how much of the material in the container is the desired seed.
This is your 1-minute warning, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Percentage of hard or dormant seed, how much of the seed will not germinate readily because of hard seed coat. Percentage of inert matter, how much of the material in the container is plant debris or other material that are not seed. Net weight, how much total material is in the container. Germination rate, the rate at which the seed will readily germinate. List of not restricted noxious weed seed. Month and year the seed was tested. The date should generally be within 1 year of the planned date for using the seed, and name and address of the labeler. To ensure compliance with the Act and the labeling requirements, the Act requires certain individuals and entities to register with the Commissioner. Seed labelers are in the business of labeling seed for sale in Colorado and whose name and address appear.
Your time is up, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
You are welcome. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. There were issues also in this sunset review that I really think we need to talk about before we vote on this bill. The legal summary had some really important points that I think we need to think about and consider pretty carefully before we issue this final vote. So when they were looking at the Act, they came up with some criteria, and in the legal summary, they gave these following criteria: whether the existing statutes and regulations establish the least restrictive form of regulation consistent with the public interest, considering other available regulatory mechanisms, and whether agency rules enhance the public interest and are within the scope of legislative intent, and whether the agency operates in the public interest and whether its operation is impeded or enhanced by existing statutes, rules, procedures, and practices, and any other circumstances, including budgetary, resource, and personnel matters. A summary of the current statutes and rules is necessary to understand whether regulation is set at the appropriate level and whether the current laws are impeding or enhancing the agency's ability to operate in the public interest. Seeds are regulated at both the federal and the state levels. So here's a summary of the federal law. At least 2 federal laws apply to the regulation of seeds. The Federal Seed Act regulates the interstate shipment of seeds by requiring that seed be labeled with information that allows purchasers to make informed decisions. And the Plant Variety Protection Act provides legal intellectual property rights to breeders of new varieties of plants that are reproduced by seed or that are turbo propagated. So a summary of Colorado law then says that the Act's legislative declaration states that truth in the labeling of seed is of paramount importance to the citizens of Colorado because the distribution of and subsequent use of poor quality seed caused by inaccurate or misleading labeling of such seed can result in severe economic hardship due to low crop yields, poor crop quality, and the spread of noxious weed seed. Towards this end, unless otherwise exempt, every container of seed which is sold, offered, or exposed for sale, bartered, or distributed within this state for propagation shall conspicuously bear a legible and plainly written or printed label or tag in English, which shall provide all information required by the Commissioner. The label shall not bear false or misleading information. The Act defines seed as agricultural, vegetable, ornamental, shrub, or tree seed for propagation. No seed can be brought into the state unless it has been tested, is in a container that satisfies the Act's labeling requirements, and meets all other requirements of the Act. In general, no one may act as a custom seed conditioner, farmer seed labeler, retail seed dealer, or seed labeler unless registered with the Commissioner. All registrations expire on the last day of February each year. A custom seed conditioner is a person who engages in the business of conditioning seed by either a stationary or portable seed cleaner, if ownership of the seed is retained by the customer. Conditioning is defined as drying, cleaning, scarifying, sizing, or any other operation that changes the purity or germination of the seed. A farmer seed labeler is a person who labels seed produced for sale on property owned or rented by such person or such person's employer. A retail seed dealer is a person who engages in the business of selling seed at retail in Colorado. A seed labeler is a person who engages in the business of labeling seed for sale and whose name and address appears on the label of such seed. In general, registrations may not exceed $300 for custom seed conditioners, plus $75 for each additional location, $300 for seed labelers, plus $75 for each additional location, $75 for farmer seed labelers, plus $25 for each additional location, and $75 for retail seed dealers, plus $25 for each additional location. The Act provides several exemptions from its registration requirements, including those who register as a custom seed conditioner, farmer seed labeler, or seed labeler who need not also register as a retail seed dealer. Those who register as a seed labeler need not also register as a custom seed conditioner. Those who register as a farmer seed labeler need not also register as a custom seed conditioner if they clean or condition their own seed only. And those who act as a retail seed dealer and sell only prepackaged seed in containers of 1 pound or less need not register as a retail seed dealer if the seed labeler supplying the prepackaged seed is registered as such. The Commissioner may issue a letter of admonition or deny, suspend, or revoke a registration if the registrant refuses or fails to comply with the provision of the Act, any rule promulgated by the Commissioner under the Act, or any lawful order of the Commissioner, is convicted of a felony for conduct regulated by the Act, is disciplined by another jurisdiction, refuses to provide the Commissioner with reasonable, complete, and accurate information, or falsifies any information the Commissioner may request. Additionally, the Commissioner may impose a civil penalty for any violation of the Act not to exceed $2,500 per violation, and only after the person charged is given notice and an opportunity to be heard. The Commissioner may embargo seed, which prevents the removal or disposition of the seed, if the Commissioner finds or has reasonable cause to believe that any seed is adulterated or misbranded or is not labeled pursuant to the Act and is in violation of the Act. The Act does not apply to, among other things, seed not intended for propagation, seed in storage or consigned to a seed conditioning establishment for conditioning or for sale outside the state, except that such seed is subject to the Act's labeling and advertising requirements. Seed sold or consigned to a merchant if such seed is to be recleaned before it is sold for propagation, except that such seed is subject to the Act's advertising requirements. Seed of a variety not protected by the Federal Plant Variety Protection Act, sold on a grower's premises and delivered to a purchaser if such seed is grown on a grower's premises, not delivered by common carrier or by mail, and not commercially advertised in any way except that such seed is subject to the Act's noxious weed provisions. Seed brought into the state by the Colorado Agricultural Experiment Station for experimental purposes or for storage in the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Agricultural Research Services National Center for Genetic Resources Preservation, any person who produced seed for such person's own use on property owned or rented by such person or such person's employer, seed held for wholesale transactions, except that such seed is subject to the Act's labeling requirements, and seed potatoes. The Commissioner has specific duties related to seed beans, including establishing tolerances of seed-borne pathogens, inspection procedures and standards, and approval procedures for those seed beans found to be within allowable tolerances, designating those areas of the state in which such provisions apply, retaining agents to conduct inspections to ensure seed beans comply with the Act, and establishing reasonable fees. Every person whose name appears on a label as a handler of the seed therein must keep complete records concerning the origin, sale, shipping, and disposition of such seed for 2 years. Further, they must keep a file sample of such seed for at least 2 years after that final disposition of such seed. The Commissioner is empowered to administer and enforce the Act and to adopt any rules necessary to complete that mission, including those establishing the methods to inspect, sample, and analyze and test the seed, amending the lists of prohibited and restricted noxious weed seed, establishing procedures and standards, including defining allowable tolerances to be used for the inspection and approval of seed beans, establishing procedures and standards to embargo seed, enforcing any disciplinary actions for violating the Act, including letters of admonition or the denial, suspension, or revocation of any registration, and inspecting, sampling, analyzing, and testing seed pursuant to the Act.
1 minute warning, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is a violation of the Act to sell, offer, or expose for sale, barter, or distribute any seed if such seed contains more than 2% of weed seed by weight, prohibited noxious weed, or more restricted noxious weed seed per pound than the amount declared on the label, or more than the amount allowed by the Commissioner. And please note that it is a violation of the Act's provisions related to weed seed. It carries a fine of $2,500 per violation. And with that, I'll say that this is enough of the current legal standards that I've been dealing with, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, for allowing me to share this important information.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Also with you, sir.
So members, I'm going to go back just briefly and finish up the thought that Representative Carver was having, and then I'll carry off where Representative Ransom was. So Representative Carver left off at page 8, for those of you that are following. And it was, so we have here the history of regulation. In a sunset review, the Colorado Office of Policy, Research, and Regulatory Reform is guided by the sunset criterion located in section 24-34-104, 6B, Colorado Revised Statutes. The first sunset criterion questions whether regulation by the agency is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, whether the conditions which led to the initial regulation have changed, and whether other conditions have arisen which would warrant more, less, or the same degree of regulation. It's quite quiet in here. You guys must really be paying attention. One way that COPRRR addresses this is by examining why the program was established and how it has evolved over time. As early as 1929, Colorado required seed to be inspected. By 1943, Colorado had enacted the Colorado Seed Act. In the late 1980s, Colorado's winter wheat crops were suffering from widespread weed infestation, resulting in a 50% decline in crop yields. This led to the creation of a task force and the ultimate repeal and reenactment of the act in 1993. A primary feature of Senate Bill 93-017 was a new registration requirement for seed dealers, which followed a recommendation from a 1992 Sunrise Review of seed sellers. The bill also increased enforcement authority for the Colorado Commission of Agriculture, including the ability to impose fines of up to $2,500 per violation and the ability to revoke a registration. The bill also created an arbitration council to hear consumer complaints against seed dealers. Finally, the bill scheduled the act to sunset in 1999. Following the 1998 sunset review of the act, Senate Bill 99-122 repealed the Seed Advisory Committee and made several technical changes to the act. House Bill 07-130 made several changes to the Arbitration Council, including repealing the ability of the Commissioner to request the Arbitration Council's assistance in determining civil penalties and changing the size and composition of the Arbitration Council. The act was continued in Senate Bill 09-116 following a sunset review in 2008. And Senate Bill 10-072 exempted seed potatoes from the provisions of the act. And members, I actually apologize. There was a footnote about 4 paragraphs up on the task force that I failed to read to you. So this is the section that was pertaining to the creation of the task force in the 1980s after the winter wheat crops had suffered from the widespread weed infestation. And the footnote pertaining to that task force, I think, is referencing, right down here, it's referencing where that task force was created. So it says the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies, 1992 Sunrise Review of Colorado Seed Sellers. That would be the title of the report, issued on June 1992, page 4, for those of you that I'm sure are following along. So now that we've wrapped that up, I want to switch back, and I'm going to go ahead and pick up where Representative Ransom was leaving off, because I think it's so important for us to really understand what's going on here. So picking up from where Representative Ransom left off, it is unlawful and a violation of the Act to, among other things, detach, alter, deface, or destroy any label if such person is not the ultimate customer, alter or substitute seed or other material in a manner that may defeat the purpose of the act, disseminate any false or misleading advertising regarding a specific lot of seed, perform, or hold oneself out as being authorized to perform any of the acts for which registration under the Act is required without being so registered, refuse or fail to comply with the provisions of the Act or any rules promulgated under the Act, and sell, offer, or expose for sale, barter, or distribute any seed if such seed has, in general, and there's a further sub-bullet here, not been tested to determine the percentage of germination of such seed within the previous 13 months. And members, there's a couple of footnotes I'll come back and reference here, but I want to finish up the sub-bullet list first, which is on a separate page. So continuing with the sub-bullet list, been treated with a material that is poisonous to humans or livestock, unless the labeling continues a warning, or contains a warning, my apologies. Not been labeled in accordance with the Act, been subject or been the subject of false or misleading advertisement, been sold in the form of screenings but is not labeled and invoiced as such, been labeled or advertised as certified or registered, but has not been produced, conditioned, and packaged in conformity with the requirements of the certifying agency, and been sold by a variety name but is not of that variety. So that's the conclusion of the sub-bullet list, but I do want to go back and reference these footnotes that I kind of glossed over again. I apologize. It seems to be a bad habit of mine. So you're probably going to need your statute books for this because they're simply referencing, we've got footnote number 40, which actually was in the first sentence of what I had read from where we were continuing from where Representative Ransom left off. This was where it's referenced the unlawful in violation of the Act to, among other things. And then for those of you that are following along in your statute books, it references Colorado Revised Statute 35-27-113, parentheses 3. And then going to footnote 41, which is the sixth bullet underneath that on page 13. This is the one that referred to the sale, offer or expose for sale, barter or distribute any seed if such seed has in general. And then it had that full sub-list.
1 minute warning, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Appreciate it. Had that full 6-bullet list here, but that is referenced in Colorado Revised Statutes 35-27-113, parenthesis 1. So that should be fairly easy to cross-reference there. So returning, we're now back to page 14. This is after the sub-bulleted list, the first full paragraph on that page. We have that every label required under the Act must state that arbitration is required for any claim arising out of the sale of seed. However, arbitration is not required if such notice is not given. And members, there is a footnote number 42. I know I'm running up on time here, but I want to make sure
you are
guys
out of
have
time,
that.
Representative Larson.
Well, I will have to pass it off then. Yep.
Representative Buck.
So, you don't have to. Right there.
Okay.
So you can
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I would like to continue because I do think it's very important. Every label required under the Act must state the arbitration is required for any claim arising from the sale of seed. However, arbitration is not required if such notice is not given. The Act provides a specimen of the required language. Before any buyer of seed who suffers damage because of such seed does not produce or perform in compliance with the labeling or warranty, or because of negligence on the part of the retail seed dealer commences any legal action, the buyer must file a verified complaint with the commissioner for arbitration. The complaint must be accompanied by a filing fee of $10. In each case, the commissioner must appoint in arbitration council comprising 3 members, the Dean of College of Agriculture, Colorado State University, and the President of the Colorado Seedsmen's Association, and the President of any organization of Colorado farmers. The members of the Arbitration Council receive no compensation for their duties, but are reimbursed for any actual necessary expenses. The Commissioner must investigate the allegations in the complaint and submit to the Arbitration Council a report with the results of the investigation. The Arbitration Council must issue its own report and must include findings of facts, conclusions of the law, and recommendations as to cost, if any. The Arbitration Council's report may be introduced as evidence in the facts in any subsequent litigation, although the court may give such weight to the Arbitration Council's findings as the court sees fit. All fees and civil penalties are accredited to the Plant Health, Pest Control, and Environmental Protection Cash Fund. So I appreciate Representative Larson allowing me to read the end of that. And I stand here also in support of this incredible, important bill. And I do think the members of the Assembly need to understand a lot of the definitions of what we're talking about. So, for instance, as used in this article, advertisement means all representations, commercial and otherwise, other than labeling, disseminated in any manner by any means by the seller of seed as such representations relate to such seed. 2, beans. Beans means all species of genus Phaselos, Vigna, and Cicer. 3, certified seed means seed certified by a seed certifying agency pursuant to this article and includes foundations and registered seed. 4, certifying agency means the seed certification service of the Colorado State University authorized by the Board of Governance in the Colorado State University system or the authorized seed certifying agency or another state. Commissioner. Commissioner means the Commissioner of Agriculture. Conditioning. Conditioning means drying, cleaning, scarifying, sizing, and any operations which could change the purity of germination of seed. Custom seed conditioner means any person in Colorado who engages in the business of conditioning seed by either a stationary or portable seed cleaner if ownership of such seed is retained by the customer. Department. Department means the Department of Agriculture. Disease of beans means bacterial, viral, or fungal disease of beans. The term includes any following diseases and any variations of new strains or the following diseases which are recognized as pathogenic or potentially threat to seed bean production. Bean bacterial wilt. Strains, brown spots. D, common bean blight. E, hollow blight. F, BCMV, bean common mosaic virus. 9.5, dormant seeds mean viable seeds and any other hard seeds that fail to germinate when provided the specific germination conditions for the kind of seed in question. 10, farmer seed label means any person who labels only seed produce for sale on property owned or rented by such person or such person's employer in Colorado. Germination. Germination means the emergence and development from the seed embryo of these essential structures that, for the kind of seed in question, are indicative of the ability to produce a normal plant under favorable conditions. Hard seeds. Hard seeds mean seeds that remain hard at the end of the prescribed test period because they have not absorbed water due to the impermeable seed coat. Inert matter. Inert matter means which is not seed, including broken seeds, sterile florets, chaff, fungus, bodies, and stones as defined by the Commissioner. Kind. Kind means one or more related species or subspecies which singly or collectively are known by the common name, including corn, oats, alfalfa, timothy, and western wheatgrass. Labeling. Labeling means all labels, tags, and other written, printed, graphic representation in any form of accompanying and pertaining to specific seed, whether in bulk or in containers, and includes invoices, except the labeling does not include the advertisements as defined in this section. Lot. Lot means the definite quantity of seed identified by a lot number or other mark. Every portion or bag of any such lot shall be uniform within the recognized tolerance for the factors which appear in the labeling of such lot. Noxious weed seed. Noxious weed seed means the seed produced from plants which are especially troublesome and detrimental and which may cause damage or loss to the considerable portion of the land or livestock of a community. Noxious weed seed are divided into two classes: prohibited noxious weed seed and restricted noxious weed seed, and are defined as follows. Prohibited noxious weed seed means the seed of perennial, biennial, and annual weeds which are not highly detrimental and especially difficult to control. The presence of prohibited noxious weed seed in seed precludes the sale of seed for propagation. Prohibited noxious weed seed includes the seed of any weed so designated by the Commissioner. Restricted noxious weed seed means the seed of the weed which are very objectionably in fields, lawns, and gardens, which can be controlled by good cultural practices. Restricted noxious weed seed includes the seed of any weed so designated by the Commissioner. Origin means the state or the foreign country in which the seed is grown. Person means an individual, corporation, government, or governmental subdivision or agency, business, trust, estate, trust, limited liability company, partnership, association, or other legal entity. Pesticide. Pesticide means a substance or mixture of substance intended for preventing, destroying, repelling, or mitigating any pest substances or mixture of substances intended for use as a plant regulator, defoliant, or desiccant, except for the term pesticide shall not include any substance that is a new animal drug as designated by the United States Food and Drug Administration. Record. Record means any information which relates to the origin, treatment, germination, purity, kind, and variety of each lot of seed sold in this state. Such information includes seed samples and documents showing declarations, labels, purchases, sales, conditioning, bulking, treatment, handling, storage, analysis, test, and examination. Retail seed dealer means any person who engages in the business of selling seeds at retail in Colorado. Screening means chaff, sterile florets, immature seed, weed seed, inert matter, and any other materials removed in any way from any seed in any kind of cleaning procedure. Seed means agricultural, vegetable, ornamental, shrub, or tree seed for propagation. The term seed does not include tubers that are planted or used or intended to be planted or used as seed potatoes and other thus regulated under the Colorado.
1 minute warning, Representative Buck.
Thank you, sir. Seed labeling means a person who engages in the business of labeling seed for the sale in Colorado and whose name and address appears in the label of such seed. Tolerance means for seed, the allowable deviation as prescribed in the rules and regulations adopted and pursuant to this article from any figure used on a label, including not limited to those figures used in the designate, the percentage of any fraction of the lot in the question, the percentage germination, or the number of any noxious weed seeds present. So, sir, I would just like to stop there, but as we know, I think we all agree, there is such an important aspect in agriculture when it comes to the nature of the seed. So I stand here again in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I'm still in limbo with this. I know seeds are extremely important. And I'm just curious what happened before the Seed Act was implemented. So what I, obviously I need to go back and educate myself. So what I did was I looked up the Seed Act and looked up different resources. And what I found was the Constitution of the Colorado Seed Growers Association. And I guess they're a resource associated with the Seed Act to get information to help clarify the need for the Seed Act to continue. And I think this is important information to know when you are looking at this, looking at the Seed Act, seeing if it's something that we really need, seeing if it's needed for the government to impose restrictions and oversee certain activities. I know what I learned in committee is even marijuana seeds, these things have certain values. I know Representative Schneider was telling me there was a bowl of marijuana seeds that cost $20,000. And I was shocked. So, you learn something every day about the importance of these seeds. And obviously, if they're producing a crop that is a mason jar. So if you're, but I'm sure that mason jar produces an astonishing amount of product that's worth astonishing amount of money that we get astonishing amount of taxes revenue from. So that's a great thing. But back to the Colorado Seed Growers Association, and I think this is something that everybody should be familiar with when they're trying to educate themselves about the importance of seeds. But obviously this is the main resource, and they said the purpose of this association, or the primary objective of the association, is to promote the interests of agriculture in the state of Colorado through the general use of pure seed of the best varieties. So they're talking pure seed. The purpose shall be accomplished by, the purpose is accomplished by this association as well as this act, but by maintaining and making available to the public through seed certification, high quality seeds of recommended varieties, so growth and distributed as to ensure genetic identity and purity. So they're looking for quality and purity on this. By cooperating with the Colorado State University in the development and distribution of superior and recommended varieties and strains of farm crops. So they also analyze the strain as well, which is association with the Seed Act. By cooperating with other agricultural experimental stations in fostering and regulating the introduction and distribution of foundation stocks of superior varieties of strains. So what you see is a trend of just quality. And this is what this act does. It wants to promote quality, promote certain varieties, and it wants to push away any type of buyer beware mentality, that you know what you're paying for. Also, by developing and adopting these standards associated with the Act, they promote standards of excellence for the various classes of seed grown by members under the rules and regulations of the certificate they bring forth. Also, by providing with the cooperation of the Colorado State University an inspection service for members growing seed crops. So this act, along with this association, along with the Colorado State University, does offer certain inspection services. And you need experts with the knowledge to know exactly what they're evaluating. I'm also, by providing and inquiring the use of uniform and distinguishing marks, tags, emblems for use on the classes of seed officially sponsored by this association. So, like it says, marks, tags, emblems. They want some type of unification So there's not different grades of seeds in different parts of the state. So definitely very important. Also, this association, by promoting through advertising and other means the sale and distribution of seed produced by members of the association under the rules and regulations adopted by the association. Also, by supporting and sponsoring such activities as local, county, state, and national meetings which promote pure seeds and where the objective is to further agriculture interests of the state. So they do have conferences. And this is associated with the SEED Act. Conferences where people, experts can get together and learn from each other. So it sounds like a great thing. But let's get a little deeper into what this association does along with this act. Seed testing and labeling. Germination and purity analysis will generally be made by the Colorado Seed Laboratory and must be made in accordance with the rules for testing seeds established by the Association of Official Seed Analysis. So the Official Seed Analysis does design certain standards for seeds, so they're uniform. So it also says seeds found to be dormant or hard seeds in a normal germination test performed in accordance with the AOSA standards may contribute to the total germination of the seed lot. The percentage of dormant or hard seed shall be listed on tags, labels, bulk, sales, certificate for the seed lot. So basically, know what you're buying. This type of analysis or oversight, if you buy, which you obviously will buy in bulk, gives you a percentage of maybe dormant seeds within that bulk. So seems very important. Also, plant varieties which have been approved to receive protection under the Plant Variety Protection Act of 1970 and amended in 1994 shall be labeled with the words U.S. protected variety, unauthorized, sale prohibited. So I think a lot of people may not know that there are protected seeds. And, we don't want any certain seeds to go extinct. So they have certain regulations, certain protections for these seeds so they're not wasted. And we can keep on producing these seeds and not have them go extinct. So it is pretty important. But to get a little deeper in the bags, tags, and labels associated with seeds, extremely important that we know what we're dealing with here. When you get a bag of seed, you know what you get. When you look at a tag, you know what you're reading. When you look at a label, you understand what it means. So what this act looks at, associated with this association, says that all bags of seed sold at Colorado Breeders Foundations, registered, certified, tested, selected, or source identified seed must have the appropriate tag, adhesive, label, properly affixed to the bag. At first point of sale, except small grains sold in bulk, as prescribed in section 17. So there are some regulations in here, definitely. I know some people who are anti-regulation may look at this and go, is this a little bit heavy-handed for regulation? And I also kind of joke in a manner of, did we not, what did we do before the SEED Act?
This is your 1 minute warning, Representative Sandridge.
1 minute? Or you said 4 minutes? Oh. So, thank you, sir. So, that's where I come back to is, we do need some type of government or oversight, and it's just like anything else. Is it too much? Is it something that obviously helps the community? Or is it something that may possibly hurt the community by being heavy-handed government regulation? We all obviously want to protect our citizens, but we also don't want to get in front of businesses and strangle them and make it difficult for them to make a living. So with that said, I say educate yourself and vote your conscience. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Sane, this is your second trip. Looks like you have 5.5 minutes more. You don't have to use them all if you don't want.
But I'm so excited about this bill. To quote one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on a bill that's going to be heard on Sunday, if you can't talk about a seed bill during a pandemic, when can you? Seeds are very important. If you think about the vegetarians that are in our audience today, the vegetarians that are in the membership of this very body, everything you eat comes from a seed. And even if you're not a vegetarian, everything that eats a seed is something that you eat. So this is a very important topic. But with that, I do want to talk about something that's very important to Colorado because we are the leader. We are the leader in hemp production right now. So one of the bills I've worked on, if you haven't known, is Certified Hemp Seed Program. This is a very important program. This is part of the Seed Act. And let me just tell you, certified seed means in the hemp, for industrial hemp, it means that Colorado Heritage Cannabis Seed, which that has been certified by an organization recognized by the department as producing mature seeds having no more than 0.3% of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol concentration on a dry weight basis. The Colorado Heritage Cannabis Seed means seed from a plant, Cannabis sativa, that processes characteristics of a unique and specialized cannabis seed variety that is present in Colorado or has been recognized as produced in Colorado. We send our seeds all over the world, so this is very important. A definition of commissioner means the Commissioner of Agriculture, and committee means the Industrial Hemp Committee established in Section 3561-103. Industrial hemp or hemp means the plant, Cannabis sativa L, and any part of the plant, including the seeds of the plant and all derivatives, extracts, cannabinoids, isomers, acids, salts, and salts of isomers, whether growing or not, with the delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol concentration of no more than 0.3% on a dry weight basis. So, on the research on the Certified Seed Program, the Department shall administer an industrial hemp seed grant research program, so state institutions of higher education may conduct research to develop or recreate strains of industrial hemp. The purpose of the research may include growing industrial hemp to provide breeding strains to aid Colorado's industrial hemp program and to create Colorado strains of industrial hemp. The department shall administer a certified seed program that identifies seeds that produce industrial hemp. And by the way, certified seeds are very important because not all products that, as farmers have found out, are equal. Some do not run way too hot, and that's a huge risk they don't want to take. Hence why the certified seed program is so important. So in accordance with all federal and state laws and regulations, the department may import seeds to develop the certified seed program, and we have done so. In addition to fees collected pursuant to Section 3561-106 or pursuant to the rules promulgated under Section 3561-104, the Commissioner may collect a fee established by the Committee for registration for the purpose of funding industrial hemp research and certification programs, including by making grants to institutions of higher education as specified in subsection 1 of this section. The fees collected shall be deposited in the industrial hemp research grant created in Section 3561-106.3. The Department may solicit, apply for, and accept money from other sources for the grant program. At least annually and more often as required by the Commissioner, a person who obtains a registration under this Article 61 to engage in industrial hemp cultivation for the purposes of commercial purposes shall file with the Department a report that includes the following information.
This is your 1-minute warning, Representative Sane.
Thank you. Prior to planting and verification of the crop, the registrant will plant is of a type and variety of hemp that will produce that concentration no more than 0.3% on dry weight basis. And the Commissioner in consultation with the Committee shall adopt rules that establish the inspection program, also important inspection program, to determine the delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol levels and ensure compliance. Again, very important that we have this in place, because if it runs too hot, the product can't be sold and it must be destroyed. And that's a lot of money. I don't know if you've seen how much a bag of certified seed is, but I last heard the going rate was something like 10 to 15,000 for about this amount visually. So this is a very expensive endeavor. So I'm very glad that we have the certified seed program. I'm very happy for the Colorado Seed Act, and I urge a yes vote.
Oh my gosh, it's like you could see the clock. Representative McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor. It really, truly is an honor to serve with you in this chamber.
And with you.
So here we are. I know, but it was better than I got from
I have more
Rep.
enthusiasm
yesterday.
than that, Rep. McKean. I apologize. It is a true pleasure. And since I'm speaking and it counts against your time limit, I might just continue for a moment.
Go ahead, try it out.
I'm just kidding. Please continue, Representative McKean.
No, I mean, really, it's a pleasure. You don't even understand, really. It's a genuine honor to have you there and have this relationship between the two of us. I thank you for that. I thank you for your service to your constituents. In fact, I thank you all for your service to your constituents. I don't think you guys probably think about this a tremendous amount, but we have this legacy from President Lincoln that is about 66 miles to the north of here. And if you don't understand, or maybe you've heard about it, maybe it kind of penetrated and then went away, but we have this thing called land grant institutions. Land grant institutions are incredibly valuable because the land grant that President Lincoln made sure that every state would have was a connection with the earth, a connection with what we needed to do and need to do today to provide for our citizens and our society and our culture. What we have up north is Colorado State University. Some of us, a few of us in this room are alumnus of that particular university. And if you understand what Colorado State does and their extension service, you will also understand that on that campus is this amazing thing. At Colorado State University, we have the seed depository. How many people in here knew we have a seed depository? There we go, we got a hand in the back. Seed depositories are truly amazing things. They are the place where we keep a seed of every plant, whether we like it or we don't like it. We keep those seeds so that we have an ability to reproduce that crop, no matter what happens to this world. It's actually, if you go there, it's a kind of a difficult place to get into. You go there, you've got to show an ID, you've got to have a reason to be there, and you can go in and you can actually check out seeds. You can actually borrow seeds from there to grow with the understanding that you will give them some of the product of your crop. So it's this beautiful transfer that we have. And it has a vital connection to what we're considering today, because it is tying us back to the agricultural roots of this state. It is tying us back to what we all just partook in over our lunches, which is the agricultural produce of this state and this country that is so important. We have fed the world for how many generations? We have fed the world from the produce of this country, exporting wheat, exporting corn, exporting soybeans. When I moved out here, I had grown up farming in northern Missouri, and we had soybeans. And soybeans are this bizarre, delicate crop. They require a certain number of cycles of the moon before they will flower. And they cannot put seeds on, they cannot put pods until they flower, and that takes a certain number of full moons to do that. So I came out here, and I'm working at CSU, and I went out because somebody said they were about to cut beans, and soybean harvest is one of my favorite things. Soybean harvest is just the best thing in the world. You sit on a combine chewing up soybean plants, they whack those little dry pods open, the soybeans fall out, and you get this beautiful hopper of these little, look like black-eyed peas that you march down, you put them into a wagon, the wagon goes, puts them in the grain bin. But there's a dust that occurs with this that has the sweetest smell to it. And so I love soybean harvest. And I hear we're going to cut beans. I'm so excited. So I set aside that day, I'm going to go cut beans, and I show up and I see green plants. And I thought, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. These soybeans aren't ready for harvest. They were not soybeans. They were pintos. And I was not quite ready for pinto harvest because pintos are harvested green. And by golly, if you've never seen that, then you've never seen nothing, because it is a completely different world. It's not like harvesting corn. It's not like anything else. I tell that story because we have that legacy here. We have that legacy through our land-grant universities. We have that legacy here through our seed depository. When we talk about these bills and you see the names and you go, oh yeah, it's a sunset. It's a sunset for the Seed Act. That may mean nothing to you, but it means everything to the people who innovate, the people who feed our country, the people who feed the world. It actually means everything to them that we take enough of an interest as a state to have laws in place that deal with this. So take a minute, drink it in, understand that if you really want to, we could even do a field trip in better budgetary times, and we could go up and see the seed depository. Because in the event of a cataclysm, in the event of something that affects us all for possibly generations, we know that just up the street from here, we have all those seeds. Representative Catlin, I'm going to call you out. The best thing I've ever heard in this building was Representative Mark Catlin at an ag meeting when I first started here, and somebody asked him, what does he do? And he said, he is a farmer. He coaxes the living out of the ground. And he's laughing because he knows that he said this, but it is perhaps one of those best things that I think we hear here, which is that is the most basic world of sustenance. It's the most basic world of what we should all be involved in. Mark, thank you for those words. They have stuck with me forever. I appreciate you.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
So I want to come up and talk a little bit about this SEED Act, and I want to thank the sponsors for this bill, but I'm going to try to give you some real-world applications of the impact of seeds and certified seed. In my career, I worked a lot with fire restoration. You know, last year in Colorado, the wildfires were terrible. One down south, 115,000 acres. So when you go to restoration and you start flying seed in or using it on ground application or however you're applying the seed, it's critical if it's native seeds that that seed is clean. You don't want weeds in it because you get a one-time shot at it. One time. When you spread that stuff out, that's it. You don't want weeds in it. So the certification of these native plants along with the agricultural monoculture type seeds, it's all very important. I remember where I live, some weed seed came in. It's a weed called white top. I remember when it showed up on the creek where I live. It was in 2002 when it really got a foothold. We never seen it before that. I can remember on Dry Hollow Creek when the Russian knapweed came in. So a lot of times in these seed sources, when you're trying to plant something, you get some real noxious weeds. So, another thing I want to talk about is that, you know, it also saves on post-seeding treatments. You know, you try to keep the chemicals off the ground, the weed sprays and all that. So if you've got something you planted and you got to control the weeds, that's sometimes multiple applications. And if you use a poor seed source, then the weed spraying is a necessity. From a farming standpoint, ground preparation. You know, it takes a lot of diesel fuel, run those tractors across the ground, and to make a good seed bed and all your seed preparation. You put all that time and effort. A lot of these farmers, you know, their summer following, so it's an every other year thing. When you plant that crop, you want it to come up and you want it to be what you wanted, and you want the seeding rates per acre like you want. You also want the germination rate. I think Representative Holtorf talked about germination rates, and that's whether agriculture or native plants. You want all the same thing. And you know, we spend hundreds on, especially fire restoration, hundreds of thousands of dollars in this restoration work. And those seeds are hard, those native seeds are really hard to collect. It takes a lot of time and effort to get a pound of a blue grama seed, you know, or bitter brush. Those type of native plants, it's a lot, and some of it's handwork. So they're very expensive seeds. In collection of them, you want to take care of them. You want to make sure they're weed free when you're putting them out there. So another thing is that I worked with a lot was with when I was with CPW was habitat partnership. Do a lot of seeding on private ground, helping out, trying to reduce conflict with wildlife on private ground. Also, Habitat Partnership works with all the federal agencies as well on the public land. Obviously, you know, we have weed-free certified hay on public land. The weed-free hay program is a great one. A lot of times on the highways, ski areas, we're using certified weed-free straw and hay as mulch under seeding. But the public lands, obviously, you have to use good, clean, certified seed when you're planting that for a habitat restoration, a fire restoration, or just trying to improve the habitat for wildlife. So I'd stand in strong support of this Seed Act renewal. And so ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I rise in support of House Bill 1184. You know, I started thinking about this bill, and I realized a lot of my colleagues are talking about, you know, about the science and the real intricacies of the of seeds, and it made me think, you know, once again, I'm sort of a student of history. I like history, and World War II history, because this goes back, and I think I've mentioned to you all that that my family we have roots in the Panhandle of Texas, Plainview, Texas, where we have a family cotton farm. We still have it today. It's down there just west of Plainview, Texas, down off of I-27. And it still is a working cotton farm. And say it's been in our family for over 100 years. You think about that, down in Texas at least, and I'm sure it's other states, they give you special plaques that if you've had a family farm in the lineage for over 100 years, you get, you know. So I'm proud to say that my grandfather, it was given to him by my great-great-grandmother to entice him and to keep him in the state of Texas, where he married my grandmother, and he was the first dryland cotton farmer in Hale County, Texas. So where I'm going with all of this is my grandfather and my grandmother and my mother and her brother, they struggled through the Dust Bowl days of the Great Depression. You've seen that iconic picture of that giant cloud coming over, the dust cloud coming probably 50, 60 miles an hour that was literally 100 feet tall. That picture was taken at ground zero at or near our family farm. And so my grandfather and my mother and grandmother, they gutted it out during the Great Depression and during the Dust Bowl years. And in fact, if you ever, I've mentioned this book before, if you ever want to really learn a real history lesson about how tough farmers are, read the book called The Worst Hard Times. I bet you Representative Holtorf and Representative Catlin and Representative Pelton have read this book before. It's called The Worst Hard Times, and it is very, very sobering about what the farmers went through in the Dust Bowl area of Kansas, New Mexico, Colorado, and West Texas. So I'm proud to say that that my family lineage, they gutted it out during the Dust Bowl years. And my family, they raised virtually all their crops besides cotton. My mother would tell me how they'd go out and they would plant their pumpkin seeds and the apple orchards, and they would grow virtually everything, because during the Great Depression, they had nothing. If you had a plot of land and you could grow something, you were wealthy. Wasn't that right, Representative Pelton? It still is true today. And so anyways, is that my uncle, who was born about 1920, he became a Marine aviator during World War II. This is the history lesson. He flew Hellcats and Corsairs. He was a Marine aviator in the Pacific. And there's a great picture of him standing there beside the Hellcat. And my mother and their family, they had victory gardens, and they would grow the various crops, one for themselves, but two, to send foodstuffs to the soldiers, be it in Europe or the Burma-China theater, or my uncle in the South Pacific, wherever he was. And, you know, these victory gardens, everybody had a victory garden. You know, that's why it's related to this seeds, is that you grew whether you were in in a city, or you were out in the country. Everybody had a victory garden, and you grew everything that you could, not only to help yourself, but to help the men and women who are fighting overseas for freedom against fascism and the tyranny of Japanese imperialism. And I know that my mother, there again, I can see this iconic picture of them and their victory garden and all of the things that they grew, the vegetables and the fruits and so forth. And they couldn't have done that without having some knowledge of what it was like to grow things and to have the correct seeds and to be able to plant things properly. You know, and that's something that's been passed along from generation to generation. So speaking for my family and my grandfather, the Branham clan, you know, we're proud to support this great piece of legislation by Representative Pelton and Representative Benteo. I don't see her here right now, but my hat's off to you, Representative Pelton, and to the other good men and women who work these family farms. And I'm sure if you looked at any history book today about what went on in World War II, especially probably in World War I, is that everybody had these victory gardens. And we may not have been as successful as we were if the folks back at home had not stepped forward and planted these victory gardens and tended them the way that they did. So if you read something about history and you want to read something about the victory gardens, I'm sure you can Google victory gardens and you'll see it. So with that, I'll give up my time to my next colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Please give us a very brief summary of why you have an amendment that fits under the third reading rule, that it not be substantial.
Sure. It's a non-substantial, short title amendment to change the title to the Michael Bloomberg Seed Act of 2020. After all, it was earlier this year that Michael Bloomberg described that all you needed to do to be a farmer was to throw a few seeds on the ground, cover them with soil, and water them.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. I'll start in the gallery this time. Members in the gallery, how do you vote on permission to offer a third reading amendment? Representative Tatone? Representative Tatone votes no. Representative McLaughlin? Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Froelich? Representative Froelich votes no. Representative Sullivan? Representative Sullivan votes no. Going to those participating remotely, Representative Buckner?
No.
Representative Buckner votes no. Representative Melton?
No.
Representative Melton votes no. I'll wait and see if Rep. Jackson turns her video back on here. In the meantime, Representatives Buenteo, Carver, Champion, Geithner, Hooten, Humphrey, Jackson, McCluskey, Mullica, Sane, and Sandridge. Please vote on the question of permission to offer a third reading amendment.
No.
I'm sorry, was that Representative Jackson?
Yes, it was. That was a no.
Okay, Representative Jackson votes no. Please note that Speaker Becker is present. Representatives Carver, Geithner, Hooten, and Humphrey are excused. Please close the machine. Oh, it looks like they showed up just in the nick of time. Representative Hooten, it looks like the vote is permission to offer a third reading amendment. And has Representative Carver returned to the chamber yet? Representative Carver is excused. Please close the machine with 20 aye votes, 44 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent. The motion fails. You will not be given permission to offer a third reading amendment. We are back to the bill. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I thought it would be of interest to my fellow members to learn more about the Colorado Seed Act. Colorado's crop and grazing lands are major natural resources that support the state's agricultural industry. In fact, Colorado's 66.3 million acre total land base, approximately 10.5 million acres, so like a sixth of that, including 3.4 million irrigated acres. According to information provided by the CDA staff, the top 5 crops in Colorado are as follows. I bet you're all guessing what that is. Wheat, the top crop, 2.5 million, specifically 2,520,000 acres. And then comes corn. Corn of 1.2 acres. Then millet. I always thought that was a haircut style, but millet, as it turns out, is a variety of grasses, and that's 270,000 acres. Sorghum is next, 4th on the list. It's a cereal crop, and that's 190,000 acres. And then, to my surprise, in 5th place, something that always scared me as a kid, these great big old flowers, sunflowers. I always thought they were something from a Twilight Zone episode or something. But so because Colorado's cropland is an important component in the state's agricultural industry, the CDA is charged with providing a regulatory model to protect consumers related to the seed industry. And in order to provide adequate consumer protection, the intent of the CSA is to prevent the distribution of poor quality seeds to consumers that could result in low crop yields or poor crop quality and the spread of noxious weeds. So let's talk about the noxious weeds a little bit. Noxious weeds are produced from plants that are especially troublesome and detrimental and could cause damage or loss to a considerable portion of the land or livestock of a community. There are two types of noxious weeds. Who knew? I always thought there was just one type of noxious weed. Turns out there are two types of noxious weed seeds: prohibited and restricted. Prohibited noxious weeds seeds are the seeds of perennial, biennial, and annual weeds, which are highly detrimental and especially difficult to control. If prohibited noxious weeds are identified, the seed cannot be sold for propagation. How sad is that? What a tragic ending to those noxious weed seeds. Restricted noxious weed seeds are very objectionable in fields, lawns, and gardens, but can be controlled by good agricultural practices. And the CDA also utilizes the services of the Colorado Seed Laboratory. Who knew we had a Colorado Seed Laboratory within the Colorado State University, the Department of Soil and Crop Sciences, to provide reliable and consistent seed test results for commercial, certification, and research applications. The CSL is a recognized association of official seed analysis, AOSA. That'll come into play later. The AOSA laboratory. The purpose of the AOSA is to seek uniformity and accuracy in methods, results, and reports related to seed testing. This is critical. The CSL utilizes the tolerances adopted by the OASA rules and regulations in order to determine whether a sample of seeds have an acceptable deviation from the contents outlined on the label. For instance, the percentage of germination, which is the emergence and development from the seed embryo, or number of noxious weeds present, is required to be within an acceptable tolerance. The CSL performs seed testing in accordance with the International Seed Testing Association, and they have an acronym too, the ISTA. The ISTA produces international rules for seed sampling and testing. Wow, Colorado is involved in an international seed ecosystem. The CSL is equipped to perform a variety of tests on seeds, including, but not limited to, purity analysis testing, germination testing, and tetrazolium testing. And I went and looked up tetrazolium because tetrazolium, I've never seen tetrazolium before. Turns out it's kind of an ammonia. Purity analysis testing is done to determine the percentage of pure seeds, other crop seeds, weed seeds, and inert material like soil, insect parts, etc. in the seed lot. A lot is defined in the CSA as a definite quantity of seed identified by a lot number or other mark. Germination testing is defined as the emergence from the seed embryo of those essential structures which, for the kind in question, are indicative of the ability to produce a normal plant under favorable conditions. Tetrazolium testing serves as an estimate regarding seed viability. Tetrazolium testing is more labor intensive than germinating testing. I kind of figured it would be. But usually produces results in a more timely manner. The Colorado Seed Growers Association, and they've got their own acronym, CSGA, that'll come up later, which consists of individuals from the seed industry, provides certification of various types of seeds in Colorado. The purpose of seed certification is to make available to the general public high-quality seed of superior crop varieties grown and distributed to ensure genetic identity and purity. Now in Colorado, there's 7 classes of seeds or propagating materials recognized in seed certification. 7, can you imagine? And here they are. Breeder, foundation, registered, certified, tested, selected, and source identified. I want to make sure you got that, so I'm going to repeat those 7 classes of seed or propagating materials. Breeder, foundation, registered, certified, tested, selected, and source identified. Let me know if you need me to read that again. The breeder seeds are seeds or vegetative propagating material directly controlled by the originating, or in certain cases, the sponsoring plant breeder, institution, or firm that provides the source for the initial and recurring increase of foundation seeds. Foundation seeds are seed stock that most nearly maintain specific genetic identity and purity and may be designated or produced by an agricultural experiment station or originator. Sounds science-y. Foundation seeds are the source of registered or certified seeds. Registered seeds are the progeny or offspring of foundation seeds. Registered seeds are the parent stock for the production of certified seeds. Certified seeds are the progeny of foundation or registered seeds that are handled to maintain satisfactory genetic identity and purity and have been approved and certified by the CSGA.
This is your 1-minute warning, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Additionally, tested seeds require progeny testing to prove that traits of interest are heritable in succeeding generations. Testing generations, numbers of sites, generations required, are outlined for each species by the CSGA. Selected seeds come from rigidly selected woody species or stands that have promise of genetic superiority, but may or may not have been progeny tested. Finally, and this is my biggest point, source identified seeds may be seeds from either natural stands with geographic source and elevation known, or plantations or shelter belts of known geographic location. Now, the CDA, just point to note, was created in 1949. However, the state of Colorado has regulated seed production since 1929, when the seed inspection and registration law was enacted. The modern CSA was originally enacted in 1943, and the CSA was revised in 1982 and then again in 1993. And 1993 revisions were a result of the Sunrise application submitted by Tudor by the Colorado Seedsmen's Association and the CSGA. The purpose of the Sunrise application was to gain additional financial support for CDA personnel to continue the effective administration of the CSA. The Sunrise
Your time is up, Representative Baisley.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
You are welcome. Representative Catlin. Geithner, were you waiting? I may have missed you. I apologize. Okay, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I want to talk about seed, and I want to talk about some of the things that have happened in the past with seed. I don't have a book to read from, so it's all got to be done from memory. But maybe it'll help a little bit in figuring out about seed. And I really don't want to waste your time, so I'm not going to go on and on and on about it. But in my community, we're raising a crop named spelt. Spelt is the mother of wheat. They bred the wheat plant out of this spelt, and they also bred barley out of it. But we're raising it today because it doesn't have, I forget what everybody's allergic to nowadays, but it's non-allergenic, blah, 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 allergenic. Thank you, doctor. And it allows people to eat this product in grain products like bread, macaroni, those kind of things. But it came from Europe, and they bred this plant down because every plant we have was bred down from some wild, what we would consider a weed today. But at the time agriculture started, they started to cultivate some of these weeds because they'd been picking those weeds as they were hunters and gatherers. A lot of times they would start to settle in places where those grasses and those grain grasses were abundant. Well, you know, you just leave it to a farmer and he'll figure out a way to raise more of what he liked and what he found out his neighbors liked. And that's really kind of the way we've ended up with some of the seed that we talk about today on this Seed Act. When we talk about seed in the winter in wheat, there's winter wheat, there's spring wheat, there's white wheat, there's red wheat, there's all these different kinds and varieties. That's part of what we're doing with the Seed Act so that they continue to keep straight as we raise them and sell them. But there's an incredible amount of work done in breeding seed. Still goes on today because as populations grow, as communities' needs change, we need more and better food products, and agriculture, you all know, is in the business of filling that need. The science that goes into some of this is incredible. People have spent their entire lives figuring out how to raise something better than what his dad raised or what they raised last year. In my case, Olathe sweet corn, and I hope you all buy Olathe sweet corn every time it comes out, please. Please do that. We appreciate that. The story behind Olathe sweet corn was that the man that developed that seed had been talked to by the Jolly Green Giant. And they wanted him to develop a corn seed that was sweet enough they didn't have to add sugar to it when they canned it. So he went about doing that. Well, you know how partnerships are sometimes. Somebody didn't do something that somebody was supposed to, and he decided that he would leave. He spent 3 or 4 years traveling the United States looking for the right elevation, the right longitude, latitude, and the right sweet water. And come to find out, that happened to be in Montrose County, Olathe, Colorado. And that's the way that crop began, was that they had the seed, we started to raise it, it started to do well, and all of a sudden we had a new business in the Uncompahgre Valley. But simply because a doctor of corn, you know, I mean, maybe he's a comedian, but a doctor of corn kind of goes outside my deal. But he was a PhD, brought the corn to us, and we continue to raise it. It's the only place in the United States that it's raised. You all know Coors. Coors barley is the main ingredients in Coors beer. Came right from Golden. CSU helped develop that Moravian barley that we now make beer out of. One of the most profitable crops in the state of Colorado today. We would like to raise it again in my country, but there's too much competition in too many other places. You know, we have all probably heard the story of corn, and I'm not going to tell you any jokes, but the Aztecs decided that the weed that they were eating, they could do a better job if they were to get it to put on better ears. If you look at the parent of corn, the seed kernels are on the stalk. And somehow, some guy knew how to turn that and make it into an ear. Those little stories go along with the seed industry. And you know, one of the things about Colorado that makes it totally and completely new and different in the seed world is, I don't know how many of you have been to Mesa Verde, but we now raise in the state of Colorado Anasazi beans that were found in the ruins around southern Colorado and southwest Colorado. They look an awful lot like a pinto bean, but they're called an Anasazi bean. They have a different structure, they're a different color. They make a lot different colored soup. But you know, these are the kind of things that we talk about, and I know that we've had too much fun with seed this morning and this afternoon. But in reality, a lot of Colorado's future is attached to seeds. because we do have a tremendous reputation in the United States and around the world that the seed crop that we raise, and in fact, I'm a seed farmer. We raise pinto bean seed, certified seed, that we sell all over the country, different varieties of that same pinto bean. But Colorado has a tremendous reputation in the seed world. Because of the hot days, cool nights, and the altitude, we raise a stronger seed than our neighbors do in any of the lowland states. And we're a premium. So this is really pretty serious. I know that it's gotten kind of boring, but I wanted you to know that some of the story behind seed is not boring. If you would like to, it would be a great thing to take a look into the seed industry in the state of Colorado, because it is one of the major things that the state of Colorado's farmers do today, and they have done. You heard the history of the Seed Act. Well, that's really pretty much a history of farming in the state of Colorado, because we needed that kind of protection. We needed to be selling the #1 and the best, and the Seed Act helps us do that. So I'm sure that you're sick of seed, but let me plant a seed for the future. Please vote yes on this bill. It's a good bill. Vote yes.
I'll take like 30 seconds.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, folks, I think that you just have to sit back for a minute and realize the absolute wealth of knowledge that we get in Representative Catlin. He's embarrassed that I would say that, but it's true. One of the things he said just reminded me of something that I find remarkable. My sister, who I'm going to call out here on television, Summer McKean, is an archaeologist, and she was an archaeologist in northwestern New Mexico. So up on the Navajo reservation and kind of all around that Aztec area. And she was out doing an archaeological survey where there was a drill rig out there, and she had some time, and she walked off from the drill rig and kind of looked around, and she saw a little ledge up from where she was working, and she climbed up to it. And in that little piece of ledge, there were 3 Anasazi jars. And those 3 Anasazi jars were covered with pitch, with pine tar. And they had been there for probably 1,500 years. And they had been secreted back in this spot where no one could find them. And Representative Catlin, guess what they had in them? They had Anasazi beans and Anasazi corn. And it was one of the most amazing things that she found. Those jars now are in the State Museum in Santa Fe, New Mexico, because 2 of the jars had seeds in them and very well protected, very much put back out of the way so nobody could get to them. The 3rd jar was not just covered with pitch on the outside, but it was covered with pitch on the inside, because you had to bring water to those seeds to get them to grow. I spent a lot of time with my sister up in that area doing archaeological surveys of pipelines and other things, and just going out and looking at this stuff. I never cease to be amazed at the kinds of things like that we find that say that this little Seed Act that we are considering in 2020 is a heritage that lasts with us from thousands of years in the past. And it's those little reminders. Thank you, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Representative McKean. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Members, I rise in support of this bill, and I think it's important that we understand a little bit about, why it's important that we do these sunsets. So I have something I'd like to share with you, just a brief little description regarding the Sunset Law that was enacted in 1976. The Sunset Law was the first of its kind in the United States. A sunset provision repeals all or part of the law after a specific date, unless the legislature affirmatively acts to extend it. During the sunset review process, the Colorado Office of Policy, Research, and Regulatory Reform, within the Department of Regulatory Agencies, conducts a thorough evaluation of such programs based upon specific statutory criteria, and solicits diverse input from a broad spectrum of stakeholders, including consumers, government agencies, public advocacy groups, and professional associations. Sunset reviews are based on the following statutory criteria. Number one, whether regulation by the agency is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, whether the conditions which led to the initial regulation have changed, and whether other conditions have arisen which would warrant more, less, or the same degree of regulation. If regulation is necessary, whether the existing statutes and regulations establish the least restrictive form of regulation consist with the public interest, considering other available regulatory mechanisms, and whether agency rules enhance the public interest and are within the scope of legislative intent. Number three, whether the agency operates in the public interest and whether its operation is impeded or enhanced by existing statutes, rules, procedures, and practices, and any other circumstances, including budgetary, resource, and personal matters. Whether an analysis or agency operation indicates that the agency performs its statutory duties effectively and effectively. Whether the composition of the agency's board or commission adequately represents the public interest, and whether the agency encourages public participation in its decisions rather than participation only by the people it regulates. The economic impact of regulation, and, if national economic information is not available, whether the agency stimulates or restricts competition. Number seven, whether complaint, investigation, and disciplinary procedures adequately protect the public, and whether final disposition of complaints are in the public interest or self-serving to the profession. Number eight, whether the scope of practice of the regulated occupation contributes to the optimum utilization of personnel, and whether entry requirements encourage affirmative action. Number nine, whether the agency, through its licensing and certification process, imposes any sanctions or disqualifications on applicants based on past criminal history, and if so, whether the sanctions or disqualifications serve public safety or commercial or consumer protection interests. To assist in considering this factor, the analysis prepared pursuant to Section 5A of this section must include data on the number of licenses or certifications that the agency denied based on the applicant's criminal history, the number of conditional licenses or certifications issued based upon the applicant's criminal history, and the number, I'm sorry, I read that twice, and the number of licenses or certifications revoked or suspended based on an individual's criminal conduct. For each set of data, the analysis must include the criminal offenses that led to the sanction or disqualification, and number 10, whether administrative and statutory changes are necessary to improve agency operations to enhance the public interest. Sunset reports are organized so that a reader may consider these criteria while reading. While not all criteria are applicable to all sunset reviews, the various sections of a sunset report generally call attention to the relevant criteria. For example, in order to address the first criterion and determine whether a particular regulatory program is necessary to protect the public, it is necessary to understand the details of the profession or industry at issue. The profile section of a sunset report typically describes the profession or industry at issue and addresses the current environment, which may include economic data to aid in this analysis. To ascertain a second aspect of the first sunset criterion, whether conditions that led to initial regulation have changed, the history of regulation section of a sunset report explores any relevant changes that have occurred over time in the regulatory environment. The remainder of the legal framework section addresses the third sunset criterion by summarizing the organic statute and rules of the program, as well as relevant federal, state, and local laws to aid in the exploration of whether the program's operations are impeded or enhanced by existing statutes or rules. The program description section of a sunset report addresses several of the sunset criteria, including those inquiring whether the agency operates in the public interest and whether its operations are impeded or enhanced by existing statutes, rules, procedures, and practices, whether the agency performs efficiently and effectively, and whether the board, if applicable, represents the public interest. The analysis and recommendations section of a sunset report, while generally applying multiple criteria, is specifically designed in response to the 10th criterion, which asks whether administrative or statutory changes are necessary to improve agency operations to enhance the public interest. These are but a few examples of how various sections of a sunset report provide the information and, where appropriate, analysis required by the sunset criteria. Just as not all criteria are applicable to every sunset review, not all criteria are specifically highlighted as they are applied throughout a sunset review. Types of regulation. Consistent, flexible, and fair regulatory oversight assures consumers, professionals, and businesses an equitable playing field. All Coloradans share a long-term common interest in a fair marketplace where consumers are protected. Regulation, if done appropriately, should protect consumers. If consumers are not better protected and competition is hindered, then regulation may not be the answer. As regulatory programs relate to individual professions, such programs typically entail the establishment of minimum standards for initial entry and continued participation in a given profession or occupation. This serves to protect the public from incompetent practitioners. Similarly, such programs provide a vehicle for limiting or removing from practice those practitioners deemed to have harmed the public. From a practitioner perspective, regulation can lead to increased prestige and higher income. Accordingly, regulatory programs are often championed by those who will be the subject of regulation. On the other hand, by erecting barriers to entry into a given profession or occupation, even when justified, regulation can serve to restrict the supply of practitioners. This not only limits consumer choice, but can also lead to an increase in the cost of services. There are also several levels of regulation. Licensure. Licensure is the most restrictive form of regulation, yet it provides the greatest level of public protection. Licensing programs typically involve the completion of a prescribed educational program, usually college level or higher, and the passage of an examination that is designed to measure a minimal level of competency. These types of programs usually entail title protection. Only those individuals...
You have 1 minute, Representative Gardner.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Majority Leader. Only those individuals who are properly licensed may use a particular title and practice exclusively. Only those individuals who are properly licensed may engage in the particular practice. While these requirements can be reviewed as barriers to entry, they also afford the highest level of consumer protection in that they ensure that only those who are deemed competent may practice, and the public is alerted to those who may practice by the titles used. So that's a little information that we have as to why we do these sunset review bills. I appreciate your attention to this. And I think it's appropriate, given some of the discussion that we've had here today, well, Mr. Majority, I move to reconsider L004.
The House will be in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, thank you for your patience. The question before us is reconsideration of permission for a third reading amendment. And I believe the third reading amendment was L004. I'm just going to explain the steps to this. Reconsideration requires 2/3 vote in the affirmative to get us back to the original question of giving permission, which it didn't receive before, but that then would be a simple majority to get to the actual amendment. So if everyone understands what's before us, the question is reconsideration of getting permission to offer a third reading amendment. So with that, is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Mr. Okay, members members voting remotely. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
We couldn't hear.
Oh.
Excuse me. We couldn't hear what you said.
Okay.
About the vote.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, but we missed the instructions about the vote.
No problem. So for people voting remotely, this question is reconsideration of a previous question to give permission to offer a third reading amendment. So it requires 2/3 vote on reconsideration to then get back to the question of giving permission.
Okay, thank you. I vote no.
Representative Buckner votes no. Representative Melton.
No.
Representative Melton votes no. Representative Jackson.
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan votes no. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich votes no. Representative Arndt, Catlin, Humphrey, Liston, Sandridge, Tatone. Oh, Representative Tatone. Oh, Representative Tatone is excused. Representative Humphrey, please vote. Representative Arndt is excused. Please close the machine. With 21 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 4 excused, the motion for reconsideration is lost. Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1184? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1184. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Liston is present. Members voting remotely. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Melton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Members in the gallery. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Representative Sullivan votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Yes. Representative Froelich votes yes. Representative Harrod, Holtorf, Humphrey, and Ransom, please vote. Representative Humphrey, please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 excused, House Bill 1184 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. I'm announcing, members, just a heads up. I'm announcing that pursuant to House Rule 25I2, the House State Veterans Military Affairs Committee has obtained consent of the Speaker to meet while third readings are in progress. So just what that means is Representative Kennedy, the Chair of State Affairs, is going to notice the committee now, and then we will proceed in order on third reading. So Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Pursuant to House Rule 25J1B, the House State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee will meet at 4 p.m. instead of upon adjournment as originally scheduled. We're going to also change up the order of the bills just a little bit, starting with House Bill 1410, 1411, 1414, 1412, and then continue with the calendar from there. So see you at 4 o'clock. We have also moved the room to room 271, the old State Library.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1211.
House Bill 1211 by Representatives Valdez D. and Holtorf, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning the continuation of the licensing of egg dealers and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Kennedy, make a motion.
Terribly sorry, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1211 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues. I had the opportunity working with my good friend and colleague, Representative Valdez, who also represents Southern Colorado, in presenting this before the Finance Committee and bringing it through the Rural Affairs and Ag Committee to the Finance Committee. It's gone through second reading, and now we're on third readings, and I want to encourage an aye vote on this exceptional legislation. Now, only Representative Tatone, who is master of puns here in our chamber, can come up with the funniest quips. I cannot. But I do want to point out the Finance Committee appeared to have a lot of fun when we were discussing this sunset bill. But I need to remind this chamber and those that were on that committee that the largest impact or change to a regulation that has been keeping people safe and the production of eggs safe was the expansion to different types of eggs under this regulation. Now, I know a few committee members don't want regulation. They don't want more regulation. Some of my own colleagues are against regulation. But when it comes to food safety, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you how important that is. You cannot compromise food safety or people die. you lose lives. And the most vulnerable are our children and our seniors. Others on the committee did not know the difference or did not understand that there are many different cultures and ethnicities that have an appetite for a variety of different type of poultry eggs. And they must be included in this sunset regulation, which we did amend and include. Representative Valdez and I tried very hard to explain that. But I'd like to remind my good colleagues and friends that there are chicken eggs, which are the most popular. But we also have turkey eggs, duck eggs, geese eggs, guinea fowl eggs, and there are other types of eggs. Many of you, or many on the committee rather, who lack international experience may not have known and did not know that dove eggs are a French delicacy. And they would also be included in this sunset regulation. So those of French descendancy, those who enjoy the French culinary delights, which are very popular and known around the world, now those eggs will be safe for our consumers under this sunset, House Bill 20-1211. A few more committee members. A few more committee members did not know that we have non-domestic or wild poultry. I found that interesting. But there are species native to Colorado. Now, I'd like to point out they're not regulated here. They're not domestic. This is for domestic poultry. But we have native species in Colorado, and if you come to where I live and spend any time, you'll see them. If you never get away from the concrete jungle, you don't know this. But I'd like to share this with my good colleagues. I'm in rural Colorado. We do have the prairie chicken, and it lays eggs. Now, those eggs are not regulated under this, but they are consumable. And I hate to tell you this, they taste just like chicken eggs. Just like them. I don't know if you can tell the difference other than the size and the color. Prairie chicken is an avian species. It does lay eggs and they are edible. And my mother, who grew up during the Great Depression out in eastern Colorado, used to go out in the country and gather many things to eat. One of the things was lamb's quarter. Another one of them were prairie chicken eggs. And what a delight if you could find them. I imagine many of you don't know what lamb's quarter is or have ever eaten it. I have one person, yes. Obviously been in the country with me a few times. Tastes like spinach. Wild spinach. Pretty good. But my mom told stories about how they would live off of lamb's quarter. So we will do a lot of exceptional and extraordinary things when we have to. Let's never forget how resilient the American people are, and Coloradoans at that. I will tell you, we talked about some other things not covered under this regulation. I pointed out that reptiles lay eggs, turtles, alligators, snakes, and other reptiles. Now, they're not covered under this regulation, but they are edible and consumable. Now, I will tell you, one of the hardest things I ever did in military training was attend a course called SEER School. Most of you may know that SEER School is survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. It's a very difficult and rigid training that aircrew members oftentimes, and many others, special operations and air crews specifically conduct this training because they're the most likely to get captured and become POWs in many military conflicts. But we were taught that these reptile eggs are edible. and they provide many of the same nutritional qualities that poultry eggs will provide. If you didn't know that, now you do. Could they be covered under this regulation in the future? I would tell you, based on the diverse ethnicity of our cultures, there are peoples in this world that eat reptilian eggs. And if they were in Colorado and they wanted, based on free market enterprise and free market forces, if there ever was a demand for that, I would tell you that in the future, this sunset regulation should consider regulating those eggs because the importance of food safety to everyone, every one of our great citizens, despite their culture, their ethnicity, or their diversity, or their cultural norms, or eating habits. Now, this brings me to the biggest issue and the most important factor, and as Representative Valdez and I were presenting this to the Finance Committee, we made a strong effort to point out the public health issues. But I would tell you, if this bill does not pass, it will cause an existential crisis in this state to public health and food safety. Existential crisis.
Pretty punny.
Thank you. Now I want to read an article that points out something that happened in Colorado that is a public health and food safety issue, ladies and gentlemen.
Representative Holtorf, before you start that, you have 2 minutes to read it.
Thank you. I may be able to do that. In May 18th of 2018, one person from Colorado among 35 infected with a strain of salmonella, an outbreak that continues to grow, was reported by the U.S. Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. What was this? Salmonella branderup, a real disease stemming from eggs that came from a facility from North Carolina. The company had to recall 206 million eggs from shelves that month. Now, I'd like to tell you that people can become ill with salmonella. But when you do get ill, I'd like to just point out, there are some symptoms, just so you know. First is diarrhea, then fever, abdominal cramps. They can happen within 6 to 72 hours. In rare cases, people have severe infections that require hospitalization or severe and acute symptoms.
Representative Holtorf, 1 minute.
Thank you, ma'am. A small number of people with salmonella develop reactive arthritis. This could last months through years. So this is serious, ladies and gentlemen. You can't just disregard these things that are so important to food safety and public health. Now, I'm not going to talk about the contaminants, but it affects people, it affects animals, and it's from germs. If you don't wash your hands when you're using the bathroom, person-to-person contact, child care facilities, residential living facilities, nursing homes, group homes, and through certain types of sexual contact, such as, well, I'm not going to read that. I don't think that's appropriate, but it is published in this article. Salmonella infections, how do you avoid them? Thoroughly cooking your food. Make sure you don't mix uncooked meats with cooked meats or other ready-to-eat foods. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, please vote aye on this very important bill.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Your time is up.
I thank you for your time, and I will yield to my colleagues.
Before you do that, I have an announcement to make. Representative will substitute for Representative Williams in State Affairs today only, and Representative Williams will replace Representative Will in Health and Insurance Sunday only. There's a lot of wills in that comment. Representative Bockenfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request that the bill be read at length.
There's been a request that the bill be read at length.
A bill for an act concerning the continuation of the licensing of egg dealers 101 and, in connection therewith, implementing the 102 recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report 103 by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado 1 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 2434-104, repeal 2, 18A, 2, and add 32, as follows 32434-104. General Assembly review of regulatory agencies for and functions for repeal, continuation, or reestablishment, Legislative 5 declaration, repeal. 18A, the following agencies, functions, or both 6 are scheduled to repeal on July 1, 2020:7, 2, the regulation of poultry eggs in accordance with Article 218 of Title 35, C.R.S. 9, 32A, the following agencies, functions, or both, are 10 scheduled for repeal on September 1, 2031:11, I, the licensing of egg dealers in accordance with Article 1221 of Title 35.13, B, this subsection, 32, is repealed, effective September 1, 14, 2033.15 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 35-21-108 as 16 follows 1735-21-108. Repeal of sections, review of functions. Sections 1835-21-104 and 35-21-107, 2, and this section are repealed, effective 19 July 1, 2020. Prior to such September 1, 2031. Before the repeal, the 21,211-2. Licensing functions of the department shall be reviewed as provided for one and are scheduled for review in accordance with Section 2434-104.2 C.R.S.3 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 35-21-101, amend for the introductory portion, 6, and 16, and add 13.5, as follows 535-21-101. Definitions, rules. As used in this article, Article 21(6) unless the context otherwise requires 7, 6. Dealer means any person who is engaged in selling poultry 8 eggs or other eggs. 9, 13.5. Other eggs means the eggs with the shell of any 10 avian species, as designated by the Commissioner by rule, other 11 than the domesticated chicken. 12, 16. Producer means any person engaged in producing poultry 13 eggs or other eggs in the state. 14 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 35-21-104, amend 15, 1, 4, B, I, and 4, B, 4, as follows 1635-21-104. Licenses, application, fees, rules. 1. Every 17 persons selling poultry eggs or other eggs within the state shall obtain 18 from the department a dealer's license for each place where such the 19 business is conducted. A license is not transferable. The license shall 20 expires and may be renewed in accordance with Rules 21 promulgated by the Commissioner. No reduction of license fee may be 22 made for a fractional part of a year. 23, 4, B, I. The license categories shall be established by rule by 24 the Commissioner based on the average number of cases of poultry eggs 25, 30 dozen per case, or other eggs sold per week during the previous 26 12 months. 27 1002. 4. The applicant for a license shall keep such records as may be one necessary to indicate accurately the quantity of poultry eggs or other 2 eggs sold per week during the year and shall allow the Commissioner to 3 examine these records in determining the quantity of poultry eggs or 4 other eggs sold. A licensee shall retain such the records of quantity 5 sold for a period of 2 years. 6 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 35-21-105, amend 7, 1, as follows 835-21-105. Exemption, rules. 1, A, except as provided in 9 subsection 2 of this section, a person who produces and sells only on the 10 premises at which the poultry eggs were produced, at a farmer's market 11 or through a community-supported agricultural organization, less than 12,250 dozen poultry eggs per month is exempt from this 13 Article 21, except that such a producer may apply for a dealer S14 license and, upon if in compliance with this Article 21, be issued 15 a dealer's license. 16. B. The Commissioner may promulgate rules exempting 17 small producers of other eggs or dealers of other eggs from 18 any provision of this Article 21 and setting the conditions for 19 the exemption, except that such a producer may apply for a 20 dealer's license and, if in compliance with this Article 21, be 21 issued a dealer's license. 22 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 35-21-106, amend 23, 1, 2, B, and 3, as follows 2435-21-106. Rules, Commissioner to enforce, procedure. 25, 1. The Commissioner is authorized to may formulate rules relating to 26 concerning licensing, transporting, processing, labeling, sale, storage. 27. Inspection, and record keeping as the Commissioner may deem proper and 1 necessary for the furtherance and enforcement of this article. Such to Article 21 for both poultry eggs and other eggs. The 3 Commissioners shall promulgate the rules shall be promulgated in accordance with Article 4 of Title 24. C.R.S.5, 2, B. If the Commissioner determines that the provisions of this 6 Article 21 or the rules promulgated for its the enforcement of 7 this Article 21 are being violated, the Commissioner may cause stop 8 sale notices to be placed on all poultry eggs or other eggs being sold 9 or offered for sale in violation of this Article 21 or said the rules. 10 No, a person may shall not sell or otherwise dispose of poultry eggs 11 or other eggs upon which a stop sale notice has been issued until 12 such the stop sale notice has been cancelled by the Commissioner or a 13 duly authorized agent. 14, 3, A. If an authorized person from the department 15 requests to inspect poultry eggs or other eggs, it is unlawful for 16 any a person to refuse to submit any for inspection the following, or 17 to refuse to stop a vehicle transporting the following: 18 I. Poultry eggs, or 19 2. Other eggs, 20 3. Poultry egg products, or 21 4. To refuse to stop any vehicle transporting eggs or egg 22 products for inspection by any authorized person of the department. 23 Other egg products. Point 24 B. Any authorized agent of the department may, while enforcing 25 the provisions of this article, Article 21, seize and hold as evidence any 26 carton or container of poultry eggs or other eggs received, packed 27, stored, delivered for shipment, loaded, or in transit in violation of any one provisions of this article, Article 21.2, Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 35-21-107.5, Amend 3, 4, as follows: 435-21-107.5. Civil penalties. 4. All monies collected pursuant 5 to the section shall be transmitted. The Commissioner shall transmit 6 civil penalties collected under the section to the State Treasurer. 7. And credited to the Inspection and Consumer Services Cash Fund created in 8 Section 35-1-106.5, who shall credit the money to the General 9 Fund. Point 10 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 35-1-106.5, Amend 11, 1, as follows: 1235-1-106.5. Inspection and Consumer Services Cash Fund minus 13 creation. 1. All fees, fines, and penalties collected pursuant to under 14 Articles 12, 13, 14, 21, 33, 36, 37, and 60 of this Title 35 and Part 2 of 15 Article 43 of this Title 35, other than civil penalties collected under 16 Section 35-21-107.5, shall be transmitted to the State Treasurer, who shall 17 credit the same to the Inspection and Consumer Services Cash Fund, which 18 fund is hereby created in the State Treasury. All interest derived from the 19 deposit and investment of money in the fund shall be credited to the fund. Point 20 At the end of any fiscal year, all unexpended and unencumbered money 21 in the fund shall remains in the fund and shall not be credited, or 22 transferred to the general fund or any other fund or used for any purpose. 23 Other than to offset the costs of implementing, administering, and 24 enforcing the provisions of Articles 12, 13, 14, 21, 33, 36, 37, and 60 of 25 this Title 35 and Part 2 of Article 43 of this Title 35. Money in the fund is 26, subject to annual appropriation to the department for such purposes. Point 20, Section 9. Applicability. This act applies to offenses 1 committed on or after the effective date of this act. Point 2, Section 10. Safety clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 3 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Point 5, 1211 to 7.
The question is the passage of House Bill 1211. Is there any other discussion? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, as we talk about the sunset regulation of egg dealers, I think that there's some information that's pertinent to us that I can share from you, or share with you, from this report on the industry. It's a little dry, but rather informative. And so anyways, I guess without further ado, the U.S. egg production industry runs on a very small profit margin. As a result, understanding each input cost is important to the decision egg farmers make each day. The processing, cartoning, and transportation costs are an important part of the costs associated with the final product delivered to the store, and the last public update of these costs were published by Don Bell, University of California in 2000. A de-identified survey study of processing, cartoning, and transportation costs was conducted for the last half of 2018. Survey responses covered the production of approximately 150 million egg-laying hens in the U.S. The survey found the cost of processing guardable nest run and guarded loose eggs are between 43 and 49 cents per dozen, including delivering to the store door, but not including loss from store returns. Those findings were in line with an inflation-adjusted cost estimated based on industry standards at the change of century Bell 2000. It is the intention of the Egg Industry Center to continue updating these estimates on a regular basis to assist the industry in decision-making. The U.S. egg production inventory runs on very small profit margins. As a result, understanding each input cost is important to the decision farmers make each day. The processing, cartoning, and transportation costs are an important part of the costs associated with the final product delivered to the store. The last product report was a result of an egg processing survey in 2000, published by Don Bell at the University of California, And this study is a first attempt at providing updated benchmark costs for processing eggs for the shell egg market considering current industry practices. This report outlines the process and methodology that were used for this update and their results. The components of the cost with higher variability between answers is probably where there are more opportunities for the processors to reduce their costs. A survey of U.S. egg processors was done to eliminate the costs associated with washing, weighing, packing, and transporting eggs. The Egg Farmer Questionnaire was based on a survey developed by Don Bell and discussion with egg farmers to ensure the question could be answered with readily available farm information. The survey contained 7 questions. 7 questions, some of them with multiple subsections eliciting information on the cost of packaging material, processing, which is the washing and the weighing and the packaging, and other relevant factors influencing costs at this stage. The survey included questions for 4 different types of eggs. Guardable nest run class 1, sourced in line. Guardable nest run class 1, sourced offline. Graded loose large and graded loose extra large. 4 different packaging types: the 12-pack carton, the 18-pack carton, the twin 18 packs, and the 5 dozen packs. I had no idea that there was even such a thing as 5 dozen packs. Had no idea. 2 types of cases: the regular corrugated cardboard case and the reusable plastic containers. For each egg type, the authors surveyed the costs of processing and the yield grade loss associated. 3 additional questions were added to the survey, which included the finishing cost for putting boxes of eggs in pallets, wrapping them, etc., the losses from store returns, and the difference in costs between USDA graded eggs and non-USDA graded eggs. There are actually, and this is surprising, 256 possible combinations of these costs. 256 possible combinations. An example is provided for one of the most typical combinations, which is the 4 types of eggs, packaged in 12-pack cartons in regular cardboard cases, non-USDA certified, and delivered to the store door. Even though the data obtained has some limitations, this is a good first step to benchmark the cost of processing eggs for the shell egg market. The entire survey questionnaire is reproduced in this report as Appendix 1. De-identified data collection. In January of 2019, so not too long ago, a 1-page survey was sent to 107 egg producer companies for which the authors have contact information. 1 person per company was chosen to receive the survey to avoid the possibility of duplicate responses. Participants were offered a variety of ways to return their surveys where their identity was not traceable, therefore guaranteeing anonymity of the respondents. The survey specifically asked for responses based on the PCT costs for the last half of 2018. Data collection was finished on February 15th of 2019. So here's the analytical approach, and I think this is where it gets interesting. The analysis was conducted in 3 stages. First, response with extremely high and extremely low values, the outliers, were eliminated from the database. Second, alternative measures of central location, i.e. the trimmed mean and median, for dispersion. This is the 25th and the 75th percentiles, of course, were calculated for the remaining responses. Finally, for items where the distribution of responses was very scattered, cluster analysis were conducted to identify groups of responses with high degrees of similarity within each group, but significant differences among groups. This step was conducted in an attempt to understand whether a unique cost estimate can characterize all responses reasonably well. So let's talk about those outliers. I mentioned those earlier, so let's dig into that a little bit. Turkey's method. 1977 was used to identify the outliers based on its simplicity. This method consists of the following steps. Estimating the quartile difference, which is the difference between the values of the 75th and the 25th percentiles. Multiplying that difference by 1.5 or 1.5 quartile difference. Identifying any value lower than the 25th percentile minus the 1.5 quartile difference as an outlier, and then identifying any value that is higher than the 75th percentile plus the 1.5 quartile difference as an outlier. So the central location. The most commonly used measure, of course, for central location for a distribution of numerical values is the arithmetic mean, or simple average, i.e. the sum of the values across all responses divided by the count of responses. However, one major drawback of the simple average approach is its sensitivity to very high or very low values and asymmetric distribution, even after removing those outliers. Those outliers play a critical role, members. Rice, 2006, states, without careful attention to the data, the arithmetic mean of the sample can produce misleading results. That's on page 395. We'll get there in a little bit. Because the presented data had some more extreme values and some of the distributions were asymmetric, two alternative measures of central location that are more robust to the presence of extreme values and asymmetric distributions were pursued. The median and the trimmed mean. The median is defined...
Representative Geithner, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Chair. The median is defined as the middle value of the ordered observation from smallest to largest. And when the sample size is even, the median is the average of the two middle values. That's from Rice 2006. So clearly, moving the extreme observations does not affect the sample median at all. So the median is quite robust. One disadvantage of the median is that it ignores the values outside the center, and such information must be valuable. It has to be valuable, members. And so with that, I'm gonna step down. I do stand in support of this bill, and I would encourage the members of this body to vote yes.
I had Representative Sandrich next. Is that correct? Representative Sandrich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So this is just like other bills of this kind, other sunsets, where I feel that we should really educate ourselves before we make our decisions. A lot of people aren't from the agriculture industry, especially me. So this is something where I have to read up on, try to understand the regulations, try to understand the fees, and try to understand if this is something that my constituents would want me to vote for and support, or they feel it's too intense regulations that we need to do away with it. So what I did was I went to the Colorado official state web portal and looked up the egg regulations. So this is the official regulations associated with egg dealers. And it pointed out a lot of good information, and I think this is some of the information that we all need to maybe look over, because some of these bills just aren't clear cut, and we all like eggs, and I think some people think, oh, I have eggs in the morning, so I'm going to vote for this. Well, hold on. We want to make sure this is right for the producers, right for the chickens, right for our constituents. So, so this is something that I think we need to look into. So, when I look on the state official website, and let's all remember this state official websites cost money, so that's money out of our taxpayers' pocket to educate us about eggs. But what it says is, at first it talks about egg producers. Egg producers, small flock egg producers. And remember, our tax money is paying for this education. Small flock egg producers. And it says if you plan to sell fewer than 40 cases, 1 case equals 30 dozen eggs. So I just learned something there. I didn't know that 1 case equals 30 dozen eggs. So if you plan to sell fewer than 40 cases, 1 case equals 30 dozen eggs of your own flock's eggs per week on the farm, at the farmer's market, or through a community-supported agricultural organization or similar venue, then you are exempt from licensing by the Colorado Department of Agriculture, CDA. Well, that's a good, I'm glad. I like to hear that you're exempt from licensing. I'm not a big fan of licensing. In many cases, and in some cases I am, but in general, I'm not a big fan of it. So it seems like that the licensing does exempt people who are smaller producers. It says eggs sold at farmers markets, community supporters, agricultural organizations, and similar venues must be transported in a clean, sanitary environment between 33 degrees Fahrenheit and 41 degrees Fahrenheit. The egg pack, and the one thing to notice, why 33 degrees Fahrenheit and why 41 degrees Fahrenheit? I'm no expert, but that's kind of restrictive. You can't, if it's 42 degrees, you can't transport eggs. I'm sure there's a justifiable reason, but it's interesting. So the egg packages, it says the egg packages must be labeled, and this is more regulation associated with this. The egg dealers, the regulation the egg dealers have to follow. Only transport in within an 8 degree, you can only transport eggs within an 8 degree, 33 to 41. Only 8 degrees. If you go 9 degrees, you're doing something bad. 41 degrees is the max. Can't be 42, according to the state. Can't be 42. It's got to be 41, or you're doing something wrong here. 32, that's wrong. It says 33 to 41. The government says so. So if it's 42 degrees, shut down business. Find something else to do that day to make money. So this says the egg packages must be labeled with the address where the eggs originated, the packaging date, if not treated for salmonella, such as pasteurization, they must be labeled with safe handling instructions to prevent illness from bacteria, keep eggs refrigerated, cook eggs until yolks are firm, and cook any foods containing eggs thoroughly. So you have to put this on the eggs. Cook eggs until yolks are firm. Okay, so then it says, and labels must also include, quote, these eggs do not come from a government-approved source. Well, the government-approved source, to some people that may seem good, some people that seem bad. I'm thinking maybe the people outside don't want to eat eggs from a government-approved source, so they may pay more, and I'm not a big fan of eating government-approved eggs either. So it says if your flock size is under 3,000 domesticated chicken hens and you wish to sell your eggs to a grocery store, restaurant, or other institution, then a Class 1 egg producer license is required, and your operation will be inspected. CDA inspects the processing of the eggs for good manufacturing practices and complete labeling of cartons of eggs. A commercial kitchen is not required for processing small flock producers, which is good. That's a good thing. But the processing idea and the refrigerator or cooler must be clean and sanitary. CDA inspectors will not inspect the housing of the hens or ask your feeding or gathering practices. So they will not ask about feeding and gathering practices. Why is that? Representative Wilson? Checking the washing and sanitizing of the eggs to ensure that the eggs are free from any substance or condition that could adversely affect the wholesomeness and quality of the eggs by absorption of bacteria or odors. That's good. Verification that all eggs are candled and graded before being packed. candled. Look inside. So you have to hold a candle, and on each egg you have a candle, and you hold them. On each egg. I'm sure there's actually pictures of candling in here. So, but I'm sure the technology would be interesting. So, and then we look at the cartons must be properly labeled by the producer with the following items: accurate, grade AAA, size Pee-wee, small, medium, large, extra. So I didn't know there was truthfully, 50% of the stuff that I'm reading, I'm actually learning. So there's a Pee-wee size, a small size, medium size, large size,
2 minutes.
large size, or jumbo. Thank you, madam. You need a packing date, business name and address. No expiration date is required, but if one is used, it may only be 30 days. So you don't have to use an expiration date. That's pretty nice. The Colorado Retail Food Establishment rules and regulations may also require egg sellers to hold a retail food establishment license. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the end of this because this is the part that I a little trouble with. I'm going to bring up the picture. So this is the license associated with the dealer. And if you sell over 500 cases per week, that's over 15,000 eggs, the license is $300.
1 minute, Representative Sandridge.
It's a lot of money. And the egg dealer is only for stores, wholesalers, and flock sizes. Now, they do have a $20 dealer if you sell 15 dozen a week. I don't know how you can make too much of a living selling 15 dozen eggs a week. But the $20 does, I guess, seem reasonable. But I just dislike the $300 that somebody has to pay to the government. But I guess that's how it is. So, interesting. Always, like I said, educate yourself before you vote on these things. And I learned a lot today. So, thank you.
Representative Champion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate it. And Representative Sandridge, what a titillating history of that. And trying to decide how I was going to vote on this, I decided to go to the Sunset Review by the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies, and I thought I would share some of the background that I have heard about the regulation of poultry eggs. Enacted in 1976, Colorado's Sunset Law was the first of its kind in the United States. A sunset provision repeals all or part of the law after a specific date unless the legislature affirmatively acts to extend it. During the sunset review process, the Colorado Office of Policy, Research, and Regulatory Reform, which is COPRRR, within the Department of Regulatory Agencies, which is DORA, D-O-R-A, conducts a thorough evaluation of such programs based upon specific statutory criteria and solicits diverse input from a broad spectrum of stakeholders, including consumers, government agencies, public advocacy group, and professional associations. The sunset reviews are based on the following statutory criteria. 1, whether a regulation by the agency is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. Whether the conditions of which led to the initial regulation have changed, and whether other conditions have risen which would warrant more or less the same degree of regulation. Second, if regulation is necessary, whether the existing statutes and regulations established the least restrictive form of regulation consistent with the public interest, considering other available regulatory mechanisms, and whether agency rules enhance the public interest and are within the scope of the legislative intent. Third, whether the agency operates in the public interest and whether its operation is impeded or enhanced by existing statutes, rules, procedures, and practices and any other circumstances, including budgetary, resource, and personnel matters. Fourth, whether an analysis of agency operations indicate that the agency performs its statutory duties effectively and efficiently. Fifth, whether the composition of the agency's board or commission adequately represents the public interest and whether the agency encourages public participation in its decisions rather than participation only by the people it regulates. Sixth, the economic impact of regulation and, if national economic information is not available, whether the agency stimulates or restricts competition. Seventh, whether compliant investigation or disciplinary procedures adequately protect the public, and whether the final dispositions of complaints are in the public interest or self-serving to the profession. Eighth, whether the scope of practice of the regulated occupation contributes to the optimum utilization of personnel and whether entry requirements encourage affirmative action. Ninth, whether the agency, through its licensing or certification processes, impose any sanctions or disqualifications on applicants based on past criminal history, and if so, whether the sanctions or disqualifications serve the public safety or commercial or consumer protection interests. To assist in these, considering the factors, the analysts prepare pursuant to subsection 5A of this section must include data on the number of licenses or certifications that the agency denied based on the applicant's criminal history and the number of conditional licenses or certifications issued based upon the applicant's criminal history and the number of licenses or certifications revoked or suspended based on an individual's criminal conduct. Sounds terrible to me. For each set of data, the analyst and the analysis must include the criminal offenses that led to the sanction or disqualification. And number 10, whether the administrative and regulatory changes are necessary to improve the agency operations to enhance the public interest. Sunset reports are organized so that a reader may consider these criteria while reading. While not all criteria is applicable to all sunset reviews, the various sections of the sunset report generally call attention to the relevant criteria. For example, in order to address the first criterion and to determine whether a particular regulatory program is necessary to protect the public, and we need to protect the public, it is necessary to understand the details of the profession or industry at issue. The profile section of a sunset report typically describes the profession or industry at issue and addresses the current environment, which may include economic data to aid in this analysis. Second, to ascertain a second aspect of the first sunset criterion, whether conditions that led to the initial regulation have changed. The history of regulation section of the sunset report explores any relevant changes that may have occurred over time in the regulatory environment. The remainder of the legal framework section addresses the third sunset criteria by summarizing the organic statute and rules of the program, as well as relevant federal, state, and local laws to aid in the exploration of whether the program's operations are impeded or enhanced by the existing statutes or rules. The program description section of a sunset report addresses several of the sunset criteria, including those inquiring whether the agency operates in the public interest and whether its operations are impeded or enhanced by existing statutes, rules, procedures, and practices, whether the agency performs efficiently and effectively, and whether the board, if applicable, represents public interest. The analysis and recommendations section of a sunset report, while generally applying multiple criteria, is specifically designed in response to the 10th criterion, which asks whether the administrative or statutory changes are necessary to improve agency operations to enhance the public interest. Pardon me. These are just but a few of the examples, and I can come up with more, on how the various sections of a sunset report provide the information and, where appropriate, analysis required by the sunset criterion. Just as all not criteria are applicable to every sunset review, not all criteria is specifically highlighted as they are applied throughout a sunset review. The types of regulations. Consistent, flexible, and fair regulatory oversight assures consumers, professionals, and businesses an equitable playing field. All Coloradoans who expect a fair
1 minute,
field.
Representative Champion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All Coloradans share a long-term common interest in fair marketplace where consumers are protected. Regulation, if done appropriately, should protect consumers. If consumers are not better protected and competition is hindered, then regulation may not be the answer. From a practitioner's perspective, regulation can lead to increased prestige and higher income. Accordingly, regulatory programs are often championed, and I like that word, by those who will be subject to the regulation. On the other hand, by erecting barriers to entry given profession or occupation, even when justified, regulation can serve to restrict the supply of practitioners. This not only limits consumer choice, but it can lead to an increase in the costs of services. There are also several levels.
Thank you, Representative
regulations.
Champion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pro Tem, I yield.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate that. I know this will be a little bit out of character, colleagues, but that famous phrase, "to the bill," this is an interesting bill. And for those of us who grew up on the farm, we could all share stories about eggs and gathering eggs and finding all sorts of animals in the chicken coop and so forth. But as I look at this bill, and I really appreciate Representative Valdez coming back onto the floor, because I believe Representative Holtorf's time is up, so he couldn't answer the questions. But as you look at the bill, the first question, and I'll do this all three at one time so that we can not be called for being up here too many times. First question is, we're extending the sunset for 11 years. Now, if any of you have been around me very long, you know that I'm a sunset person. I believe in sunsets, but I'm not sure that an 11-year sunset is really valid. Consider our entire term is 8 years. So we will start this sunset this year, and when those people who are elected this fall have finished their 8 years in the House, they still will not have heard of this particular statute. So then 3 years later, if that person goes to the Senate, 3 years later, they might hear it. So the first question would be, why would we have a sunset for 11 years? And you all, some of you younger ones, may not be quite as in tune to this, but when I see the year 2031, I'm thinking, will I even be around to see the results of this sunset that comes up? The second piece really fascinates me, Representative Valdez, is what happened in the state of Colorado that instead of just poultry eggs, we're now concerned about avian eggs. I'm wondering where that came from. Is the next thing we're going to do be regulating the eggs of the two mammals, the spiny anteaters and the duck-billed platypus that lays eggs? So what was the need to actually have all avian eggs at the discretion of the commissioner to be regulated? And then the third piece, the third question that I have is, when the violation is found and the violation has been noted and enforced and the penalty is assessed, then the third bullet talks about the people who inspected and actually found the violation are being paid, but the fines that they pick up from that go into the general fund, which I call the great swirly hole of the state budget. It just disappears. So those are my three questions. Why 11 years? Why we suddenly started looking at all avian eggs? And the third one being why that goes to general fund instead of staying in an enforcement fund.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Well, it's great to be back up here today, and I'll tell you one thing, my question is to Mr. Wilson, did the chicken come first or did the egg come first?
That'll cost you a time to speak if you stop now.
Representative Valdez, just to remind you, each person is allowed 2 times in the well during thirds, so make it worth it. There you go. Representative Wilson, you're on your second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And obviously, I do not have the intellectual capacity to address the question of the chicken and the egg. I just understand that for the chicken, it's a contribution, but for the pig, it's a life commitment when you have bacon and eggs. So I can share that. But seriously enough, the 11 years, I don't understand the magic of 11 years. Why not 5? Why not 20? If it's not really an issue, why do we even sunset it at all? If it's no issue and we can go for 11 years, why sunset it at all? And I didn't get my question answered on why now we're expanding this into the avian world. What is the problem we're solving here? I really don't understand, and maybe I've missed something. I've been off the farm for a couple of years, but maybe I missed something I haven't seen other than Representative Holtorf doing a good job of listing the goose eggs and the turkey eggs and the duck eggs and quail eggs and pheasant eggs. I understand all that, but I really don't understand this broad base of all the avian issues. I don't understand why that happens to be a particular challenge right at this moment. The other reason why I question that is that if you look at the bill on page 3, other eggs means eggs with the shell of any avian species as designated by the commissioner by rule, other than the domesticated chicken. So evidently and obviously, to me, that sounds like there's really not a problem unless the commissioner says there is, and then the commissioner will deal with the problem that the commissioner feels like is now a problem, which it really wasn't in the first place. As you look at the second piece of that, the producer is eggs or other eggs, and that falls under the statute of any other avian. So now will we have a second bill or a future bill, Representative Valdez, that comes up and we'll have rules and regulations for the other avian species, like how much room they have to have in their confined spaces and that sort of thing. Is this just the tip of the iceberg that we're seeing? The third piece, if you're looking on page 3, is the dealer's license where the business is conducted. So if I read this correctly, if I sell the eggs of another species, I have to have a license. If I give them away or exchange them for like value, this bill does not cover that. So bartering, obviously, is not covered in this unless I'm missing a place in here that says that the commissioner shall decide whether or not bartering is allowed. The if you continue to look through the bill, you find several places where the commissioner, for example, on page 4, line 17, may promulgate rules exempting small producers. The commissioner may, the commissioner may, the commissioner may. So we've got this broad umbrella covering the egg industry plus the avians that we evidently have a problem with, but the commissioner will decide as the problems come up. So I would appreciate it, Representative Valdez, if you could clarify some of these issues in this bill for me.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And yes, you're going back to the avian eggs, you have your sage grouse, you have your prairie chicken, you have your grouse, your quail, geese, ducks, your guinea, your ostrich eggs. All these are part of the, bringing in the eggs into this bill and utilizing them for sale to individuals. Yes, the commissioner may utilize these rules as they continue to move forward. If you look on page 3, line 17, section 3521-104, licenses, application fees, and rules, every person selling poultry eggs or other eggs within the state shall obtain from the department a dealer's license in each place which the business is conducted. Along with the Department of Agriculture, making sure that there is safe and quality food, especially in the egg industry, and making sure that everybody who is utilizing them is safe and utilizing them in a proper manner, whether it be baking a cake or cooking them in the breakfast for the egg omelet. So the credible edible egg, and with that, the 11 years. Yes, the 11 years. How do we make that continue to go on? It's just out there at the rules for the Commissioner of Agriculture too. So, thank you.
Representative Wilson, you're not allowed to egg him on from the law.
I see there's eggs from the gallery coming at me.
Representative Landgraf or Representative Buck? Who would like? Representative Buck. Anybody else in the mood for eggs for dinner? Just wondering.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So I think these regulations are very, very important, and I think that's why this bill is so important, because we're talking about the regulations of egg dealers. And right now I'm just going to share the information on the Egg Industry Center preliminary estimation on the impact of COVID-19 on egg prices and producer revenue. There is no way to estimate how COVID-19 pandemic will impact egg prices from day to day because of the absence of future markets in the egg industry and the high volatility of egg prices. Both of these often result in the inaccurate egg price projection for those trying to develop a model. This report provides a current summary of what is occurring in the marketplace. Egg markets are very dynamic and are likely to continue to fluctuate in the future. So the current industry snapshot. The egg industry can be separated into two sectors that are affected very differently. The shell eggs sector is for the eggs that are washed, weighed, packaged for retail sales. The demand for the shell eggs increased abruptly during March and resulted in a threefold increase in price and then returned to its original level during April. The egg products sector that breaks eggs into other liquid or other products such as dried eggs to supply restaurants, hotels, food manufacturers, dried egg prices were relatively stable. But liquid egg prices dropped to nearly half the historic low because of the loss in food service demand. The impact of COVID-19 has been very different for shell eggs and egg product markets. While the shell egg market experienced an increased demand and higher prices for more people buying eggs at the supermarket, the liquid egg market experienced a decrease in demand for the food service operators such as restaurants and hotels. In order to be able to supply shell eggs, a farm has to comply with the Food and Drug Administration shell egg safety rule. This is not necessary for the egg products since these products are pasteurized before reaching the consumer. Therefore, an egg produced for breaking is not usually sent into shell egg market. However, there is a proportion of eggs produced for the shell egg market that end up as egg products under normal market circumstances. This occurs because these eggs are not most desired size for consumers, such as medium and small eggs, sometimes jumbos. In these cases, these typically undesirable eggs can be packaged and marketed as shell eggs if there is a demand for them. In the first week of April 2020, the FDA issued a temporary change to the policy regarding enforcement of 21 CFR Part 118, the egg safety rule during the COVID-19 public health emergency. The objective of the temporary change is to allow producers who currently only sell eggs to facilitate for further processing, to sell to the table egg market, provided certain requirements are met to ensure food safety compliance. This policy is intended to remain in effect for the duration of the public health emergency related COVID-19. The FDA rule change could have also benefited consumers by increasing that supply of packaged eggs at a retail which are in higher demand. However, the equipment installed in farms that produce egg products is very different from the shell egg farms. One main difference on a farm that produces egg products is the lack of equipment for packaging shell eggs in cartons. Some companies may have the capacity to put eggs in flats to send them to packaging facilities, but they might need new equipment or additional labor to do so. While the egg product producing farms were working to overcome the challenge of labor and infrastructure, shell egg packagers were working at capacity to fill orders in their concerns about the availability of equipment and packaging materials limits their ability to accept diverted supplies from farms that generally produce egg products. Berry, which is a subscription-only market data collection and reporting company, stated on April 30th that unfortunately many eggs produced for egg products were not able to be diverted because even those with the capabilities to sell eggs in flats found that many retailers were unwilling to accept them. So let's talk about the market details. The shell egg market. Shell egg demand is strong because people are staying home and buying more food ingredients to cook at home. In fact, at the beginning of the crisis, people stocked up on the essential items, creating a huge demand for shell eggs that resulted in record high prices at the end of March. As the demand moderated, prices went down at almost the same rate they rose. During the last week of April, they reached a price level similar to the one before the crisis. There is no information about the volume of sales in April yet, but it's likely that the FDA temporary rule change had some effect on the number of eggs being sold at retail. In 2015 peak, there's a figure here I'm happy to share, was the result of the high pathogenic avian influenza outbreak that resulted in the dramatic decrease of the number of egg-laying hens, which created a large drop in egg supply. The peak in early 2018 is the result of what was called the retailer war, in which eggs, among other products, were used as a loss leader to attract consumers to their brick and mortar stores, which created a large increase in demand for shell eggs. Both periods were followed by a period of record low prices in the following year. During the last 2 months, the dried egg market didn't experience much price fluctuation. This may be because the ability to store this product for longer period of time. The price at the beginning of March was rather low compared with the historical trend and continued being low. The dried egg market has experienced only one exceptional price peak during 2015, when the high-path avian influenza outbreak created a large drop in egg supply. That peak in the price was also followed by a period of record low prices in the following year. The liquid market is interesting, I think. The USDA Agricultural Marketing Service doesn't report prices for liquid egg products, but Berry does. Therefore, this section is written based on the Berry prices. The liquid egg market was clearly negatively affected by COVID-19 outbreaks as a result of a huge reduction in the demand of food service operators. The March market experienced an increase that is typically found around Easter time, but then it fell sharply to the point that the price of the last week of April was almost half the historic low reached in February 2017. For comparison, the purposes, a new gallon of retail purified water was 80 cents during this time, an equivalent of a 9.6 cents per pound.
2 minutes.
At this price level, egg farmers producing liquid eggs cannot cover their feed cost, which is an estimate of 22 cents per pound of edible liquid egg. While many liquid egg contracts are based on the prices of corn and soybean meal, which provide the producers some protection from these markets lows at an expense of not capitalizing on the market highs. There is no current way to determine how many farmers have this kind of a contract. Independent of the low liquid egg prices, the farmers are struggling to find a market for their liquid egg, even at these historical low prices. As a consequence of this low demand for the liquid egg products, some farmers are sending birds through a more reduced production period called molt and hoping for a quick recovery in the market.
1 minute.
Other farmers are culling flocks earlier than planned, which will result in a decreased number of laying hens in the United States. As the country saw in 2015, it would take some months to rebuild the laying hen flocks, depending on the number of hens culled, the age of the flocks culled, and the schedule of the pullet replacement. This decreased production will have a ripple effect on the demand for labor and other inputs of production and services such as trucking. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I appreciate the opportunity to really share how COVID-19 can affect our egg production, whether it's liquid eggs or eggs in the shell. So I do thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Buck. Representative Landgraf. No, just kidding. Representative Liston, go ahead. Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Representative Landgraf. I didn't mean to. I jumped ahead of you, and I want to give kudos to Representative Buck. Representative Buck, I thought your talk on the eggs was absolutely riveting and fascinating. I wish we had even more time to discuss this.
You need to get out more, Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So, members, I'm not sure quite where we left off, but this is a fascinating, intriguing, I mean, this is better than reading a novel about the egg from the Egg Industry Center. It really makes me want to go back to school and take courses in avian science. So with that, what I'd like to do is pick up, I think, a little bit where Representative Buck and some of my esteemed colleagues have left off from this fascinating report from the Egg Industry Center. And also, I want to give due credit to the people who compiled this great report, Mauro Barbruo, Alejandro Plastina, and Lisa Vold from the Egg Industry Center at Iowa State University. I'm sure Colorado State University also has their equivalent, but to give due credit to the good people in Iowa. So I'm going to pick up here on page 4, and what they're talking about. I'm sure some of you understand this. I'm sure Representative Pelton in particular knows and understands this. I can tell he is paying rapt attention. So if I make any mistakes, Representative Pelton, would you be sure and come down and correct me? Thank you very much, because I do respect your agricultural background. So what I'd like to read to you is the trimmed mean is estimated by ordering the data, discarding the X percentage lowest and highest values, and taking the arithmetic mean of the remaining data according to Rice 2006. It's generally recommended that the value chosen for X to be 0.1 or 0.2 according to Rice 2006 on page 397. An advantage of the, this is heavy stuff. An advantage of the trim mean over the median is that it incorporates information not only from the center of the distribution, I need some water. Not only from the center of the distribution, but also, thank you. Of the 1-2x% of the rest of the sample. I know, I've got to be careful on that sanitizer. So given the author's focus on the producing robust estimates of the central location of the distribution of the costs, our analysis, conducted using only the median and the trim mean. According to Rice 2006, there is no single estimate that is best for all symmetric distributions. That's from page 398. But when the distribution is not symmetric, the median is more appropriate measure according to whatever. For the purpose of simply summarizing the data, it is often useful to compute more than one measure of location and compare the results. So right now, I'm going to stop because my throat is bothering, and I'm going to turn it over to my esteemed colleague, Representative Landgraf. Thank you.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a story to tell about duck eggs. It's a fascinating story about duck eggs. When I was on Fountain City Council, I made an enemy about a woman who despised me because I went against marijuana. This will be to the bill, I promise. Not that it matters anymore. She hated me. She put up 4x8 signs with a toilet and my picture and said, "Flush her," all over town. This woman truly hated me. Then I come here and I vote for a bill that allowed farmers, people that, have a little garden or whatever they do, and they make things and they wanted to sell them on the side of the road. Well, it's a pro-business bill. Of course I voted for it. She became my new best friend, absolutely. She has me speak at events. And so anyway, when this bill, she didn't even know this bill was coming up. She got in touch with me and she said, "Why is it that the license to sell chicken eggs," because she does all this, she'll teach you how to butcher too if you're interested. Why is it that to sell a chicken egg was something like $39 for the license, and to sell a duck egg was $300 and some odd. So I decided I would look into it for her, of course. And what I found out is chicken eggs had a license and duck eggs didn't, so they fell under just the general license. So even though I'm not on the committee, I called the department, and that's when I found that out. And they happened to say, the sunset is up this year, and so we're going to take care of it. So all those issues that Representative Wilson, I think I'm not sure what he was talking about, but he was talking about eggs. But anyway, now the duck eggs, because of Donald Lachey, who hated me, and now doesn't, now the duck eggs fall under the whole egg thing, which is exactly what we wanted them to do. So that just shows you how you can respond to a constituent who used to hate you and now they can like you. But she also told me this tip. She told me that you should never make a scone without duck eggs. And she brought me a bag of the most delicious scones I've ever tasted in my life. So if you get an opportunity to buy some duck eggs, they won't be expensive now because they have the same license, thanks to Donna. Buy some duck eggs and use them for baking. Delicious. Thank you. Vote yes for this wonderful bill that takes care of duck eggs.
Thank you, Representative Landgraf. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I actually am going to talk about duck eggs in a couple minutes here, but what I wanted to do was mention that this bill actually adds the regulation of non-poultry eggs from avian species. Clearly, that includes duck eggs. And then also, the Commissioner of Agriculture will adopt rules specifying how non-poultry eggs will be regulated. So that was information that we really needed to pay attention to when we were considering this bill. Other eggs means eggs with a shell of any avian species as designated by the Commissioner by rule other than the domesticated chicken. And this includes poultry eggs or other eggs, and only over a certain number per week. So remember that if, like my sister has chickens, and sometimes they'll give away a dozen eggs, and I don't know if they sell them or not, but if people just have a few chickens and they're giving some eggs away, that's different. This bill only regulates people that are if the average number of cases of poultry eggs of 30 dozen per case or other eggs sold per week during the previous 12 months, it would be if it's a large quantity, if it's over a certain quantity which is specified in the bill depending on the eggs. So if it's less than 250 dozen poultry eggs per month is exempt from Article 21. So that's important to know. So if it's local people that are just selling some of the eggs from their backyard chickens, or if they just have a small amount, those are not regulated by this bill. Those are exempt from this regulation and from the licensing pieces. When I heard that the previous speaker was talking about duck eggs, I was glad that duck eggs are included in this regulation as we are seeing it here today. And there are definitely some reasons that people should be considering duck eggs as an alternative. First of all, they do fetch a higher price. They're actually sold between $4 per dozen and up as high as $1 per egg, which works out to $12 a dozen. And if you do the math, that's actually significantly higher than the chicken eggs are sold. And one thing that I found that was very interesting was that people that are allergic to chicken eggs often can eat duck eggs. So quite often if you have allergies to to chicken eggs, duck eggs are a good alternative, and allergies don't show up there. They're good for baking because they have a higher fat content, so they make baked goods richer, and some bakers even say fluffier. So I thought that might be a fun thing to try now that we will likely have this regulation in place that will regulate the duck eggs, so that then we can find those hopefully just as easily. They do weigh slightly more on average than chicken eggs. And if you want to save, or if you want to grow them yourself, grow the ducks, house the ducks, and then have your own eggs there. The article that I read here also said that ducks produce great compost for your gardens, and they also make good garden companions. So I don't know how many of you have grown tomatoes and land with those tomato worms. Sometimes they have those big quarter-pounder tomato worms that are juicy and pretty awful in your garden. I know I've had a tough time finding those tomato worms. They do a lot of damage to tomatoes, but ducks love to eat those. And if you put ducks into a tomato garden, they will make short work of the tomato worms. So I thought that was very good news. Now, one thought too is that having this regulation in place would help keep people licensed, help keeping the egg supply hopefully more stable. When I found out that there was a lot of panic buying, and this goes back to our recent COVID panic buying, when people were going to grocery stores trying to stock up on food, knowing that they wouldn't be able to go to stores for a while and it was hard to get in and there were lines to get into stores. When disaster strikes, market watchers know that American shoppers typically lunch for the same staples: milk, bread, toilet paper, and cartons of eggs, which includes the eggs that we're discussing here today in this sunset bill, House Bill 2012-11. So many stores throughout the United States imposed limits on the number of cartons a customer could buy in a single trip. And I know in certain parts of the country, some retailers did not have such rules, but many retailers chose to limit the number of cartons of eggs that people could buy. Many grocery customers would take to Facebook to document the empty spots where eggs used to be. Due to limited supply and higher than usual demands, our suppliers have increased their prices on eggs, says a stated a sign posted in one Salisbury Food Lion. As a result, you may see higher prices as well as potential interruptions in supply. We apologize for the inconvenience and will do our best to keep items in stock at the best prices possible. The store asked customers to take no more than 2 cartons. In Maryland, the Farm Bureau wrote in an email to people that local producers seem to be successfully keeping up with egg demand, and this was back in April at the height of the shortages that we were seeing in grocery stores. But they also recognized that this could be very short-lived if they could get caught up and if the price is being passed along and if the consumer slows down on their pursuits. It seemed, at least for now, that in terms of price and shortage, the worst is rather behind them. So again, I think regulating this product and then could stabilize the supply, and that is something we should really consider, especially if we do see a second wave of the flu that we've been having forecast by certain groups of people. As ingredients in most baking, useful for making pasta from scratch, and an essential part of the timeless Easter egg tradition of egg dyeing, it's easy to understand why eggs, these compact sources of protein, were in high demand when we were limited with the types of food we could buy. And with kids and parents working and schooling from home, families were likely finding more time to actually cook eggs, whether they were frying or boiling or baking. And there was an unprecedented demand for eggs due to coronavirus-fueled panic shopping, said the marketing director for the commodity marketing monitoring firm Urner Berry. Region-wide, egg retailers' orders from wholesalers increased from anywhere from double to 600%, and supply could not be immediately increased, he said. It was a huge demand that they were seeing back in April, and that's something that we need to keep in mind as we're looking at this bill to continue the licensing and regulating of eggs in our state, that if we do have more shortages, hopefully this licensing process would keep the demand more stable.
2 minutes, Representative Ransom.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Chicken farmers couldn't immediately add more birds into the supply chain even when there were shortages, so catching up took some time. In an effort to quickly meet demand, some eggs that had been destined for breaker machines were being moved over to carton packaging, but the switch presented logistical challenges. Because of limited supply, getting new egg shipments required retailers essentially bidding against one another for loads of eggs, for truckloads as they were being delivered. In consequence, wholesale prices for large eggs tripled across the region during that time. And it is up to a retailer's discretion whether to pass on the higher wholesaler cost to consumers. Again, we always see a higher incidence of people buying eggs at Easter time, because due to tradition, it's a wonderful tradition that people have, coloring Easter eggs, hiding them for their kids, having Easter baskets. And so with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, members, for your attention while we were discussing this bill, House Bill 1211. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And just wanted to share with my colleagues some of the very important information in the Sunset Review that is the basis for this bill. In a Sunset Review, COP RRR is guided by the Sunset criteria located in Section 24-34-104, Sub 6, Sub B, CRS. The first criteria asks whether regulation by the agency is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, whether the conditions which led to the initial regulation have changed, and whether other conditions have arisen which would warrant more, less, or the same degree of regulation. In order to understand the need for regulation, it is first necessary to understand what the industry does, how it works, who it serves, and any necessary qualifications. Eggs are a widely consumed food product within the United States. In calendar year 2019, per capita consumption of eggs in the United States reached an average of 287.1 eggs, which is the year of the highest average consumption rate within the past decade. In Colorado, egg production reached over 123 million eggs in fiscal year 2017 to 2018, ranking 21st in the nation. Also in fiscal year 2017 to 2018, eggs produced in Colorado were valued at approximately $113.7 million, with a ranking of 25th in the nation. Given the prevalence of egg consumption, there are multiple potential risks to public health if proper sanitation, handling, packaging, and refrigeration methods are not closely followed. For example, eggs may become host to a variety of bacteria, including salmonella. Food-related salmonella is estimated to cause 1.3 million illnesses and up to 500 deaths each year in the United States. A specific strain referred to as Salmonella enteritis accounts for approximately 300,000 illnesses per year, of which approximately 80% can be directly linked to egg consumption. In addition, proper care and sanitation of bird flocks for egg production is critical to prevent additional health risks to both birds and humans. Avian influenza, also referred to as the bird flu, is an infectious bird disease that can cause mild to severe symptoms and may lead to death in infected birds. A strain of AI with high pathogenicity can cause illness in both birds and humans, such as the strain commonly referred to as H5N1. H5N1 has caused illness in millions of birds and hundreds of people in close contact with infected birds in Asia. Stringent regulations have been established on both the federal and state levels to reduce the risk of harm to consumers. Chicken egg production is regulated by both the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the egg program within the Colorado Department of Agriculture. The USDA oversees the regulation of chicken flocks with greater than 3,000 birds, while CDA regulates flocks with less than 3,000 birds. However, CDA has the authority to inspect chicken eggs from flocks regulated by both the USDA and CDA. The primary directive of CDA's egg program is to ensure that standards established by the USDA are being met in Colorado's shelled egg, chicken egg production. In addition, CDA inspects chicken eggs at production, retail, and wholesale facilities in order to ensure egg quality and accuracy in labeling. Producer inspections also evaluate the compliance of each producer in the washing, sanitizing, candling, grading, packing, and storage practices designated by the USDA. Egg candling is a process in which an egg grader looks at the inside of an egg to determine its quality. This process used to be completed by hand, holding a candle behind an egg, and is commonly referred to as hand candling. Today, some hand candling is still completed using electronic equipment. but most eggs are inspected with the use of high-intensity lights while the eggs pass down a conveyor belt. The eggs are rotated so that any imperfections may be visible under the light. The egg candler evaluates various parts of the eggs for flaws, including the visible quality of the shell, yolk, egg white, and air cell. The shell is the egg's outer protective covering, which accounts for approximately 9 to 12% of the egg's total weight. The shell is composed of 3 separate layers: the mammillary inner layer, the spongy layer, and the cuticle. Shell color is not a factor in the USDA standards and grades and does not in any way change the quality of an egg. The white albumin accounts for approximately 66% of the egg's liquid weight and contains 4 separate layers. Cloudy egg whites indicate freshness of the egg, while older eggs may have a clearer appearance. The yolk consists of 4 layers and accounts for approximately 31% of the total egg weight. The yolk is the location for the formulation of an embryo in fertilized eggs. Yolk color may also vary depending on the diet of the hen. The air cell is the pocket of air at the end of the egg that forms when the egg is first laid by a hen. No air or very little air is present within the egg prior to the laying process, but forms as the egg cools and the liquid contents within the egg contract. Both the USDA and CDA use uniform standards for egg grading. Specific quality standards were developed by the USDA in order to classify eggs into condition and characteristic types that have been determined to be preferable to both producers and consumers. Quality grading standards have been developed based upon both interior and exterior qualities, including the shell, yolk, white, and the size of the air cell. The following are qualities of each of the specific grades of raw eggs available for sale to U.S. consumers. Grade AA quality. The shell of the egg must be unbroken, clean, and practically normal. The air cell may show unlimited movement. The yolk should be almost completely free of any defects, and the white must be mostly firm and clear. The outline of the yolk, when candled, should only be slightly well defined. Grade A quality. The shell of the egg must be unbroken, clean, and practically normal. The air cell may show unlimited movement and can be free or bubbly. The yolk should be practically free of any noticeable defects and should be only fairly well defined when candled. The white must be clear and reasonably firm. And finally, grade B quality. The shell of the egg must be unbroken but can be abnormal and may have areas of staining. However, prominent stains or dirt are not permitted.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. The air cell may show unlimited movement, and the yolk can appear dark, flattened, or enlarged. The yolk may also show other serious defects as long as the egg is still determined to be edible. The white can be watery or weak in texture so that the yolk outline is easily visible when the egg is candled. The USDA has also assigned additional categories for specific defect types. Check. A broken or cracked shell with membrane still attached so that the egg is not leaking. Leaker, a broken or cracked shell and membrane so that the contents of the egg may be able to leak out of the shell. And dirty, an unbroken shell with noticeable dirt or foreign material adhering to the shell. Prominent stains or stains that cover more than 1/3 of the shell if localized, and more than 1/16 of the shell if the stain is scattered.
1 minute, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Further, the USDA standards also provide specific degrees of variation for each egg type. Practically normal, a shell that has the proximal type shape and has no weak spots, typical of AA and A quality eggs, and abnormal, a shell that may be abnormally shaped or possess weak spots and strength. The egg may also have discernible ridges or other thin spots, typically B quality eggs. Additionally, eggs are categorized by size or weight class: jumbo, extra large, large, medium, small. Pee-wee. In a sunset review, the Colorado Office of Policy Research and Regulatory Reform is guided by the sunset criteria located in Section 2-34-104, Sub 6, Sub B.
Thank you, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I never
Pro Tem.
knew there were peewee eggs. Representative Sane.
My final comment, Madam
Yes, ma'am.
Speaker. I typically had to gather eggs for my grandmother. I have to say the only thing less pleasant is milking cows. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if you realize this. This is rather important, and it's somewhat sad that we missed World Egg Day on June 3rd. We missed that opportunity as a body to recognize World Egg Day. We need to call for a state holiday, is what my colleague is saying. But I just wanted to tell you some neat things about eggs, since this is just such an exceptional bill, exceptional bill. But I don't know if you knew this, but chickens actually don't produce just one egg at a time. They produce several eggs in various stages of development. So one of the reasons we tend to eat chicken eggs in this country versus turkeys or ducks is there is a stronger mothering instinct in turkeys or ducks. So I don't know if you've ever had a broody hen. A broody hen is one of those that really likes to sit on eggs. And I have a Buff Orpington that sounds like a very rabid dog anytime you take her off her egg clutch. And it really does sound like a rabid dog. She hisses and spits and growls at you, and it's very terrifying. But you still have to take her off that clutch, because otherwise she'll sit there until the eggs go bad. But most chickens are not like that. Most chickens, they make it very easy for you to collect the eggs. So that's why, again, we tend to eat more chicken eggs than the other options that we've been talking about today. But there are some chickens that you have to kind of watch. And particularly troublesome are the ones that will go off and hide under things that you can't find, and then they got 40 to 60 eggs, and before you know it, they've gone bad, and that is a terrible thing. So another fun fact, I don't know if you know this, but if any of you have a chef in the family, there's a story about the pleats on the hat, and I'll get back to eggs in just a second, because the pleats on the hat actually indicate levels of skill that relate to two things regarding this bill. One is the chicken itself, how many ways they can cook a chicken or prepare a chicken, but the other way is how many times and how many ways they can prepare an egg. And so, do you know the maximum amount of pleats in a chef's hat relating to how many ways you can prepare an egg? It's 100.
Wow.
100 ways you can prepare an egg. So whenever you see those chef hats and you count the pleats, now traditionally I think nowadays they just give 100 pleats to everyone, but that used to be in French cuisine. That was the thing, is you count the number of pleats, you can see how skilled the chef was. Anyway, back to eggs. So another fun fact, by the way, this is just so fascinating. There's a hen in the United Kingdom that actually laid the world's largest egg in 2010. It measured 9.1 inches in diameter. That's pretty big. And if you didn't notice, but you know it now because I'm up here and we're talking about eggs, an emu egg is worth 12 chicken eggs. An ostrich egg is worth 24 chicken eggs. So if you've got a whole caucus to feed, get an ostrich egg. Okay? Or two, right? Depends on how big your caucus is. If you're in a minority, it's one. So, and just so you know, eggshell colors have nothing to do with the nutritional value of the egg. So I had Americana that actually laid blue-green eggs, but the rest of my chickens laid brown eggs. And they say you can also tell by their earlobes. I don't know if you know chickens had earlobes or not. Actually, it's more the color of their feathers. So, white chickens lay white eggs. Brown chickens lay brown eggs. Brown cows do not have chocolate milk, Representative Landgraf. The hen's diet also determines the color of the yolk. So if you have backyard chickens like I do, their yolks tend to be very, very yellow or orange. And that's because they eat wonderful bugs. If you don't like grasshoppers, your chickens will eat all the grasshoppers. It's a great and wonderful thing. So again, the white eggs tend to be more popular because with commercial producers, the chickens that lay white eggs tend to be smaller than their brown laying counterparts, and therefore require less food to produce the same number of eggs. And therefore, brown eggs actually cost more, not because they're special, it's because the hens are bigger and require more feed. Is that right, Representative Pelton? Not all chickens create eggs equally. Some breeds lay eggs every other day, some every day, or some breeds actually once or twice a week. And the older they get, by the way, their prime years are, up to 2 years is when they lay one a day, and it tends to drop off a little bit. But when it comes to the number of eggs laid each day, we are not the first state for that. It's Iowa. Iowa leads the nation with more than 14.8 billion eggs produced annually. Ohio is the next in line with 7.9 billion eggs each year. And by the way, throw away all those things you've seen on the commercials and on TV. Eating raw eggs does not help you build muscle. Only 51% of the proteins are digestible in a raw egg versus 91% of the protein in a cooked egg. So, and here's a way you can tell if it's hard-boiled or not. If you spin it, if you'd ever want to try this, raw eggs wobble and cooked eggs or hard-boiled eggs spin smoothly. Because older eggs, and you can tell between older eggs, they have larger air cells, and they're much easier to peel than fresh eggs. And I'm sure you can figure that out by putting them in water if you want to. And I think this has been touched on before, but it's worth mentioning again. Cloudy egg whites mean that the eggs are extremely fresh. Clear egg whites are an indicator of older eggs. So if you go in the grocery store, you can tell which ones have been on the shelf longer. And I don't know what you do by then, but cloudiness of the raw egg white is due to the natural presence of carbon dioxide that has not had time to escape through the shell and is an indication of a very fresh egg. As an egg ages, carbon dioxide escapes and the egg white becomes more transparent. Other colors in an egg white may be a sign of spoilage. So if it's not cloudy white or clear, don't eat it. So we just learned something very valuable today, right? If it's not cloudy white or clear, don't eat it. Another fun fact, especially if you don't have backyard chickens, I recommend everybody get backyard chickens. It is very fun. It's like watching chicken TV. They fight over grapes. It's hilarious. But back to backyard chickens, I don't know if you know this, but you can leave chicken eggs out on the counter without refrigerating them for at least a couple weeks with no danger. So they have a natural coating on the outside of the egg that allows you to do that.
2 minutes.
So when you get farm fresh eggs or you get eggs from your neighbor and they give it to you and it's not cold, don't worry about it. And just ask them, when did the chickens lay the eggs? They'll usually tell you within the past week. It's perfectly safe. So you can put it in your fridge after that, or you can leave it on your counter for a little bit longer. It won't harm you. Once you wash the egg, however, if that's what you choose to do, it does take off that protective coating, so you'll want to refrigerate those right away. So this is some interesting and fun facts about eggs. They're one of the most nutritious foods a human being can eat besides mother's milk. So if you come upon hard times, get some chickens. They lay every day. Most HOAs and most cities will allow you up to 4 hens. They need to have at least 1 square foot of living space. I believe, with this particular bill, it goes hand in hand with the regulation of egg dealers about the square footage that a hen needs to have.
1 minute, Representative Singh.
And healthy. And this is a good thing because chickens in cages don't lay eggs that are quite as good. So I encourage everybody to be a thoughtful, conscientious chicken owner. And make sure you get a coop that is lockable and has enough space for them to run around. And if possible, if you've got a high enough fence, they don't fly very high. They tend to stay within boundaries. Let them roam around your backyard and eat up all your grasshoppers and your other bugs that you don't like. So it does two things. It feeds you, and it gets rid of all the pests in your yard. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Sane. Representative Landgraf, for your second time up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Sure.
That's, you guys are changing roles quickly today. So, a couple more interesting facts. I had chickens when I was little, and I found out that if you chop their heads off, they do run around. So chickens do run around with their head cut off. But 2 Easters ago, my grandson made some green eggs. And he made those deviled eggs using avocado mixed with the egg yolk, and they were really good. And in honor of that, and thanks to Mary who pointed this out, for your entertainment.
Representative Landgraf, please make sure this is absolutely pertaining to the bill. I know where you're heading.
It's pertaining to eggs.
To the bill, please, Representative Landgraf.
To the bill.
Yeah, I admire your try here, but reading Dr. Seuss is not to the bill.
I'll skip to the green eggs and ham part. Can I do that?
Representative Landgraf.
Oh, come on. At least it would have been entertaining.
It would have been, absolutely. Representative Soper.
You were paying attention anymore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's a pleasure to serve with you. So members, this is a great bill, and I rise in full support. In my district, I probably have more poultry and egg producers than probably most anyone in this chamber. I mean, we have folks like Hickman Farms, Foster Farms, Hotstettlers, Whiting, Day Springs. These are all egg and poultry producers that are within my House district, and I'm very proud to represent them. But one thing that is within the egg regulations that we have here is an inherent concept, which is the right to farm. And that has certainly been tested, I know within at least my home county. It's not quite within my legislative district, but a clash over the issue of whether or not an egg-laying operation does fall under the Colorado Right to Farm Act. And it's an issue that took about 3 years to resolve itself, worked its way all the way up to the Colorado Supreme Court. But whether or not a 15,000 hen egg-laying facility that operated next to a veterinary clinic in the middle of rural Delta County, Colorado, did in fact fall under the Right to Farm Act. And they, of course, relied on what we're talking about here, the egg-laying regulations, because they successfully argued that they had actually followed the regulations that were in this act, and that they also were protected under the right to farm. Within this, I don't want to necessarily bring up historic case law just completely here, but there is the history of the commercial egg production. I mean, birds have certainly preceded man, or at least that's certainly one view that they have in the evolutionary chain. I mean, we don't know for sure. But going back 3,200 years to ancient Egypt and Chinese records, they show that mankind was already starting to cultivate the chicken to be able to lay eggs for human consumption. And then in Europe, we know that at least by 600 BC, the Europeans were already domesticating hens for egg-laying operations. There's also some evidence that Native Americans prior to Columbus were starting to develop hens for egg laying as well. I'm not entirely sure about the Utes that are native to Colorado. I tried to research this, but couldn't find the point specifically as to egg-laying operations and if they had domesticated the chickens. But most people in the world do eat the eggs from chickens. It's also known by its Latin name, the Gallus domesticus. Nearly 200 breeds exist. The French, by the way, are really passionate about their chicken breeds, believe it or not, especially those for hen laying. By the early 1900s, in the 1920s and 1930s, egg farms were still mostly in the backyard system. I actually grew up raising chickens, by the way, and we would sell a few of our eggs to our neighbors. Although, having read the regulation, I'm not entirely sure we were always fully compliant, but certainly we would have tried to have been. Many of these backyard farms had these chicken laying operations to supply their own families with just a little extra spending money, a little extra grocery money. And certainly in Colorado in the 1930s, those were hard times. So any way you could develop just a little bit more money was very useful. As selling eggs became a profitable business, some farms started building up their flocks to about 400 hens. These hens roamed around outside the coop, roosting. And one thing that I did find very interesting as I was going through the regulations, there's actually 3 different types of chicken egg laying operations that we have here in Colorado, although one is with another bill about to be obsolete. But there's the one that's actually just in the coop where the hens are not allowed to roam freely. Then there's cage-free when they can roam around the coop and the hen house. And then there's free range when they're just completely around the barnyard or the chicken yard. So when we talk about free range and cage-free, those terms actually have vastly different meanings, although they're still much freer meanings than if the chicken is just merely caged up. So living outside of the metropolitan areas has certainly been presented with some interesting issues when it comes to weather and predators. Certainly things like foxes and coyotes love to raid the chicken house, thus threatening the egg-laying operation for many of our farmers. I can tell you from personal experience, having one time been in Breckenridge, that the friends I was visiting told me, Matt, grab one of the eggs out of our refrigerator and put it out on our deck because we have foxes that come by. And sure enough, you could see this little fox. He carefully picked up the egg and carried it and left. We went through about a dozen eggs watching this fox out of sheer entertainment.
Representative Soper,
Yes.
I'm enjoying your story, but can we relate it back to the bill directly, please?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So back to the regulations, and certainly, just as we look at the history of the regulations here within Colorado, diseases have been very much of a problem in selecting the breeding and cultivation for a healthy flock. So when the state of Colorado decided that we needed to actually regulate the chicken laying operations, that was one thing that we had a goal of, was actually reducing the spread of diseases, communicable diseases amongst the chicken flocks. And to protect, most importantly, to protect Coloradans who are actually buying eggs either in grocery stores or from a neighboring farm. These advances here in Colorado helped out hens. We have about 150 different egg-laying operations that occur around the state that are at a large scale, and our mortality rate has significantly reduced with the regulations that we have in place here. Research has also showed that moving hens indoors has also been beneficial at times, especially to protect them from different predators. Indoor housing also helps protect them from parasites, different infections. It helps reduce the spread of diseases carried by outside carriers, including rodents and even humans, which I was surprised that humans could actually give diseases to chicken-laying chickens, or egg-laying chickens, I should say. Better feeding practices was also something else that we had included in our regulations, and that has also improved the health of the operations. These changes reduced hen mortality from 40% in Colorado to 18% a year. So it shows that some regulations actually do have a beneficial benefit.
Representative Soper, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Also, the eggs were often dirty, exposed to some of the same waste and bacteria that the hens were exposed to. So, beginning in the 1920s and continuing on into the 1940s, poultry researchers here in Colorado found that there was actually favorable results with a wire floor in the hen house, and that they separated the wire housing so that the cage system could be developed. And that's something that we actually learned from California, from their research and practice. I know it pains me to say we actually learned some beneficial techniques from California. But sanitation was the other thing that also really helped. So sanitation of the hen house and the chicken laying operations also had a major, major beneficial effect, and that was something that we had placed within our regulations. And we do see that even like here in the Capitol. I mean, I would venture to say—
1 minute.
Well, thank you. A few of us are probably going to get sick right now because we're using tons of hand sanitizer. But in conclusion, as we look at the different flocks, I mean, there's already 100,000 laying chickens around the United States, in Colorado, and over 1 million around the United States. It's a major, major business. And after all, without having a very robust chicken laying business and to regulate it to safeguard consumers, how in the world would we be able to make the Spanish tortilla, which requires lots of eggs, or to be able to wake up in the morning and to have a scrambled egg, or fried egg, or eggs Benedict? How would we have Easter and to be able to dye eggs if it wasn't for regulating eggs? Because then if we cracked them, and certainly I hope if you do crack them around Easter that they were hard-boiled eggs, that all that comes back to what we've done here as a state of Colorado to be able to protect consumers and to have the great edible egg that we have.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir. Tell me what you know about eggs. I'm learning a lot today.
I know a lot more about eggs today than I did yesterday, I can tell you that. But what I want to talk about is the legal framework surrounding the regulations on eggs. So I'd like to start with the federal regulations and then the state regulations, and then give a legal summary as to how everything is supposed to work together. In 1917, Congress enacted the Farm Products Inspection Act, which is known as the FPIA, which established the authority of the development of egg grades and the grading service. Congress also provided funding for the United States Department of Agriculture, also known as the USDA, and a yearly authorization of the FPIA beginning in 1925. The Agricultural Marketing Act in 1946 provided authority for the operation of the grading service in use today and developed the current grading standards. The federal quality standards also provided a foundation for the development of state grading systems and standards. In order to provide consistency in both standards and grading systems, the Egg Products Inspection Act, the EPIA, was ratified in Congress in 1970. The EPIA provided additional clarification that no state or jurisdiction standards could be applied in lieu of the federal standards where eggs have been transported via interstate commerce. This encouraged many states to amend their standards to become consistent with the federal regulations. The EPIA has increased national uniformity in standards, grading, and labeling, leading to a more streamlined process in the transportation and sale of eggs through interstate commerce. Now the state regulations. In 1933, Colorado established Section 35-21-101, Colorado Revised Statutes called the Egg Law, with the express purposes of fostering the development of the state's egg industry, preventing the sale of eggs unfit for human consumption, and preventing fraud and deception in egg sales. Throughout the 1930s, revenue was generated to sustain the program with licensing fees to the licensed categories including producers, wholesalers, and retailers. The egg law underwent major restructuring in 1956 when the original egg law from 1933 was repealed and reenacted. The most notable change to the law was the restructuring of the licensing fees, which were based upon gross volume sales. The following fee structure was enacted. Less than $50,000, $4 license fee, $50,000 to $500,000, a $15 license fee, and over $500,000, a $25 license fee. During the 1960s, the regulatory program that was cash funded by the license fees saw a decrease in fees, which led to the reduction in program staff within the Colorado Department of Agriculture, known as the CDA. Program staff was reduced to historically low levels with one field inspector, one assistant supervisor, and one clerk to oversee the entire program. In 1964, the governor provided an additional $50,000 to supplement program staff size, and the CDA was able to hire 4 additional field inspectors. The first sunset review of the egg law was completed in 1994. The sunset review offered recommendations to create additional statutory efficiencies. The review concluded that wholesalers had an economic interest in ensuring that all egg grading and standards were being met, making the need to license egg candlers obsolete. Therefore, the General Assembly removed the license requirement for egg candlers. Several additional changes to the fee and license structure were enacted by the legislature as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 09-127, following the 2008 sunset review. The fee structure based upon gross volume sales was removed, and the State Agricultural Commission was given the authority to establish the new fee structure. Additionally, the statute was amended to remove the wholesaler and retailer license categories and replace them with a single dealer license. So if I may, let's talk a little bit. I'd like to review the legal summary involved in these 2 regulations, the federal and the state, and how they work together. The second and the third sunset criteria question, whether the existing statutes and regulations establish the least restrictive form of regulation consistent with public interest, considering other available regulatory mechanisms, and whether agency rules enhance the public interest and are within the scope of legislative intent, and whether the agency operates in the public interest and whether its operations is impeded or enhanced by existing statutes, rules, and procedures and practices, and any other circumstances, including budgetary, resource, and personal matters. A summary of the current statutes and rules is necessary to understand whether the regulation is set at the appropriate level and whether the current laws are impeding or enhancing the agency's ability to operate in the public interest. The regulation of poultry eggs is established in the egg law. The Colorado Commissioner of Agriculture is directed by the egg law to promulgate rules relating to the processing, storage, labeling, transporting, sale, record keeping, and inspection of shell eggs, and is also responsible for the enforcement of the egg law. Poultry eggs, shell eggs, and eggs are defined in the egg law, shell eggs of the domesticated chicken.
Excuse me, you have 2 minutes. Representative Bockenfeld, you have 2 minutes.
Can I recapture my time? Because I got slowed down a little bit. Madam Chair, that's a fair question. You said, excuse me, can I recapture my time?
I said, excuse me, you have 2 minutes.
Excuse me, okay. Now I lost my place. Where was I at? Eggs.
I believe you were talking about eggs and regulations.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. I'm back on task.
Before you
Program
get
rules-
back on path, you now have 1 minute.
Program rules require each dealer must store, I think I've already been there. Shell eggs are also required to be stored with adequate refrigeration, and the Commissioner enforces temporary temperature requirements. It is a requirement that the shell eggs are to be maintained at an ambient temperature of no less than 33 degrees Fahrenheit and no more than 41 degrees Fahrenheit. Delivery trucks must also maintain adequate refrigeration within the same temperature parameters while transporting shell eggs. Each case, carton, or container of shell eggs is required to be legally printed at the time of packaging with the label that contains the name and address of the producer and the packaged eggs, the USDA egg surveillance registration number or plant number, the egg license number issued by another state containing the 2-digit letter abbreviating of the state of origin, and the business identification number issued by CDA. In addition, each case and carton of container eggs must list the month and day of packaging and must also the designation of weight and grade printed on each container. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Bockenfeld, right on time. You almost gave Mr. Gregoria a run for his money. Any other discussion? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you too, sir.
Thank you. Well, it's been an excellent conversation up here. But you know, there are a few rules in this world. One is that you have to break some eggs to make an omelet. There's some ideas about eggs that, you know, good eggs, bad eggs. My folks always hoped that I'd end up being a good egg. But some of my teachers thought I might be a bad egg.
You have proven them wrong, sir.
But I do really want to talk about a couple of things. First off, I want to remind the body that the egg industry is incredibly important to the state of Colorado and the agricultural community. They buy volumes of feed for the chickens that are raised in the state of Colorado, and that's a big market for a lot of the people out here on the Eastern Plains and in some of my area too. I wanted to remind some of you, and I wanted to remind the representative from, I believe, the 54th district, that in Fruita, Colorado, Mr. Soper, in Fruita, Colorado, they used to celebrate Mike the Headless Chicken Days, and I used to go and participate in that. That was almost as big a deal as out here on the outside of the building. But they did have a guy that, you know, his head was cut off, but he lived for a long time. They fed him through that and everything. So they've stuffed him, and he's now in a place of honor in the town of Fruita. But again, back to the serious things, the egg industry has been good for the state of Colorado. You know, just having the people here in the state of Colorado that raise the eggs, we sell a lot of them in the state of Colorado. They're shipped out. It's a great export out of the state of Colorado, and it does a lot of things for some of our country towns. Creates a number of jobs. It creates a stable marketplace for the feed and food and fiber for those animals, and it also creates a great cash flow for the individuals that are involved in that industry. This bill will be good for them because we won't have to come back and suffer through this kind of arguments for at least another 11 years. So some of you ought to be pleased by that.
That's great.
But, you know, I do have to close tonight with one question. It's always been my opinion that an egg is actually the seed from a chicken. And I've wondered my whole life, and maybe some of the sponsors can be able to tell me that if you plant an egg, will you raise a chicken or do you get an eggplant? That's something I've always wondered in my whole life. And it took until I got to the House of Representatives to be able to ask that question in an august body like this, and surely someone here will be able to answer that question for me, because even my wife and kids are hanging on the edge of their seat at home, trying to find out if that's the case. Thank you very much. This is a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. Representative Pelton, maybe you have the answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I don't have an answer, but, you know, Representative Catlin brings up an interesting point about, you know, maybe this should have been incorporated into the Seed Act bill if you plant an egg and a chicken comes up. So, but they're not combined. So I'm going to read a little article here about something that some people know about, some don't, but eggs are very vital in making vaccines. There's a CNN article that goes, across the United States, prize chickens are laying life-saving eggs at secret farms. Few people know where the chickens are kept. Their locations are undisclosed as a matter of national security. Each day, hundreds of thousands of their eggs are trucked to facilities where they are protected by guards and multi-million-dollar government-funded security systems. But these eggs aren't for breakfast. They're the source of your common flu shot. For the past 80 years, much of the world has relied on chicken eggs for the production of influenza vaccines. About 174.5 million doses of the flu vaccine were distributed across the U.S. this flu season through the end of February, of which an estimated 82% were egg-based, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. With each egg producing one vaccine, that means the U.S. might have used 140 million eggs this flu season alone. To prepare for annual flu seasons as usual as well as possible pandemics, the U.S. government has invested tens of hundreds of millions of dollars over the past 15 years to ensure there are enough eggs for vaccines. But now the world faces a new crisis, the novel coronavirus, which has affected more than 423,000 people globally and killed more than 19,000 since the virus emerged last December. According to Johns Hopkins University, there is no vaccine yet for the virus. And because it's different than the influenza virus, traditional methods like using eggs won't work. As scientists race to find a cure, the huge U.S. stockpile of eggs won't be of any help. Scientists started exploring the use of eggs in vaccines production in the 1930s. Researchers in England conducted the first trials on their armed forces in 1937, and the year after the U.S. found it could protect its military with the flu shot. A working egg-based vaccine was ready for the U.S. public by the 1940s. Here's how it works today. The U.S. CDC and other labs, maybe even CSU, partner with the World Health Organization to choose certain virus strains to send to private vaccine manufacturers. The flu can mutate and strains can change each year, meaning new vaccines are needed for every flu season. The selected virus is injected into a fertilized hen's egg, where it incubates and replicates for a few days, just as it would do inside a human host. Scientists then harvest fluid containing the virus from the egg. They inactivate the virus so it can no longer cause disease and purify it, leaving scientists with the virus antigen. The antigen is a critical element. It's a substance released by the virus that triggers your immune system to respond. That's how the vaccine prepares your immune system for a real infection. The entire process from the animal of the egg of the publicly available vaccine takes at least 6 months. The government gets its vaccines from a handful of manufacturing companies which source their eggs from numerous farms in secret locations. The farms' locations are proprietary information, said a spokesperson, the biggest flu vaccine manufacturer in the U.S., citing security sensitivities. The eggs don't come cheap. The Department of Health and Human Services spent $42 million on a 3-year contract with one company to ensure a year-round supply of high-quality eggs, according to the 2017 report from the U.S. Government Accountability Office. That's just one company from one time period. The HHS began contracting a handful of manufacturers and egg farms in 2005, meaning there are likely many more contracts worth tens of millions of dollars. And these eggs are precious. If the supply chain is compromised, it could mean a nationwide shortage of crucial flu vaccine. So obviously the eggs have bodyguards. Part of that $42 million contract required that the vaccine manufacturer had both a physical security program and a biosecurity program to provide protection against man-made and natural threats, according to the GOA report. That might seem like a lot of money to spend on eggs, but each year the flu costs the U.S. about $10.4 billion in hospitalizations and treatment. And the eggs aren't only useful for flu vaccines. They could potentially be used to develop vaccines for other illnesses, said Leo Pone, head of Public Health Laboratory Sciences in Hong Kong University. It just depends on the illness, as some virus strains can't incubate inside of eggs. While the egg method won't work for a coronavirus vaccine, as the coronavirus pandemic spreads, scientists and governments around the world are racing to develop a vaccine, but eggs won't be the answer, said John Nichols, a Hong Kong University clinical professor of pathology. Due to having different receptors and other characteristics, the novel coronavirus isn't able to replicate inside eggs the way flu viruses can. Even beyond the immediate problem of the coronavirus, U.S. officials have been pushing for non-egg alternatives in recent years. As U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order last September requiring health agencies to expand the use of alternative production methods. One reason officials are looking elsewhere is the 6-month production time can be too slow. Not only could an illness spread globally during that time, but the virus injected into the egg could mutate and make the vaccines less effective, said Poon. Another reason is that the supply is vulnerable to deadly avian flus. If there's a pandemic of H5N1, it can kill chickens substantially, and there will be a huge drop in egg supply, and you will have a problem getting enough eggs to make the vaccines. The GOA report warned that it takes about 12 to 18 months to establish an egg supply large enough for either seasonal or pandemic influenza. But in the case of a fast-spreading pandemic like this, authorities simply can't wait that long, and there aren't that many chickens and eggs immediately available. More than 20 potential coronavirus vaccines using a range of non-egg technologies are now in development, according to the WHO. So we've kind of gone off track a little bit, going more with vaccines than with the eggs, but I still think this is an excellent article to read. So whenever you have time, you guys could finish reading this article on your own. So with that, I urge support for this bill.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Representative Williams, what excellent information do you have for us?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'd be happy to share with you that. But I did want to harken back to what Representative Sane was discussing briefly about fresh eggs versus not so fresh eggs, i.e. cloudy eggs versus non-cloudy eggs. And if you really want to get a good understanding about that, members, and this is important, if you really do, then I encourage all of you to go take a look at the window right below the projector there, and you'll get a really good idea of what she was talking about. But beyond that, members, I think we need to really talk about the U.S. and international egg industry and how that relates to Colorado. So here's an article. It was written by J.A. Mensch, and it's concerning, obviously, what we're talking about here. And I'll just start from the top here. Agricultural animal producers in the United States find themselves in a changing climate in which the social and environmental ramifications of their production practices are undergoing intense scrutiny. Egg producers, in particular, are being pressured from many directions to change the way in which they house hens, largely based on animal welfare concerns. And I think that's important to understand, members, that this has led to increasing regulation of the egg industry at the state level, especially when it relates to Colorado. Along with the uncertainty and apprehension about the overall effects of this regulation on egg producers, retail markets, the public, and the hens themselves. In this paper, we discuss the scope of the U.S. and international egg industries and the pressures driving change. In addition, we discuss the importance of considering the sustainability of egg production in a broad context to include not just hen welfare, but the potential social, environmental, economic, and human health effects of different housing systems. Eggs are primarily source of animal protein in both developed and developing countries. In 2007, global egg production consisted of 65 tons of eggs, an increase of approximately 2% over the preceding year. The United States is the third largest egg producer in the world. And as an aside, I believe the good representative from House District 54, Representative Soper, right? That's House District 54, correct? He reminded me of an interesting fact that Colorado accounts for 10%, I believe, 10% of the entire U.S.'s egg production. So if there was ever some sort of disruption of the industry here in Colorado, there would be very catastrophic effects nationwide, which I don't know if we appreciate, and I would encourage everyone here, members, because this is serious. If we don't make sure that we're regulating this in a responsible way, the whole nation could suffer. But in any event, the United States is the third largest egg producer in the world, after China and the European Union. Let's see here. The national table egg flock averaged about 280 million hens during 2008. The top 5 producing states accounted for 43% of these hens, and the top 10 producing states accounted for 64%. Iowa was the largest producer of eggs, with an output of just over 14 billion eggs, or about 19% of the total U.S. production. And members, I think that's probably unfortunate. You know, here in Colorado, we want to be number one. And I don't know about you, but I can't understand for the life of me why we're not, maybe bolstering this bill to make sure that we outpace Iowa. It's unfortunate that we're not number one. But in any event, in this article, it has a table listing sort of the production of eggs, through the various countries that do produce in a massive way. The table egg production in 2008 was about 1% lower than in 2007. Over the last 30 years, however, the proportion of eggs sold in liquid, frozen, or powdered form, i.e. processed eggs, has grown to about 30% of all non-hatching egg production in the United States. Although these processed eggs are significantly easier to transport, almost all of these are consumed within the domestic market. Egg exports thus make up only a very small share of the U.S. egg market, and egg imports are even more limited. The most common commercial housing system for egg-laying hens in the United States and worldwide is conventional battery cage system. In most non-European Union countries, including both developed and developing countries, more than 95% of commercial laying hens are housed in conventional cages. The conventional cage system was developed in the 1930s and began to be adopted on a large scale in the 1950s, and I guarantee you that the bill that we're working on right now certainly speaks to the regulation of these conventional egg cages. The main advantage of this system was that the hens and their eggs were separated from fences, thus decreasing, and this is the important part, decreasing the likelihood of transmission of soil-borne parasites and improving egg cleanliness. This system also proved to be economically efficient because it allowed automation of feeding, watering, and egg collection and improved the ability to control environmental variables important for hen health and production performance. Although cages were initially designed to hold only one hen, larger cages were eventually adopted that permitted groups of hens, typically about 6 or 10, to be housed together, further increasing economic efficiency as a result of the higher hen stocking densities that could be accommodated in each building. This housing system, however, began to be criticized in Northern Europe in the 1960s due to the restrictions it imposed on the hen's movement and behavior. This criticism was part of a larger concern about the growing intensification of European livestock and poultry farms and its effects on the health and welfare of the animals. This issue received widespread public attention due to the publication of Ruth Harrison's book, Animal Machines, and that was written and published in 1964, as well as a resulting UK government report on farm animal welfare known as the Bramble Report. It's in 1965 that came out. It ultimately led to sweeping legislative changes in the European Union, affecting multiple facets of farm animal production, including the housing of laying hens. An outgrowth of the legislative activity in Europe was that a great deal of attention was directed toward developing alternatives to conventional cage housing. Funding for this effort came largely from national governments, with some contribution from animal welfare organizations. Along the way, some systems were found to be unworkable, and their development was discontinued, whereas others were found to be sufficiently promising for further investment and refinement.
Representative Williams, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Current alternative systems that are acceptable under the European Union legislation are non-cage systems enriched eggs. These systems are described in greater detail elsewhere. Non-cage systems are of two general types, two, mind you. Floor systems, in other words, single-level systems, or multi-tier systems, each typically housing thousands or tens of thousands of hens. In floor systems, the hens are housed on the floor of a building instead of in cages. The building contains nest boxes, which are typically configured to allow automatic egg collection. Hens kept in non-cage systems can also be given access to the outdoors, either by providing a semi-enclosed and covered outdoor area, or by giving them access to range for all or part of the day, or both. In other words, free range.
1 minute.
Thank you. Members, this is all fascinating stuff, and I think it provides meaningful background for us as we deliberate about whether this bill should move forward and be sent to the Senate. And I think it's important for us to understand that no piece of legislation we hear here or talk on is too big or too small, that each piece of legislation deserves our utmost attention, especially to the details that are written, so that we're making good policy for the state of Colorado. And I'll say this, we should never be behind the state of Iowa. And from here on out, I think we should set a goal for ourselves, as well as the governor should set a goal to make sure that our egg production increases well beyond Iowa, so that we are number one, because quite frankly, there is no better state to live than in the state of Colorado. So with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I urge a yes vote for this bill, and I am encouraged by the continuing work that we will see in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle, what excellent information do you have for us?
Thank you, Madam
It's getting
Speaker
old.
Pro Tem, and it is an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you, sir.
My thanks for your work on the on the budget and everything else. Members, this before us here is a sunset bill, a process that is rather unique to the state of Colorado in that all bills must come up for a sunset. All regulations must come up for a sunset from time to time, and that is what we're dealing with here. Otherwise, that regulation goes away, which is terrific because it makes us, as a government, to review our regulations, or rules, and programs from time to time, and not just let them go on forever and ever. Now, a lot of regulations and sunsets have a 5-year extension, a 10-year extension. This has an 11-year extension, which is quite unusual. But given the importance of our eggs and the eggs to the people of Colorado, I suppose 11 years would be okay, especially given the sunset from DORA. And back to the importance of eggs and the systems that are used. Let's talk about the developments that have been made in recent years in the United States, in contrast specifically to Europe, where the welfare of agriculture animals, both on farm and during transport, have been highly regulated. The United States has only minimal federal regulations, and so it's even more important that we get this bill precisely right today, given that fact. Only 2 major federal laws apply, the 28-hour law and the Humane Methods of Slaughter Act. Now we're talking eggs here. All other attempts to pass federal laws setting standards for farm animals, housing, transport have been unsuccessful at the federal level, but here at the state level again, we have a very thorough process by our Department of Regulatory Affairs that oversees these things. This stands in contrast to situations for some animals, including farm animals, used for biomedical research, teaching, and testing, and the use and care of which is regulated under the Animal Welfare Act of the federal government. The agriculture industries have successfully prevented bills, apparently, being introduced in Congress. And again, that is an important point to where the state can come in. Even though Washington, D.C. may be broken on many issues, may be broken at times where the two parties cannot get together, even the American people have a hard time getting a voice in Washington, D.C., they can come to our state government, as we hear the folks outside right now protesting and calling to be heard. We hear you, people of Colorado. We live among you. We're not far away in Washington, D.C. We don't have huge staffs that you have to get through. You can usually get directly to us. Now, that brings us, I suppose, to the retailers regulation. Oh, let's talk about the sustainability of egg production, because that's very important. I know, well, I won't discuss the fish industry. That's a completely separate regulatory scheme, not adopted this bill, but of course sustainability is very important in all of our agricultural resources. Although changes in laying hen production systems are being driven largely by animal welfare concerns, it is clear that other aspects such as changes must be considered to ensure a sustainable egg production, especially during this COVID crisis, which we have already discussed. Sustainability is a complex topic, and there is no agreed-upon definition of what constitutes a sustained agriculture system for animal production, such as eggs. However, elements of sustainability including economics, environmental effects, human effects, and safety and social values, in addition to animal welfare, all must be considered. Recognizing that there were many unanswered questions about sustainability in terms of the proposed alternative systems to conventional cages, the European Council has decided to reconsider the conventional cage ban in 2008, something I'm sure the caging of chickens in America has been thoroughly discussed and vetted, and I thank our good people at the Department of Regulatory Affairs for being able to put together and review a sunset like this and make great recommendations to the people of Colorado and to the state legislature. And thank you to the members who are giving such consideration to such important topics such as eggs and such and such and such. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader. We appreciate you coming up and sharing your excellent information. Representative Larson.
Thank you, And I believe it is Madam Speaker since we're on third reading.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And it is an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. So members, I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of missed a lot of what Larry Liston talked about. But I understand that he kind of dropped off in the middle of page 4 here on the Egg Industry Center's report on egg processing, cartoning, and transportation costs.
Please share with us that excellent information.
I can't, I'm not quick enough to come up with a good pun. But, so, for those of you following at home, starting off on page 4, about halfway down, so we've got that the trimmed mean is estimated by ordering the data and discarding the X percentage of the lowest and highest values, and then taking the arithmetic mean of the remaining data. And there is a parenthetic reference here, which references Rice 2006. I'm not entirely sure what report that's referencing. We're going to probably have to go back to the back of the report here to figure out. Unfortunately, this is not properly footnoted, so I'll have to get back to you on a later date with that. But it is Rice 2006, parenthetic reference in case you were curious. It is generally recommended that the value chosen for X to be 0.1 or 0.2. This one's also parenthetically referenced, Rice 2006, and this is page 397. So you're going to want to write that down in your notes. An advantage of the trimmed mean over the median is that it incorporates information not only from the center of the distribution, but also from the 1 to 2x% of the rest of the sample. In the present study, X equals 20%. Given the author's focus on producing robust estimates of the central location of the distribution of costs, our analysis is conducted using only the median and the trimmed mean. According to Rice 2006, there is no single estimate that is best for all symmetric distributions. And there's a parenthetic reference to page 398. But when the distribution is not symmetric, the median is more appropriate, or is a more appropriate measure, according to the Snedcore and Cochrane. That's an interesting name there. And then there's a parenthetic reference for 1989. Again, I really wish I had these cross references. I'm sure it would provide a lot more context. But anyway, for the purpose of simply summarizing the data, it is often useful to compute more than one measure of location and compare the results. Another parenthetic reference here, Rice 2006, page 398. Now we're moving on to the topic of dispersion. Just like the arithmetic mean is the most common measure of central location, the most common measure of dispersion of a distribution of numerical values is the standard deviation. By definition, the standard deviation measures the dispersion of observations around the arithmetic mean. Since the present report is based on the median and the trimmed mean instead of an arithmetic mean, the measure of dispersion chosen by the authors is the range defined by the 25th and the 75th percentile. And the 25th and 75th percentile separates the lowest 1/4 and highest 3/4 of the ordered sample observations from the highest. In the summary, the 25th and the 75th percentiles indicate the dispersion of sample values around the mean. One drawback of using percentiles as the measure of dispersion is that it ignores the information contained in observations within or outside the range. The clustering analysis was conducted in a computer programming language used for statistical analysis called SAS. Specifically, the options chosen for this operation within the SAS program was hierarchical clustering, ward, and standardized data. This analysis was used to identify groups of responses with similar values within each cost category. All clustering methods are based on, and this one's going to challenge me here. I hope Representative Gray isn't here to correct my pronunciation, but I'm going to go with agglomerative, agglomerative hierarchical clustering procedure. Representative Gray, if you're listening, I expect a definition of what that word means. Each observation
I
begins...
assure you he's probably not.
Well, one can only hope. Each observation begins in a cluster by itself. The two closest clusters are merged to form a new cluster that replaces the two old clusters. Merging of the two closest clusters is repeated until only one cluster is left. And the various clustering methods differ in how the distance between the two clusters is computed. Another parenthetic reference here, this is the SAS Institute 2010. Just a little aside here, I'd like to really say that I had no idea there was so much statistical analysis involved in eggs producing. Quite impressed. But back to the bill.
Thank you.
Indeed.
2 minutes.
A total.
Representative Larson, just 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. A total of 23 responses were received to the survey. I might need someone to I'm gonna need someone to pinch hit for me. Can I reserve my 2 minutes?
Absolutely. Thank you for the excellent time. Representative Rich, what exciting information do you have for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I apologize.
Either way.
Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the legal framework and the history of regulation for the sunset review of eggs. In a sunset review, the Colorado Office of Policy, Research, and Regulatory Reform is guided by the sunset criteria located in Colorado Revised Statutes 2434-104-6B. The first sunset criterion questions whether regulation by the agency is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, whether the conditions which led to the initial regulation have changed, and whether other conditions have arisen which would warrant more, less, or the same degree of regulation. One way that the Colorado Office of Policy, Research, and Regulatory Reform addresses this is by examining why the program was established and how it has evolved over time. In 1917, Congress enacted the Farm Products Inspection Act, which established the authority for the development of egg grades and the grading service. Congress also provided funding for the U.S. Department of Agriculture and a yearly authorization for the FPIA beginning in 1925. The Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946 provided authority for the operation of the grading service in use today and developed the current grading standards. The federal quality standards also provided a foundation for the development of state grading systems and standards. In order to provide further consistency in both standards and grading systems, the Egg Products Inspection Act was ratified by Congress in 1970. The EPIA provided additional clarification that no state or jurisdictional standards could be applied in lieu of the federal standards where eggs had been transported via interstate commerce. This encouraged many states to amend their standards to become consistent with federal requirements. The EPIA has increased national uniformity in standards, grading, and labeling, leading to a more streamlined process in the transportation and sale of eggs through interstate commerce. In 1933, Colorado established Section 3521-101 et sec. CRS, which is the egg law, with the express purposes of fostering the development of the state's egg industry, preventing the sale of eggs unfit for human consumption, and preventing fraud and deception in egg sales. Throughout the 1930s, revenue was generated to sustain the program with licensing fees through the license categories, including producers, wholesalers, and retailers. The egg law underwent major restructuring in 1956, when the original egg law from 1933 was repealed and reenacted. The most notable change to the law was the restructuring of licensing fees, which were based upon gross volume sales. The following fee structure was enacted: less than $50,000, $4 license fee; $50,000 to $500,000, a $15 license fee; and over $500,000, a $25 license fee. During the 1960s, the regulatory program that was cash funded by the license fees saw a decrease in fees, which led to a reduction in program staff within the Colorado Department of Agriculture. Program staff was reduced to historically low levels, with one field inspector, one assistant supervisor, and one clerk to oversee the entire program. In 1964, the governor provided an additional $50,000 to supplement program staff size, and CDA was able to hire 4 additional field inspectors. The first sunset review of the egg law was completed in 1994. The sunset review offered recommendations to create additional statutory efficiencies. The review concluded that wholesalers had an economic interest in ensuring that all egg grading and standards were being met, making the need to license egg candlers obsolete. Therefore, the General Assembly removed the license requirement for egg candlers. Several additional changes to the fee and license structure were enacted by the legislature as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 09127 following the 2008 Sunset Review. The fee structure based upon gross volume sales was removed, and the State Agriculture Commission was given the authority to establish the new fee structure. Additionally, the statute was amended to remove the wholesaler and retailer license categories and replace them with the single dealer license. Whether the existing statutes and regulations establish the least restrictive form of regulation consistent with the public interest, considering other available regulatory mechanisms, and whether agency rules enhance the public interest, are within the scope of legislative intent, and whether the agency operates in the public interest and whether its operation is impeded or enhanced by existing statutes, rules, procedures, and practices of any circumstances, including budgetary, resource, and personnel matters, are the second and third sunset criteria questions. A summary of the current statutes and rules is necessary to understand whether regulation is set at the appropriate level and whether the current laws are impeding or enhancing the agency's ability to operate in the public interest. The regulation of poultry eggs is established in the egg law. The Colorado Commissioner of Agriculture is directed by the egg law to promulgate rules relating to their processing, storage, labeling, transporting, sale, record keeping, and inspection of shell eggs, and is also responsible for the enforcement of the egg law. Poultry eggs, shell eggs, and eggs are defined in the egg law as shell eggs of the domesticated chicken. Program rules require that each dealer must store, transport, display, and maintain shell eggs in a sanitary environment, free from any agent or condition that might affect the quality, taste, and credibility of shell eggs.
Representative Rich, I don't mean to scramble you, but you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Right.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregoria, please open the machine and members proceed to vote on House Bill 1211.
Are we voting?
We're going to start with those joining us online. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Representative Melton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Michelson-Janae votes yes. In the gallery, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Yes. McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Did I miss anyone in the gallery? Representative Champion. Representative Cutter. Representative Hooton. Please vote. Representative Snyder. Representative Valdez, A and D. Valdez A is excused.
Isn't this his bill?
Valdez A is who we excused, Rep. Buckner.
Sorry.
No worries, ma'am. Doing your job.
But I just know that he would want to be there for his bill passing.
Yep.
Can anyone see me? Hello? It's on the board? Oh, they can see me. They're waving. They must be watching something else. Donald Valdez, Representative Valdez. Vote on your bill. Yes. Representative Valdez.
Snyder is excused.
I'm going to go ahead and sanitize my... I'm going to say into the microphone that I'm sanitizing my hands as I grab you the socks. If you only need one, I'm sorry, I made it harder for you.
When Representative Valdez comes in, we should all poach him. Let him over. Is he? Oh, welcome, Representative Valdez. Please, Representative Humphrey. Okay, please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, 3 excused, House Bill 1211 passes. Representative Valdez, that will be a $5 fine. Co-sponsors.
I already paid it.
Would anybody joining us from home like to co-sponsor? Please close the machine.
Sounds like we can carry on if the speaker's ready. Speaker's tagging back in, yeah.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1218.
House Bill 1218 by Representatives Buckner and Jaquez Lewis, also Senator Danielson, concerning the continuation of the license of hearing aid providers in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Call me Chris.
Chris, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1218 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1218 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please vote. In remote meetings, Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson-Janae?
Yes.
Representative Melton?
Yes.
Representative Jackson?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin? Representative Froelich? Representative Sullivan? Anyone else in the gallery? Okay. Geithner and Harrod. and Snyder. Is Snyder excused? Oh, there he is. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1218 is passed. Co-sponsors. Oh, Representative Michelson Janae, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1219.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Buckner and Hawkes Lewis, also Senator Danielson, concerning the continuation of licensing of audiologists and in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1219 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1219 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. In the gallery, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? McLaughlin votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1219 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1285.
House Bill 1285 by Representative Sullivan, also Senator Foote, concerning the continuation of the Motorcycle Operator Safety Training Program and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1285 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1285 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage. I just said that. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Garnett, Larson, Ransom. Lontine. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1285 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1286.
House Bill 1286 by Representatives Garnett and Williams, also Senator Story and Cook, concerning the continuation of the regulation of fantasy contest operators in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1286 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1286 on third reading and final passage. Any discussion? Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Melton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Froelich. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes no. Ransom. Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1286 is passed. Co-sponsors. Sure. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1293.
House Bill 1293 by Representatives McCluskey and Pelton, also Senators Corman and Gonzalez, concerning the provision of emergency telephone service and in connection therewith establishing the 911 surcharge and amending the requirements for the emergency telephone charge and the prepaid wireless 911 charge and making an appropriation.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1293 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1293 on third reading and final passage. Any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Melton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Harrod. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1293 is passed. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsors. Representative Froelich, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1336.
House Bill 1336 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Sirota, also Senators Fenberg and Heisey, concerning and requiring the satisfactory completion of a course that includes Holocaust and genocide studies as a condition of high school graduation in public schools.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1336 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1336 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson, oh, I guess you're on the bill, I guess. Representative Jackson, Michelson Janae votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Singer and Tipper. Humphrey, Sane. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1336 is passed. Co-sponsors. Melton co-sponsors. You're on there. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1143.
House Bill 1143 by Representatives Jackson and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Winter, concerning additional public health protections regarding alleged environmental violations in connection therewith raising the maximum fines for air quality and water quality violations.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1143 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1143 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please vote. In the gallery, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? McLaughlin votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. McCluskey and McKean. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1143 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1402.
House Bill 1402 by Representatives Weissman and Van Winkle, also Senators Gardner and Lee, concerning the non-substantial revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1402 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1402 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. In the gallery, Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Geithner and Gray. Seriously, on the reviser's bill? Oh, that actually lost a vote. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 1 excused, because we'd rather have random commas and words in the statutes than actually get them out of there. House Bill 1402 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Yeah, Neville co-sponsored the bill that you voted no on. Twice. Oh, silly times. Okay, please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1404.
House Bill 1404 by Representatives Weissman and Soper, also Senators Lee and Cook, concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board and in connection therewith delaying consideration of the recommendations by the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies until the 2021 regular session.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1404 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1404 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan votes yes. Representative Froelich. Froelich votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Wilson. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1404 is passed. Co-sponsors. I think Heck would be good. How about Slider? Please close the machine. Robin, on 1143, Representative Froelich tried to co-sponsor and I missed it. Is that fixable? Okay, Representative Froelich, to confirm, did you want to co-sponsor 1143? Okay. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1376.
House Bill 1376 by Representatives Escar and McCluskey, also Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning the modification of transportation funding mechanisms and in connection therewith repealing the requirement that a ballot issue seeking approval for the issuance of transportation revenue anticipation notes be submitted to the voters of the state at the November 2020 general election, eliminating specified scheduled general fund transfers to the state highway fund, reducing the amount of general fund money dedicated to make lease purchase agreement payments due to during state fiscal years 2020 2021 and 2021 to 2022, repealing Department of Transportation rulemaking and reporting requirements related to motor vehicles using for certain types of commercial purposes, and making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1376 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1376 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Bachenfeld. There we go. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1376 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1265.
The House will proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1265. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1265.
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Benavides and Valdez A., also Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, concerning increased public protections from emissions of air toxics.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1265 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1265 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? McLaughlin votes yes. Froelich? Yes. Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? No. Sullivan votes no. Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Melton?
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Jackson?
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Escar, Harrod, Williams. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 25 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1265 is passed. Co-sponsors. Oh, I'm sorry. Did someone want to co-sponsor? No. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1290.
We'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1290. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1290.
House Bill 1290 by Representative Garnett, also Senator Fenberg, consider the ability of an insurer to use a failure to cooperate defense in an action in which the insured has made a claim under insurance coverage for an incident.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1290 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1290 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Please proceed.
I know. Okay, so I don't know. I know the minority leader heard me, but when we were up here before, I represented that the Judiciary Committee report on 1290 represented a deal between the insurers and the advocates, and it didn't. So it required more work, so we laid it over a few days. But this amendment reflects an agreement between all sides. And what it essentially does is it strikes the provision that an insurer can only ask for information that they would be entitled to through discovery, and replaces it with a new standard that says that an insurer can only ask for information that is reasonable for the purpose of adjusting the claim or preventing fraud. This smooths everything out. I would urge, and I vote.
The question is permission to offer a third reading amendment. Is there any further discussion? Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's displayed up here. It probably doesn't qualify as technical. It's substantive, I would say. So I still think it's a good idea to vote yes on permission and to move forward with it. But if you guys voted no on permission, I would move it back to seconds, but we don't have a ton of time. So I'm just being honest. I still would urge a yes on permission.
Any further discussion? So the question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Kraft-Art. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1290 is passed. I'm sorry. Permission to offer a third reading amendment is passed. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I move L003 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L003? The question before us is the passage of L003 to House Bill 1290. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes? Is that what that was? Sullivan votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Melton?
Yes.
Melton votes yes. McLaughlin? McLaughlin votes yes. Jackson?
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Froelich? Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1290 is, what? I keep doing that. L003 to House Bill 1290 is adopted. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1290 as amended.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1290 as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. To what? Okay. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1290 is passed on third reading and final amendment. Oh my God, and final passage. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Monday, June 8th at 10 a.m. I guess.
Seeing no objection, we will lay over the balance of the calendar till Monday, June 8th at 10 a.m. Any announcements or introductions? We have some committee replacements that I will announce in just a minute. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Finance Committee, we will be meeting tomorrow on Saturday at 10 a.m. In room 112. So we'll see you there. Check your calendar for an updated list of the bills that we will be considering.
I thought you were going to say something. Okay. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think everyone is probably aware, but just in case you haven't been paying attention, there will be a Health and Insurance Committee hearing on Sunday, June 7th at noon. And we will be meeting in the Old State Library and hearing Senate Bill 163.
Any other announcements or introductions? I have several. On Saturday, June 6th, on Saturday, June 6th, Representative McCluskey will replace Representative Buckner. Saturday only. In the Health and Insurance Committee on June 7th, Representative Roberts will replace Representative Tipper. Representative Jaquez Lewis will replace Representative Jackson. Representative Kipp will replace Representative Buckner. Representative Byrd will replace Representative Titone. Representative Alex Valdez will replace Representative Caraveo on June 7th only. And then on Monday, June 8th, Representative Kipp will replace Representative Buckner in appropriations Monday only. I think I got everything. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to need your direction on this, but there are two other substitutions for Sunday.
Do you mean committee
health and
replacements?
Sorry?
Are you talking about committee replacements? So you have to have Neville's permission. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick announcement. Appropriations Committee, we will be meeting Monday morning. Given that we're not starting till 10, we are going to move our meeting time to 9 a.m. 9 a.m. on Monday. And please plan on meetings every morning next week. We'll be providing updates daily. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Right. Representative McLaughlin, I'm so sorry. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought I was tall enough up here. Apparently, you have to really jump. Education Committee is meeting at 10:30 tomorrow in room 241. Please check your calendar. It does include the school finance bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McLaughlin. Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm sure most of you have already done it, but please clear off your file cabinets so our staff can go home too. Thank you.
Representative Neville or Baisley, did you guys have substitutes to make? What'd you say? Okay, you'll do it by letter. Okay. So then I'm going to temporarily recess us before we read bills across the desk. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in a brief recess.
Seeing no objection, the House will be in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs recommends, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1001 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1409 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1410 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendations. House Bill 1411 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1412 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1414 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 41 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 29 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Printing report.
Printing report. The Chief Clerk reports the
Printing
following.
report be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed House
Signing
Bill.
of bills, resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate
Message from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the advisor.
to the House of Representatives.
Message from the advisor will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 186 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert, also Representatives Garnett and Neville, concerning the independent redistricting commissions in Colorado.
House. Senate Bill 186 is signed to State Veterans and Military Affairs.
Senate Bill 185 by Senators Bridges and Tate, also Representatives Tipper and Wilson, concerning the creation of the Colorado Imagination Library Program.
Senate Bill 185 is assigned to the Committee on Energy and Environment.
Senate Bill 51 by Senator Priola, also Representative Valdez A., concerning license plates and in connection therewith specifying that in order to minimize potential lost registration revenue, the license plates of a motor vehicle that is classified as Class C personal property expire upon the sale or transfer of the motor vehicle and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 51 is assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 170 by Senators Danielson and Representatives Jackson and Duran, concerning employment security and in connection therewith amending the definition of immediate family, removing a requirement that a claimant suffering from domestic violence provide written documentation of the domestic violence in order to establish the claimant's eligibility for benefits, and in limiting the meaning of certain instances of the term enumeration to describe a severance allowance.
Senate Bill 170 is assigned to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs and the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 181 by Senator Lee, also Representative Weissman, concerning measures to improve outcomes for defendants who may be found incompetent to proceed.
Senate Bill 181 is assigned to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs.
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Fenberg, also Representatives Jackson and Caraveo, concerning the provision of additional resources to protect air quality in connection therewith, increasing fees, creating the air quality enterprise, and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 204 is assigned to the Committee on Energy and Environment.
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Fenberg and Marvel, also Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning aligning state statutes with federal law on hemp and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 197 is assigned to the Committee on Energy and Environment. All right. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until Monday, June 8th at 10 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment till Monday, June 8th at 10 a.m.